Welcome in, everybody. Plans changed a little bit today. I'm going to be playing with Queen tomorrow. uh, If plans do not change, if they do, we'll figure it out as we go. Um, but Queen and Kitty and Rose are all going to be playing Repo tonight, and since while I do have access to it, I have no interest in it. I'm not going to be joining them. Because again, I have no interest in it. Nothing against the people who like it. It's not my type of party game. So I just have no desire for it. I was up most of the night and a good chunk of today. So I'm on low sleep. So I decided to do some tavern talk because it's something I've been meaning to do and I just haven't done it yet. But yeah, so we're gonna do that. I already have it set up. I need to open it. Where did I put it? There it is. But I hope everybody else has been having a decent day. Let's see here. Fabulous. Okay, my sound settings did stay. Fabulous. I love that. Oh, I like that.
Once upon a time in a world far, far away, in a realm ruled by dragons and magic. Well, actually, it was this land specifically. Not that far away. Let me start over. Once upon a time, somewhere in Gaia, not that far away, there was a tavern. My tavern. A place for anyone looking for an adventure or a quick refreshment. A place open to everybody. Even jackdaws, I suppose. But I'm not just your typical innkeeper. My drinks are infused with magic to aid ambitious adventurers on their quests. To make sure they always return victorious. Big shoes to fill, I know. Then again, what's the worst that could happen?
Also, Queen and Rose, thank you for your lurks. Appreciate you both. Keep, how's it going? All fine and dandy? Can't complain. How about you, Fable? All fine and dandy? Yes, all fine and dandy. I had such an exciting day. Really exciting. Did you go on an adventure? Even better! I took a walk around the grove and then I replanted a mushroom that had fallen over. Then I patiently waited for it to turn into a mushroom monster, or a mushroom mimic, maybe a gnome. Did it? No. But I got to take another walk around the grove. How was it? Great. I got to see the same stones, the same trees, the same amaranth hydrant guarding the entrance to Avalon, the same moss. I even got to water the asters. They didn't really need it, but I was there, so... Sounds very exciting. Who am I kidding? My life is as exciting as a roasted nut. Nuts are healthy, very thrilling, and also serves as a snack. There are various types of nuts. Walnuts, peanuts, hazelnuts. I'm allergic. Oh, didn't know that. No worries. I mean, I never told you. At least something would happen if I ate a nut. Just not something very fun. Anaphylactic shock and all that. Anaphylactic, not phyletic. Does that count as an adventure? No, I think that counts as a mistake. So what you're saying is that you're missing some spice. Oh, no. I have a very sensitive stomach. I don't think chilies would help you much. Though I'm very good at growing phoenix chilies. I was talking about the spice in your life. Oh, that's what you meant. Well, yes, no, exactly, that's it. There's no chili flakes, no garlic, no dragons. Just a lot of salt. I'm like a bland soup. It's a classic case of boredom, I see. Do you know that feeling when nothing exciting is going on in your life? Like, life isn't bad, but also not particularly fun? Have you tried adding some zest to your soup? Huh? Drama, buzz, excitement, something fiery. Go to the theater, or a gala. Arrive in a hot air balloon. Air balloon? Don't they fly up? Really high? Yes, I think that's the point. I'm afraid of heights. And of people. Of actors. But apart from that, I'm trying. I tried singing, but what is singing if not the telling of a tale? How can I sing of things if I never lived through anything? What do you mean? Well, day in, day out, I live the same green soup of routines. In the same green soup of routines. Sure, I have my forest and I look after it, but I want to get out there and see something. Like, for example, listen to this song I started writing. I wish to be a hero, slay mighty drakes. I wish to meet a pretty nymph resting by the lakes. Sounds like a good song opening to me. Oh, really? You think so? Well, perhaps it has a nice flow to it. But nothing actually happens in it because all I do is sit around and wish for things to happen. I don't even know what nymphs do. I've never met one. Taxes, maybe? No, I don't think so. I would love to sing about the exciting magical things I encounter. But, to be honest, the most exciting thing in my life is coming to your tavern and discovering new drinks. Not many songs you can write about that. I wouldn't mind a jingle. One. Can I mention nymphs? I'd prefer if you didn't. Okay, maybe one day I'll get to offer them their own jingle. In the meantime, can I offer you a drink? Yes, I'd love a drink. The usual? Yes, please. That means a swift strike, in case you forgot. Thank you for the reminder, Fable. It's my favorite. It always makes me feel like a feather-light nymph floating on the waves of a sunny lake. Do you want to be with a nymph or be the nymph? Both? But mostly I want a swift strike. Message received. Although, just wondering. I've been coming to your tavern for so long and I still don't know anything about how you make your drinks. Could you show me? Yes, please give me the tutorial. Really? Yes. What should I do? Do I need to put on an apron or summon a familiar? How do I summon a familiar? Just follow me. Welcome to my drink mixing nook. So this is what it looks like back here. Andu. Careful, I haven't fed him yet. Where do we start? Well, usually I start by figuring out what my patrons want. To make sure I don't forget what they ordered, I take notes in my journal. Let's have a look. You pinned my order. I did. I don't want to look for specifics. I check my detailed notes. I do keep a log just in case. When I'm sure I know what was asked of me, I browse my recipe. Can't you just freehand mix something to see what sticks? No, I like to mix and match for a more varied result, but the right balance is crucial, so I stick to my recipes. When I've settled on one, I can use the chalk to draw it on the board. What if you pick the wrong one? You can either erase it with the sponge or just pick a different recipe. My ingredients are stored in the 5 bottles on the right. There's dexterity, intelligence, defense, strength, charisma. I think dexterity sounds the tastiest. Feeling you might say that. If I mess up or want to redo my drink for any reason, I can simply feed my mistakes to Andu. Once I'm done, I ring the bell to activate the primordial vortex. Actually, I don't need to bore you with the magical details. Just try making a drink. You've got this. Yeah. Okay, so... You just have the whole thing. Oh yeah. I don't know how to do that. Not the right drink. It has to be a recipe that fits. But that's the thing, I can't... Okay. Well, please pour. Because it looks like it's a little bit of everything. Come on. Okay. There we go. Got it. Took me a minute, but I figured it out. Wow, it actually does teleport. Of course it does. What did you think was happening? I thought you were just very good at sleight of hand. I see. Well, give your creation a taste. That's delicious. I made that? You made that. Thank you for showing me the ropes. Thank you for your enthusiasm. These adventures you dream of, aren't you scared that they'd be the end of you? Maybe, but how would I know if I never try? You know, you've got a very good point there. Do you actually want to try? Well, yes, I want to tell great stories, but... But what? Never mind. Oh, hello. How can I help you? A drink. For you? Right. What kind? Drinkable. That's not very specific. Very specific, thank you. How about a spoken heart? Some charisma couldn't hurt. Sure, whatever. Okay. Yay! This could be digestible, maybe even tasty. Thanks. Almost washes away the memories of that banshee haunting the lonesome lagoon at night. Bone-shattering song of sorrow. Almost. Alright, the brooding type I see. What are you thinking about, Fable? Dreams? Yours or someone else's? Mine. Other people seem to have the courage to follow theirs. Why can't I be like that? Because you are your own individual person and not somebody else? Isn't that up to you? I wish it was. My brother says my dreams are a fool's errand, that I'm running away from where I belong. We are rangers, Fable. We belong to the woods, like the stream that ripples down the mountain. Or the birds in the trees. We keep the balance. It's what we're meant to do. Well, your brother sounds like a whole lot of not fun. And what is it that you want to do? Yes. No, not really. I want to experience things outside the safe borders of the forest. I want to live a life so full of adventure, boredom will feel like bliss. I want to be brave and strong. And I want to sing songs about my adventures that make other people yearn for that same freedom. Of course, I could never leave the Ashen Grove behind forever. It's my home. But there's nothing wrong with going away from time to time, right? I mean, my brother looks after the grove, as well as my sisters. I think it'd be fine without me. Then you should do what your heart desires. Will it stop aching then? I think so, yes. What if it's wrong to leave, though? What if destiny never meant for me to leave? What if it did? That would be a dream come true. Be your own genie, Fable. Your adventures start with you. Thank you, Innkeeper. You really are the most exciting part of my day. Greetings, traveler. How may I help you? You own this establishment, Innkeep? Last time I checked. With whom do I have the pleasure? The name's... Is that Carolyn? Saralyn? I'm gonna call her Carolyn. You can call me Care or Lynn. Couldn't care less. Nice to meet you, Care. Lynn. What can I do for you? Perhaps something to drink? You do the thing with the quest, right? So they say. Do you want one? You can have a look at my notice board. No quest for me. But I may have one for you, or your notice board. Tell me more. Heard of a werewolf making trouble up in Chagarian. Terrorized some farmers, tearing sheep apart, the whole program. A werewolf? That's news to me. Listen, me too. Didn't see one in almost a decade, and that was far south in Arova. Been wondering if it's the same one just moving up like a nomad. I thought the werewolf hype died along with that one romance novel. You mean the one with the vampires? I think so. No, that just split society into two camps. Team werewolf or team vampire. Which one are you, Innkeep? Neither. Both. Yes, vampire. Ah, so you're into the fangs, are you? And Innkeep never tells. You little rascal, I like you. Likewise, what about you? Vampires. Why? The wolves are too close to my kin, and yeah, I'd rather stay away from them. Yeah, that's valid. Is that why you don't want to take care of the werewolf yourself? Yes. No. I'm just afraid he might look a little too much like my Uncle Dragon. Would feel bad slaying that fella. You know, hunched back, hairy, crooked teeth. Is that a werewolf or just Uncle Dragon? You can't tell. Same fate befell Aunt Olga. I'm sorry to hear that. Nah, that hag had it coming. Never fall behind in your grooming schedule, or before you know it, the next wannabe Van Helsing will strike you down with a silver arrow. Do the Van Helsings also hunt werewolves? Don't know. Don't care enough to check. Either way, that southern werewolf, yeah? Right, anything else that might help others get done with it rather swiftly? Fetch. Pardon me? Should they get into a dangerous situation, they'll just have to start playing fetch. That works? On any dog, trust me. Good to know. Thanks, Care... Lynn? Not that hard. Either Carolyn, Care, or Lynn. Gotcha, Lynn. Alright, Chief. You got a name, or is it just Innkeep? Just Innkeep for now. Playing hard to get, I see. Well, Innkeep, then before I venture on, you got a drink for me? Of course, what would you like? I'll take something powerful, something with a whole lot of strength. And don't you dare give me any of that watered down muck instead. About this one. Three of that. And one of this. Fabulous. One second. A drink with zero water as requested. Not bad, just what I was craving, thanks. Where will you head from here? Perhaps back west through the Ashen Grove. Got some business to take care of. Kind of business. Personal business. Care to elaborate? Irambi. No. But you won't stop asking until I do, will you? No. My cousin claims her crops are being stolen by undead snails. Obviously, I'm pretty sure she's hallucinating. Okay. Those three can go together. How are you, Rombi? But I did hear some folks complain about an undead uptick in the west, so might as well humor her. And make sure she hasn't turned into an undead snail herself. Something like that. It's odd, ain't it, resurrecting the dead? It's certainly unconventional. It's one way to put it. I think there's not much use digging up the past. It's just gonna open wounds you stapled shut. Or eat your face. The past haunts everyone willing to listen. Oh? What news? Good news or bad news? Huh. Would you mind talking like a normal person? I ain't exactly up for philosophizing. You started this conversation. And I'm ending it. Alright, well then. If you find any more rumors from me or need aid, don't shy away from coming back. I'm sorry that it's bad news. If you want, you can DM it to me. Or you can put it in chat. Both of them work. Lone wolf, don't do groups. But sure, for more work, I'll be back. I'll be waiting. Speaking of rumors, you know how to turn them into proper quests, right? Don't want them to go to waste. Please give me help. Fine, I guess I've got a few minutes. Let me see your setup. It's where I sort all the rumors I've collected. I also keep them written down in my journal so I don't forget. Smart. I think the best next step would be sorting the match and snippets on your quest page. Just drag them over and make sure they're all for the same quest. Otherwise, you'll end up confusing adventurers. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. How old is Binks again? Oh. I genuinely hope that they can remove it all and it doesn't come back. I mean, he's young enough that they should be able to, but... you know. Once you're done, select that quill of yours and it'll be written up. Got it? Got it. Thanks for your help, Lynn. Put it on my tab. That's not how that works. I mean, still a young cat. Good night to you too. Alright, let's assemble this quest. So that, and that. A werewolf on detours. A reticent Vukakin passed by the Wayfarers Inn, reporting a werewolf making their way up to Chagarin from Arova. They pose a potential threat to both the helpless sheep and the villagers. Apparently, werewolves love playing fetch. Are you brave enough to take on this quest and save Chagarin from this werewolf mayhem? Nothing wrong with it, with him being a New Year's baby. One, The Wayfarers Inn, Prelude to Bravery, 58th of the Wake. What do you have there, Fable? I found this on your notice board. It says that a werewolf is terrorizing Trigarin. Is that true? It is indeed. Have you sent anyone after it yet? Maybe that hooded guy from yesterday? Not yet. What kind of hero are you, looking for? One who knows their way around difficult terrain, woods even, preferably one who's good with a bow. One who tells me they want the quest. Got him in February or March of 2021. He's brought and wrapped up like a burrito. Oh, I love little burritos. I also love making dog burritos. My dog does not enjoy it, but I enjoy it. So, her and I perpetually disagree on that one. But my dog is also an old lady. Because my dog is 12 this year. Told to bring him upstairs because the dogs were eyeing him. I'll bet they were. Like as soon as they gave them to you. Yeah, I'll bet that did happen because dogs like to eye cats sometimes. That please. Yeah. I am good with a bow. Yes, Fable. And I know my way around any woods. I know Fable. And you know how you're supposed to separate them from other cats? Yeah, no, Loki saw him and adopted him instantly. Well, it also depends on the cat. Like, some cats are like your Loki, and they're just like, oh, yes, yes, companion, give. I love. And other cats are, and this happens with dogs, too. Others are, what is this thing? Keep it away from me. And some are, I'm not sure how I feel about this thing. So, that makes plenty of sense to me. And maybe I want the quest? Just maybe? No, not just maybe. Since yesterday, all I've been able to think about is you telling me to follow my heart. And then I step into your tavern, and the quest practically jumps out at me, and I think, hey, there's a start for an adventure. It's near a forest. You know forests. You live in a forest. And werewolves are basically just normal wolves, but slightly scarier because they're also human. But you've talked to humans before. And you got silver arrows for your birthday last year, and they're just collecting dust in your room. And Yes, what is your question, Andrew? And it's not stupid. Oh, look, he would never hurt anyone. He went downstairs, saw Orca never hiss, but Orca hissed at him. He looked at me like, what the fuck did I do? Yeah, like, some cats are just very, very social creatures. Some cats are not very social creatures. Some cats are only situationally social. It's same as dogs. Like, everybody thinks that Chihuahuas are very standoffish. But what it actually is Chihuahuas have a person. If you are not that person, they don't want to be around you. But if you are their person, that's all they want. So it's already cooked, correct, Andrew? However you want to reheat it. You can do it in an air fryer, you can do it in an oven, you could, in theory, do it in a microwave. It's really up to you and how you feel like reheating it. You do it on a stovetop. Is it already cut up ribeye or is it like the full ribeye? I know what you have. I'm just talking out loud. The whole one, I would probably do it in the oven with your setup. Heat your oven up to 350. Throw it in for, I'd probably start it about 5 minutes. Check it about then. If it's not warm enough and heat it up to your preference, put it in for another minute and keep doing that until it gets to your preference. But I've told you multiple times, there's never a stupid question. But 5 minutes would be the minimum I'd do. In your case. For me, I'd probably start checking it about 3 minutes, but for you, I'd start checking it about 5 minutes. I also like my steaks a little bit rarer than you do. No. The thing is, Andrew, you've asked questions because you genuinely don't know. You're not asking things repeatedly that I've already told you multiple times. Yeah, I've told you how to cook steak before, but when I've told you to cook steak before, that has also been steak that was not previously cooked. This, you are essentially just reheating it. So, that's kind of... There's a difference in reheating a steak and cooking a steak from scratch. And it all just comes down to one is already cooked and the other one was not previously cooked. But also cooking is a skill. It is something that you don't know until you try it out, do it yourself in some way, have somebody else walk you through doing it. It's not something that everybody is just intuitively born knowing, like breathing. You should absolutely have the kielbasa in the freezer. But you should defrost it first. And I've told you numerous times, Andrew, I do not mind you using my cooking knowledge. I cooked professionally for 7 years. I've been cooking my entire life. I've been baking my entire life. I have so much knowledge just from testing and from following other recipes and from doing it professionally. I have no problem passing that knowledge on. Now, if you ask me to make a menu for a week, I may or may not be able to do that, depending on personal taste preferences, but Romby, that sounds fucking delicious. And I am envious. You should not feel dumb asking, though. You don't know what you don't know. To my knowledge, you have never cooked professionally. You have never taken a cooking class. You weren't really taught how to cook. Like, you did not have somebody in your life regularly pulling you into the kitchen, teaching you how to cook things. Yeah, but Andrew's allergic to nuts, so. So with those 3 criteria, there's a lot you don't know, and that's natural. It is not a moral failing, it's not a personal failing, it's just you weren't taught. So you can't be expected to know things that you weren't actually taught. Especially if it's something that, like, you previously did not have much of an interest in. The only reason I remember it is because of how many times I've been in voice with Andrew and I've been eating nuts and I mention it and Andrew has mentioned that he's allergic to it. You know, when one of my favorite snacks is just cashews. I don't have any cashews right now, but when one of my favorite snacks is just munching on cashews, it happens a lot. But also that's why I don't mind lending my knowledge to people, because, like, not everybody has had my experiences. There's some people who have had similar experiences to me, but not everybody has. And I'm not going to fault somebody for not knowing something. And even if somebody has had similar experiences to me, if they ask me, hey, if I do this and this and this, would this be correct? I don't mind answering stuff like that. Or, hey, I've never cooked X thing before. Have you ever had any experience with it? And if it's something I have no problem walking somebody through it. You know, the only difference between somebody who has experience and somebody who doesn't have experience with me is somebody who doesn't have experience, I'm going to explain a lot more. And somebody who does have experience, I'm going to explain a lot less. And I'm going to use a lot more technical terms. Somebody without experience, I will dumb down my cooking talk. Because if I tell you to braise something, you don't know what braising is. But if I tell somebody who has had kitchen experience or who has, you know, played around with a lot of different recipes, they're more likely to know that. So, I basically just tailor how I talk based on somebody's experience. Because, like, if I told you, oh, just braise it, it'll be fine, you're not going to know what the fuck I'm talking about. And then it's going to make you feel dumber because you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Whereas if I explain what braising is, like, I might say, oh, you should braise it, but then I will follow up with, this is how you braise it, you know? Like, I'm not just gonna leave it at this unfamiliar term for you. I see that. I do not know if we have that. But I'm going to have to investigate that. Because it looks good. But yeah, so basically, do not feel dumb asking cooking stuff. Because it wasn't how you were raised, Andrew. Is it kind of a travesty that that's not how you were raised? Yes. But that's not on you. That is on the people who raised you. Hi, Tindy. And no, you. Like, I fully believe that everybody should learn how to cook because everybody belongs in the kitchen. The kitchen is where the food is. So, know you times 1,000 times infinity. But yeah, everybody should learn how to cook. It is a very valuable skill to have, and it's also a great way to learn how to feed yourself. So, and once you know like the basis of cooking, of like what can go together, what shouldn't go together, how to cook whatever meats you like, how to cook whatever vegetables you like, the possibilities are endless for you. Exactly, Tindy. So, like, I have no issue helping people learn how to cook because it's a very useful life skill to have. And I want people to be able to have that skill. I want people to be able to feed themselves. So. And since I have ads in a minute and a half, I'm just going to leave it on this screen because there is no point in me trying to progress when I'm just going to start ad breaks soon. But food is a passion of mine. I love it. Like, cooking food is a passion of mine. Not just eating food. Eating food is pretty damn great, but also cooking food is really, really fun for me. And I really enjoy it. I don't do it a whole lot anymore because I'm still a little bit burned out from it from doing it professionally, but and half the time my energy levels are just so low I can't cook. But it is still a passion of mine. I'm gonna go on my ad break. I have to go pee. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. In things that I just learned today, apparently my mother did not know that Tim Curry was in Muppet Treasure Island. So she was talking with me when I went out there. I made some apples. She was talking to me and she was talking about Tim Curry dying because he died today. You know, on the heels of Dolly Parton dying yesterday. So, clearly, the Grim Reaper death, whatever you want to call it, is a inept male Instacart shopper who just substitutes everything with the worst possible substitutions that don't even make sense. But I got to enlighten her about that, about the fact that Tim Curry considered himself a Muppet, that he had a Muppet made after his character in Muppet Treasure Island, that the Muppets made him an honorary Muppet, and that him and Miss Piggy had a fling. Is like, the reason that Michael Caine and Tim Curry were so good in their respective Muppet movies, A Christmas Carol and Muppet Treasure Island, were because Michael Caine treats the Muppets like they're just regular people. Tim Curry thinks he himself was a Muppet. It's all in how they acted that you can tell that. But yeah, so. And I thought I could ask you if anyone had taken it yet. And then I didn't think that far ahead. I see. Or rather, I did. But then I thought, what if I take the quest? Then I have to go on the quest. And I have to fight the werewolf. Or talk to the werewolf, which is worse. Because what if the werewolf doesn't like me? And what if when I try to shoot it with my silver arrow, I miss and shoot a tree instead, and then the tree would be mad at me? But it wouldn't really matter because I'd be dead because of the werewolf. That took a quick turn. So maybe I should put the quest back. Fable. Yes? Do you want me to tell you to take the quest? Maybe? I can't make this decision for you. Neither can I. Whenever I have to make a difficult decision, it's like I freeze in place. Suddenly, I'm unable to move until someone makes a decision for me. Like a slime. A frozen slime. A frozen slime that can't move. I've met slimes less anxious than you. You've met slimes? My tavern is open to everyone. Oh, right. What do slimes drink? Water. More slime. Bones. You sell bones? Only to slimes. Ah! Maybe you'll be able to add my bones to your menu soon. You'll just have to pick them up from the forest floor. I think I'd have a hard time convincing a werewolf to give up free bones. Why are you so anxious, Fable? In general? I think answering that would take up more time than we have to spare. About taking the quest, it seems to me that you want to take it, but you're trying to talk yourself out of it instead. Oh, well, I do want to go on that quest. Werewolves may not be the best muses, but it would make a good start for a song, right? The prelude of an epic. Fable, the protector of the woods, the world, the worms. The worms? It seems like they need protecting. But think about embarking on a quest, and I start to think more deeply about what might happen, all my bones start to shake and I feel dizzy. Is there something making you feel like you might fail? Aside from the bloodthirsty werewolf? We don't know what it's thirsty for. It might prefer orange juice. It might. Well, heroes have history, right? Great feats they can look back on to prove their bravery. Inspirational adventures that remind them of the light in the dark. I have the opposite of that. Great mistakes and epic regrets. Like the Mary Morgan incident. Or my first encounter with the Amaranth Hydra. Or the reason why nobody wants to spend time with me. Why does no one want to spend time with you? Because I'm unlucky. I'm unlucky, and whenever good things are supposed to happen, I ruin them. No matter how easy things might be, nothing seems easy enough for me. Imagine there's one nail sticking out in the whole kingdom. Everyone would pass by it, except for me. I'd get caught on it and rip my coat. That happened once. Once? I wish it had just been once. It seems like my life only follows the path that's the most embarrassing. Or dangerous. Or dangerously embarrassing. The curse of ill luck follows me wherever I go, like an adventuring companion who secretly wants to kill you. No one wants to hang out with someone who naturally attracts bad things. You're too harsh on yourself, Abel. Emma? See, just last week I went to gather fresh flowers. The daffodils are blooming and they make for a nice bouquet, you know? Or hair accessories. They always calm my anxiety when I have them around. But me being me, I confused them with their evil twin, the weeping Amaryllis. Now guess what I spent the whole day afterwards doing? Weeping? Like a baby. All day. When I plucked them... Shit. I accidentally clicked. I think it said they started crying. I suddenly felt all the sadness of the world rush over me. I've never been so heartbroken. Sorry, that sounds horrible, Fable. It was. Between the tears and the sobs, I managed to make a tincture out of hogweed. It eased the pain, but the tears wouldn't stop until dawn. I'm so silly sometimes. About your first encounter with the Hydra. Well, just a day after it arrived to guard the portal to the dream plane Avalon, I wanted to be polite and neighborly, so I brought it some homemade biscuits. I burned them a little in the oven, but I thought since it has fire breath it wouldn't mind. So I approached the Amaranth Hydra, and I have this whole speech prepared about how I'm looking forward to having it around, and how its green scales match my hat, but it was so tall and intimidating I forgot all about what I wanted to say, so I just set down the biscuits and smiled awkwardly. It looked at my biscuits, then at me, and it said, "By the rivers of the stars stands a man who reads the firmament's past. Some things are as sturdy as the gilded ice. Some things are as changing as Leviathan's sea. All chimeras hate mice. All hydras love tea." I thought to myself, wow, the Amaranth Hydra has given me a riddle. A quest. Maybe this shall be my first adventure. But I couldn't figure out the answer, so I left. And I tried to solve the riddle for 3 days. I was too ashamed to step foot in front of it again, lest it know that I was not worthy of its wisdom. But then I couldn't take it anymore, and I ran back, apologized, and begged it for the answer. Turns out that's just how it speaks. It wanted tea. Did you get it some? Yes. Then you completed its quest. 3 days late. If it had needed an antidote, it would have died. Wood halves are about as useful as an antidote when you haven't been poisoned. They change nothing. I suppose you have a point. The Mary Morgan incident. Yes, the Mary Morgan incident. That was probably the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me. Do we really have to talk about that? Only if you want to. Alright, but just because it's you. An adventuring party was on their way, passing through the Ashen Grove. Due to the Sylvan spirits, it gets fairly foggy at night, and the fog bears great danger to anyone who isn't acquainted with the spirits who call it home. So they wanted guidance from a local ranger. A merchant up in Tregarin recommended me. I agreed to help, of course. My first adventure, yay! No riddles to get confused about either. I was so excited, but also very, very nervous, so of course it had to go wrong. I think it was the nerves. Why were you so nervous? New people, seasoned adventurers, one stronger than the next, all in shining armor and armed to the teeth. I leave a good impression, but my bad luck got in the way. How did it go wrong? Their condescending glares on my back as I walked them through the woods. Of course, I don't know whether they actually glared, but my fear got a hold of me and I led them astray. I must have blacked out. I've never gotten lost in the woods before. But this time I did. I couldn't see well, there was blood rushing in my ears, and I felt dizzy. So, for some stupid reason, I led them along a path no one should ever take. Past the riverbanks of the Shivermere, home to the Mary Morgan. You know the Mary Morgan, yes? The wrathful spirit that's known to drown men? Not sure if she really differentiates between genders, though. For some stupid reason, I led them right into her arms. I got scared, and in the end, they had to save me. They fought the creature, and we finally found a way out when dawn broke. And the fog ebbed away. I couldn't look at them for the rest of the journey. And I silently bid my farewells when we reached the other side of the Ashen Grove. I was too embarrassed to speak. I'm sure I was still the laughingstock of every one of their gatherings. How am I ever supposed to set foot in the adventuring world again? To be fair, it could have been worse. I could have led them right into the arms of the wyvern chimera that resides in the Quag Mangrove. They say it has a taste for adventurers. But you didn't. But I didn't. You seem to be very insecure. I think that's the biggest problem here. But how can I not be when everything I touch falls apart? You know that isn't true. You're right. I'm a great gardener. Everything grows around me, but I seem to just get smaller. Except zucchinis. I can't figure out how to grow those. So in a way, I'm like a zucchini. I'm insecure because I don't know what I'm capable of. You'll have to find that out then. Like, on a quest. For example. Don't you think I'm a little underleveled? Do you think that'll change by sitting around? I guess not. Someone has to help those people, right? What if I don't and then no one else comes around? What if I'm the only chance they got? But what if I'm not? What if there's someone better? The best thing you can do is try to help them. So what if another adventurer swings by and they're able to make the situation better? Isn't that a good thing? 4 hands are better than 2, and who knows, you might even end up forming a party. Oh! And besides, if it's a perfect hero they want, they'll be waiting forever. I didn't think about it like that. Maybe I shouldn't decide to give up before I even try. After all, I'm a very fast runner, so if I screw up, I can just run away real quick. That's the spirit. Hey, I, Fable, a great gardener and, future hero, charmer of nymphs, am going to embark on this quest and save the villagers. And I shall return victorious. Did I do it right? Yes, good job. I leave the quest in your capable hands, brave adventurer. Would you like a drink to aid you on your journey? Yes. Do you have something that can make me more nimble and quiet so that the werewolf won't see me coming? Something with a lot of dexterity? If I want to fight, I'm going to need that surprise round advantage. Or maybe something that can help me with diplomacy. Perhaps it's just a hungry lost lichen after all, and it only needs a pep talk and a hug. Maybe we could even be friends. But I would need something with a lot of charisma for that. I will leave the choice up to you. Just make sure you don't pick a random recipe. Please keep it to one of the abilities I asked for. Remember, your choice can influence my fate. It could change the entire outcome of this quest. But, of course, I'm sure you're already aware of that. Sorry for backseat mixing. Oh, let's see. So... we're either going to give her a swift strike or a spoken heart. I think I'll do the swift strike for her. 3. 1. 2. I should do it. That tastes great. Very brisk. Do you feel a little braver? No, not yet. But I feel faster, more agile, swifter with my bow. Like my arrows could find any werewolf's heart. I'm sure the bravery will come later. I'm sure it will. Thank you. This drink gave me some hope and heart palpitations. I think that's your anxiety. Maybe. You got this, Fable. I'll try. Have some faith in yourself. Okay, this. It's better. Oh, I almost forgot. I was thinking about how much of your words helped me yesterday. And how I'd have to thank you properly if I ever did end up taking a quest, so... So? I brought you some phoenix chilies from my garden. They seem like something you might enjoy. They possess natural magical properties. If you plant them in the right soil, they can grow to be fire resistant. And consumption can pass that on to mortals like us. Exactly! I thought they might go well with your drinks. They will. Thank you, Fable. That's a very thoughtful gift. Since I'm waiting for another shipment of infusions in a few days, I'll take a look at them all together later. Of course! I'm glad you like them. Maybe I'll order a drink with some next time. But first I have to complete my quest. I'll see you post-victory. Wonder how Fable is doing. Let's see. Fable. We got Lynn. Uh, These are all in the forest. Recipes. Ingredients. Okay. Fusions. Northern Republic. The Republic of Fiosa is Fiosa's primary nation. It is geographically and culturally divided by the large mountain range of Dulvamir, stretching out over a significant portion of the continent. The Republic's western side is so expansive it is divided into a northern and southern half. The Northern Republic is full of lush forests and mangroves. Coastal cities are important trading hubs for the islands in the west, like Diria or the Highlands. Even further north are the Fearsome Mountains, a giant and fairly dangerous mountain range to explore, partly due to the semi-regular volcanic activity. So that's the werewolf one. That's the grove. Ashen Grove. The Ashen Grove is the largest forest on the entire continent. It is a magical forest with a mysterious fog that shrouds the woods as soon as the sun vanishes from the horizon. No one really knows why said fog calls the Ashen Grove home. Many attribute to the Sylvan spirits, and the veil to the spirit realm being especially thin at night. A clan of elves watches over the Ashen Grove, each of them guarding certain parts of the forest. Since they know the forest intimately, they also ensure that no one has to walk through it alone. The shore on the west of the forest is called the Quag Mangrove, a dangerous place even most of the elves avoid. Rumor has it that some gruesome, brutal beast lives there. Tregarin has a very unique charm to it, with expansive fields of wheat that sway in the gentle breeze all around town. The fields yield so much harvest that some of it is exported to cities beyond, even up to the capital. Its pumpkins are quite popular too. In addition to various plants, there's also an abundance of farm animals around, like sheep, cows, and chickens. Amidst the idyllic serenity, the entire town looks optimistically into the future, knowing together they can overcome any and all problems that might head their way. Zenith. The town this tavern belongs to is Zenith, although technically it's on the crossroad hill right beside it. Zenith itself is a small but warm and welcoming town. It has a quaint marketplace, small guild houses, and a beautiful Gaia temple. Close by is a crystal lake which delivers high-quality drinking water from the mountains. A lot of people pass through here on their quest for adventure, trade, or purpose. In Zenith, friendships are forged, alliances sealed, and destinies began. It's the perfect place for a friendly little tavern. Wayfarer's Inn. The Wayfarer's Inn stands atop a hill overlooking the bustling town of Zenith. Because of the vantage point, you can even see the capital Themis in the distance when you look out the tavern's main window. The cozy tavern welcomes travelers and locals alike and offers some well-deserved rest from the hectic life of adventuring. Along with said rest comes magical drinks which can enhance the abilities of young and old heroes alike, allowing them to master any quest with ease. Despite its great reputation, the tavern has remained a small affair, making it a comfortable spot to ruminate your worries. I also heard the innkeeper is a cutie, which is a big plus. And they'll find some new ingredients for me. Although, probably not. I hope my shipment arrives soon. You again. Me again. And who are you? Someone who wants a drink? What kind? Drink. Yes, I get it. Could you try being more specific? That Spoken Heart one tasted fine. Thank you. Broken Heart, just for you. Maybe it'll help you find more words. Good attempt, perfectly drinkable. Might make me come back for more, might not. Thank you, enjoy. Charming. Very charming. Why are you both covered in slime? Oh, you'll step on my cape. Oh, shush. Greetings, travelers. How may I help you? Not another one of those empty babblers. Oh, would you prefer a different line? Let's see. Hello and well met, adventurers. Would you like to try any drinks? No, that feels wrong somehow. You try the one where you just serve drinks quietly. I'm fresh out of that one, sorry. Thought so. You're planning to try and peer into my backstory? Probably. I'm warning you. I'm very good at ignoring non-essential NPCs. Wow. Why are you ignoring me? Not ye, the innkeep. The innkeep is ignoring me? Not in the slightest. Don't worry too much about him. He's a tad quirky. I see. The thing on your shoulder, is it quirky too? What thing? Ah, my cape! Your cape? That's not his cape. That green fellow on his shoulders is an ooze, or what's left of it. And the rest of it is on you. Aye. Pretty tough to clean off. May I ask how that happened? You just did. Maybe I can offer you two a drink in exchange for the story in your names. Yes, I love stories. Well then, may I have your name? No, but I shall tell it to you. I am Sir Alphonse Louis Frederick Duquette Dusang. It's long for Kyle. Kyle? Kyle. Well, Kyle, what kind of drink can I offer you? Blood. Or if you're out, I would also settle for something that tastes like blood. Or looks like it. Red is my favorite color. I'll look for something with red in it. Oh, wait, hold on. It's gonna be that. Some almost blood for you, sir. Thank you very kindly. That looks delicious. It tastes delicious. Very alive. Maybe as a chaser, you could let me have a bite. No. Okay. And whom may I offer the second drink? Rhea Frost Grip. Nice to meet. Yeah. Skip. Just serve me something strong, something that feels durable, tough like a mountain or the caves of Ur. One of those frosted lagoons looks close enough. Come on right up. Just for you, valued customer number 2. Are you hitting the placeholder text? Let me try. I see you are many things, but not a liar. Tastes like a pile of rocks, just how I like it. So, Rhea, Kyle, what about that ooze-filled story? Fine, guess you've earned it. Alright, picture me, deep in the mountains of Dulvamere, with my trusty axe and a good drink by my side. There I was, minding my own business, digging for the good stuff, you know. Hit a gold vein earlier and deemed myself the luckiest dwarf of all time. Had a real big pile of gold. Then suddenly this big ooze comes along and slurp. Gone it was. This is a very boring story. Perhaps we could go looking for my cape now. It's nearly sunrise. And? The sun kills ye? Oh, right. Did the ooze also eat the cape? Yes. No. Oh. Anyways, I wouldn't call myself the best warrior, but when that ooze slurped me gold, I had to do something. So I took me shovel, and dug, and hit, and dug, and hit, until there was nothing left of the ooze anymore. Well, almost nothing. So did you dig out your gold? Silly food, she dug out me. And guess what he was clinging on to? The gold? Oh yes, a big gold nugget. Should be enough to get me to Baruvia. And perhaps it can even get me a dandy new cape. I don't think so, Sunshine. We had a deal. We did? Please allow me to ask a question. What was that deal again? I get you to Barovia so you can participate in your fancy vampire banquet, and in return, I get the gold. What about my cape? Where did you last see your cape? Don't even bother. It's a lost cause. We looked everywhere on our way here. Fought cursed chests, many-eyed monstrosities, undead goons. I start to wonder, where in his life did this man put his cape? Where everyone puts their cape. Do you know where I put me capes? Where? In a wardrobe! Oh. So you can wear it inside the wardrobe land? What? No. Maybe we can find someone to retrieve your cape for you. We could? Phenomenal! I put out a quest for you, but before that we'd need a little more information. Good luck with that. First I'd need to know where you last saw your cape. I was getting ready to go to the annual vampire banquet hosted by Lord Strut in Barovia. While getting dressed, I realized I couldn't find my cape. My first thought, of course I cannot find it. The cape's invisibility is playing tricks on me. It's quite moody sometimes. Which is truly unfortunate when you want to wear it for an important event. We all know how important a fancy cape is for flaunting your vampire status. Of course. Then what was the last vampire event you wore the cape to? My wedding! Your wedding? When I married my sweet Evelyn, I simply had to wear my most treasured cape, to show how important she was to me. Evelyn, the vampiric Countess Evelyn residing in Marrow Castle? That would be her! Congratulations, are you still married? Ugh, of course not. I hate her. Every inch of her body. Turns out she just wanted... Spit it out, Lech. Or Leech. Oh, what? My cape. Oh, rats. Here we go again. My sweet Evelyn stole my cape. What now? That little, mean, vicious, beautiful beast. Her, that thief of thieves, robbed me of my most precious possession. Wouldn't that be your heart? No, I had that taken out centuries ago. But my cape! I could never live without that. Oh, sweet, sweet Evelyn, how could you do this to me? I trusted her with all I had. That's rough, buddy. Perhaps, Innkeeper, that's your name, right? Sure. Do you think there's a courageous adventurer out there brave enough to retrieve my precious cape for me? I'm afraid that my sweetest Evelyn will kill me on sight if I ever set foot in her villa again. Yes, I think we can find such an adventurer. We're setting up that search right now. So where could a brave adventurer find Marrow Castle? Deep past the abyss of dread, at the foot of a mountain range that looks like a witch's bosom, towers the mansion of my dear Evelyn, Queen of Darkness, Temptress of Men, Flamenco champion of 1467. The right hero should be able to outsmart her and escape with their life. But be wary, she bites. And she may be invisible now. Alright, I think I've got everything I need. I'll write up a quest for you. I'm sure you'll have your cape back in no time. Okay. So, another cursed monologue. Innkeep, quickly, another drink. I don't think I can make it through another tale of woe without some artificial stamina. I need another lagoon. I'll see what I can do. Oh, whoops. No, 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 no. What was that? I don't know why I thought it wasn't. Liquid stamina for a valued guest. Together. Let me try. Yeah, I can. I might even last till dayfall with this. How, would you like another drink as well? No, I cannot drink now that I am consumed with thoughts of my love's betrayal. Oh, it ails me so. Everything ails you. The whole way here you were complaining about having to walk. My bat form doesn't work like it used to. I'm out of practice and the slime weighs heavily on my shoulders. And my back is all itchy. By the dragons, could it be because you insisted on sunbathing? Oh, right. Innkeeper! Do you have a drink to protect me from the sun? Perchance something that would also moisturize my delicate skin? I'm afraid not. Oh. My Aunt Matilda used to harness the power of a chimera's saliva for sun protection. A chimera? A thing, beast made of several animals. Got 3 heads and all, made by the dragons to guard Gaia. Likes to eat people for breakfast. I'm aware. I just didn't know its saliva could be so useful. Ah. If only I hadn't eaten that delectable bear chimera in the Scarlet Caves, I could have asked it for a sample of its saliva. I'm sure that would have gotten over well. Actually, I might know where to find one. Really? Will you get it for me then? No. Oh. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Miss Frostgrip, dear Rhea, perhaps we can alter our deal? Oh, nay, forget it. I ain't going. With nothing on me but a shovel and ooze goop, I'd be no match for such a beast. No problem, I can make another quest for my trusted board. And when will it be done? Tell me, when I can walk among mortals in the glistening sunlight once more. As soon as a fearless adventurer picks it up and succeeds, especially that part. Splendid, did you hear that? A quest just for me. Let's leave it at 2. Say, Innkeep, while we wait for someone to do his work for him, do you perhaps have a room or 2? Possibly a room without sunlight? We don't want Snow White to go up in flames over here. Sure thing, I've got a couple of barred up rooms. You can stay there. How much? You can pay when you leave. Grand. Seems like they gave you more personality than usual. Keep it up. Maybe you'll become a real person one day. Thanks, Rhea. Thank you. Enjoy your day. You too, tasty creature. Uh, Evelyn, on a mild summer morning, a senile vampire came to look for his cape of invisibility at the Wayfarer's Inn. After steady questioning, the innkeeper uncovered that he lost his cape at his wedding, where his ex-wife, Countess Evelyn, stole it from him. She resides at the foot of the Witch's Wrath Peak. Venture to the peak and dare to retrieve the long-lost cape, but be aware she might be invisible. Ah, that's what I was missing. Until sunrise. Deep in the Quag Mangrove resides a wyvern chimera. Its scales and claws are a valuable treasure to any alchemist, its saliva even more so. As it happens, a certain vampire may be able to use the rare saliva to produce a sunscreen so effective that even he could walk in broad daylight. Is there any adventurer or mouse brave enough to confront the beast, the chimera, not the vampire, and bring back a bucket of saliva? New friends and former enemies, 59th of the Wake. My shipment of infusions finally arrived this morning. I now have access to some fake crystals and frozen pine cones. Together with Fable's Phoenix chilies, I have 3 infusions now. I'll unpack them later when I have some time. I have a feeling they'll be of use soon. Huh. Just let me pick up some chamomile tincture from my treehouse. Chamomile is proven to be great for healing wounds. You've done enough, little pal. I'll be good from here, thanks. Fable. Lynn, back so soon? Innkeep. Say, did you send this blighter after me? I told you they have nothing to do with any of this. It's my fault. My fault alone. So let me at least fix you up. You better keep your clumsy hands off me. Now, how about we calm our spirits a bit and you tell me what happened? A misunderstanding, I suppose. Yes! The elf thought I was an Uncle Dragon look-alike. The uncle that looks like a werewolf? Yes. No, it's a bit more complicated. Doesn't matter. What matters is the elf mistook me for a werewolf. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Maybe, but not on purpose, I promise. It's just me and my bad luck. See, it happened again. Nothing ever goes right. Don't say that, Fable. Tell me what happened. We can start from the beginning, alright? Right, so... You sent me out to look for the werewolf in Tavern. I felt agile and ready, braver than I've ever felt before. The quest that I gave you, Innkeep. I recall, Lynn. Huh, good. Shortcuts and trails that allowed me to travel rather swiftly through the Ashen Grove. And by early dusk I reached the borders of Tavern. The Ashen Grove thins out around there. You can catch a glimpse of the wide fields and vineyards as well as see a farm or two. Truly idyllic, especially during sunset. There's one downside to that idyllic sunset, though. Ugh. It gets dark. Of course it does, and every tall, looming person in the dark is automatically a werewolf, huh? No, but every tall, looming person hunting down a farmer's sheep is. No, I didn't do that. Yes, you did. And the quest stated that was exactly what the werewolf would be doing. In my defense, I'm broke. We've all been there. So, Lynn was busy hunting sheep, and in the shadows of dusk, you thought she must be the werewolf. Exactly so. And then you needed not one, but 3 arrows. Got adds of 5. I'm swift with the bow. I figured. And I was preparing to fight, not bargain. So I shoot. Trigger happy. I can't get myself to aim right for the heart, so I aim for the shoulder. And suddenly the werewolf starts cussing words I'd never heard before, like a sailor. I can imagine a sailor would swear. I've never actually met one. You're telling me you never heard blah, blah, blah before? Hey, what's going on? Why is it censored? Youth protection. The age rating system is quite harsh. Ah. Anyways, I was watching my prey through the bushes, and suddenly I felt a piercing pain in my shoulder. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Of course I cussed and swore. That hurt. Never been so happy to have missed. So I turned around and got ready to lunge at the rascal who dared aim at me. And an orange gleaming eye stared at me through the shadows right into my soul. I thought, that's it. I'm over. I heard the bells of death ringing in my ears. I was done for, and I hadn't even set foot out of the Ashen Grove. I stumbled backwards, tripped over a branch, and crashed into a tree. Nah, that weren't the passing bells, Elfie. Actual bells from the chapel in town. My name's Fable. Right. So they crashed into a tree, and the rustling of leaves, cracking of branches, and high-pitched yelp. I didn't yelp. Yes, you did. The attention of the actual culprit. He must have been on his way to tear apart yet another sheep. Or perhaps the farmer's heart this time after our wrestling caught his attention. I heard the growling, such a deep guttural growl, it made my blood curdle. I swear I saw my life flash before my eyes. Sounded more like an empty stomach to me. A big empty stomach then. Either way, very bad, very bad. A howl rang through the air when he emerged from the bushes. Tall and towering, glowing red eyes and fangs as big as my hand. Probably around 8 feet high. 6 feet max. 8. Seeing that tall creature sent shivers down my spine. You said that already. No, I didn't. Seeing that tall creature sent shivers down my spine. And I was frozen. I was sure that the Mary Morgan incident would repeat itself. I'd stand there and watch everything as it happened, unable to move. He looked around and sniffed the air, and his eyes locked with mine. But then I remembered what you told me. Werewolves love playing fetch. So I swiftly pushed away from the tree and picked up a stick from the ground. The werewolf noticed my movement, but before it could lunge at me, I threw the stick into the bushes as far away from me as possible. I wanted to buy myself some time to adjust my bow, but the stick somehow also influenced Carolyn, and both of them hurled toward the bushes. And that's not all. While I couldn't help but run after the stick, I noticed something odd on the werewolf. Flannel rags. So I forgot about the stick and grabbed him by the throat, slamming him against a tree. He wiggled and twisted like a worm, growling and barking right in my face. I stared him right in the eyes as I heard the elf approach from behind. They knocked an arrow on the bow. Don't, Carolyn said, and I lowered my bow hesitantly while she studied the werewolf's face. She growled like she always does. Ugh. Uncle Dragon, she exclaimed, and I flinched. That Uncle Dragon? Yeah, my darned uncle was in full werewolf transformation in front of me, right there, acting like the biggest, wildest rascal in the world. I was joking when I told you that story, Innkeep. I wouldn't have thought the werewolf was actually my uncle. But this is exactly why I don't do cases involving lycanthropy. So how'd you deal with him? Confronted him, of course. Knocked some sense into him, you know. We tied him to a tree so he wouldn't get any ideas before transforming back. I knew learning all these sailor knots was good for something. It's good for a lot more than that. Oh, I mean, either way. The truth was only half as exciting as figuring it out was. Apparently, he contracted lycanthropy at the annual family gathering. And since he grew short-tempered, he and his husband got into a lot of fights. So he ran away. I can understand that all too well. Ads are going to start. I will see you guys in about 3. Excuse me. Welcome back, everybody. I decided to finish my apples. Because I was almost done with them when my ad breaks ended, so I was like, I've got 3 slices left, I'll finish it. But yeah, that was an apple and a half that I had to eat, so... let's see. This back up. I don't understand that all too well. And of course, I can't kill Carolyn's uncle just because he's a werewolf. So you let him go. The elf knows a swamp witch that might have worked out a cure. Dropped him off there. No more tearing apart sheep for now. So, all in all, you'd say the quest was a success? With a few obstacles attached. And someone getting hurt. Listen, the arrows themselves ain't the problem. The coat, though, that was expensive. I'm sorry, really? Ah, don't worry about it. After all, we got rid of the lichen. For now. Alfie even got you a keepsake. It's nothing really. It's not even that interesting. I just thought... You thought? I thought it would be a nice reminder of my first successful quest. I like trinkets. What is it? Come on, quit being shy. Well, we played fetch with the stick afterwards, and I thought I could bring it here. After Carolyn brought it back to me. Had to finish playing fetch after all. A nice memory of sorts, you know? It is a nice memory. Thank you, Fable. I know just where to put it. Anyway, how about a drink to celebrate? On me. I told Carolyn you have a hand for mixing just the right thing for any situation. Absolutely, for the both of you? I'll pass. I'm going to run home quickly to get the chamomile tincture. See you later. Later. So, Innkeep, surprise me with something that fits my brawn. By which I mean make me the usual. Strength never gets old. Yeah, this should be to your liking. It's not bad. Thanks. So, that little blighter, you raise him? Fable? Oh, no. No? That's surprising. You two seem very close, like family. You're a regular. I see. Huh. This still available? Yes! Great, I'm taking it. You still have arrows stuck in your shoulder. 'Tis but a scratch. Plus, Elfia's getting me one of their hippie salves. Should be fine after. Alternatively, you could take a rest. Get some sleep, let your wounds heal, rid yourself of the ammunition decorating your body. Alternatively, you could mind your own business. I'm just suggesting. I know what I can handle. And if I don't move to a proper quest without bumbling elves and useless relatives, I'll go insane sooner or later. You want that? No, at least not in my tavern. I worked really hard on that woodwork. Then do your job and let me take it. I mean, you already have. I'm just doing my job and, how do you call it, expressing appropriate concern. You did this woodwork yourself? Excellent transition, then. Yes, I did. I did all of it myself. Why? Couldn't get anyone to help? I have a very specific vision. And too much free time? That too. Boredom does things to you. One day you're bored, next you're learning how to gloss wood. Do you know any carpentry? I know of carpentry. and of boredom. That's exactly why I gotta take this quest. Need to counteract the boredom before it makes my biceps shrink. I don't think that's how it works. But boring's not what I'd call this quest in the slightest. Stealing from a chimera for a vampire sunscreen? Couldn't get more reckless than that. Could by taking Elfie along. Fair point. Please don't. I won't. Don't need another accidental piercing. So the saliva's for a vampire. Vampire sunscreen. Can't a vampire get their chimera goo themselves? It's a wyvern chimera. Vampires and fire don't mix too well. Also, if everyone just did their own quest, the quest economy would be in shambles. Suppose that'd be terrible for your business. Indeed. Does it bother you that it's for a vampire? No. Does it make you nervous? No. You did mention you like fangs. Did I mention that I have a greatsword 3 times the size of your head? I'm sure a vampire would find that impressive. Have you ever encountered a chimera before? No. Got me thinking, ain't it kind of blasphemous to steal from a draconic guardian? Depends. Are you religious? Guess not. Then no. Would it be if I was? Don't think so. Steal riches all the time, and they were created to be guardians by the protectors of the realms. So, stealing something to protect someone else seems in line with the doctrine. Good thing you ain't a priest. You do a piss poor job. Thank you. Is it blasphemy what you're most worried about? I'm worried. Okay, nervous. Ain't that either. Then what is it? Excitement, I suppose. Excitement? Don't laugh. I'm not laughing. I'm asking. Yes, excitement. I've never encountered a guardian before, and I've always sort of wanted to. Why haven't you? Ain't exactly easy to find one, or to survive one. This seems like a great opportunity for you, then. It is. What's it about guardians? It's less about the guardian and more about what created it. Maybe a little about the chimera. It's got a dragon head, right? Yes. Modeled after its creator, I would guess. So, let me rephrase that. What is it about dragons and chimeras with dragon heads? They're cool. Also, Lynn, are you about to tell me you're a monster fucker? I'm not gonna judge, but I feel like that's where this conversation is going. When I was little, my Baba used to tell me bedtime stories about the dragons every night. She was a great adventurer and encountered many of their creations on her journeys. Not sure if it's true, but she always claimed she met each of the realm keepers themselves. Had little keepsakes from them and all. My sword's one of those. Passed it on to me before she left. One day she was just gone. Think she wanted to spend her last moments somewhere else. Like to think she visited one of her dragons one last time. Maybe she's off stealing sheep. Too soon. That sword and her stories are all I have left of her. Going on this quest, it almost feels like I'm stepping into a memory of hers. Did she ever tell you about a wyvern chimera? No, it was the only kind she never encountered. Had quarrels with those feline ones, different varieties of scales, even a cow one, I think, but never found a wyvern one in all her years. It would have been nice to be able to tell her the story when I return. If I return. I'm sure you will. You can tell the story to me. I don't know if I make for a good baba, but I do enjoy a good tale. I'll think about it. You already got me talking too much. This is you talking too much? So, you like dragons? Do? They're fascinating creatures. Very interesting. Very magical. They are fascinating and magical. I used to pretend I was one when I was little. Really wanted their magic. And their wings. You can just ask them for their magic. Not sure about their wings. I'm not a priest either. Besides, I'm a warrior. Don't do all that magic blah blah blah. Why not? I like my sword and my muscles. They're a good combo. And I don't need to rely on anyone, not even dragons. A little help never hurt anyone. The last time someone tried to help, they shot me with 3 arrows. They weren't trying to help you, they were trying to kill you. But alas, does that mean you don't want to drink to pep you up, Lynn? Didn't say that. I see, that doesn't count as help. It's prepayment for me taking on your quest. Sure. You'll be happy to hear that I have some incredible infusions to offer that could greatly help with your quest. Nah, it sounds unnecessarily complicated. Let's keep it simple. Alright, what can I get you then? I reckon a little bit of a boost for this body couldn't hurt. Heard they're quick and toothy, so I'll need to be hardy for its bite. Some defense might come in handy. Or something for the brain. Papa talked quite a lot about how much they enjoy a good ruse. Maybe I can outsmart it with the right play. But I'd need some intelligence for that. Won't be risking it all on a bad idea. Maybe you'd want the drink with an infusion? I just got to unpacking my shipments today. A what? Infusion. I use them to spice up my drinks. They grant you special abilities. Like Phoenix chilies. A little bit of one would make you fire resistant. That could be very useful in a fight. Sure, I'll try one. And on the topic of trickery, no, one is enough. Either you mix defense with your weird chilies, or you go heavy on the intelligence. Don't need any more of your fancy tricks. I don't care which one you pick. That's your job. Hi, Toads. Thank you for the lurk. That's your job. Figure it out. Now that I have access to infusions, I have to be careful of how they interact with other ingredients. They might alter the drink in a way where I have to use different ingredients than usual. Ah. I should make sure to keep an eye on the coaster shape so that I mix the correct recipe. Maybe I should even try adding an infusion first and adjusting the drink from there. Let's give it a try. Stream is going well. I did change up my, Okay. I had to change up my plans for today, but minor change up. Instead of playing with people today, I'm going to be playing with people tomorrow. So, not too terrible. Okay, so I'm going to give her the defense one. Well... No. Figured it out. You getting better. Thanks. I'm feeling tougher already and dangerously close to catching fire myself. Think I could almost take on a dragon like this. Let's stay grounded. How urgent is the sunscreen? Pretty urgent. The sun tends to not take a break, even for vampires. Maybe he should sunbathe less then. That might solve his problems. Also, if you guys don't know my friend Totes, he is a wonderful, wonderful person. I met him at TwitchCon a few years ago. Year ago? Something like that. A year or two ago. I think it was last year. Ah, no, brain's bad. No, you! And he streams a lot of horror stuff. So. And does Killer in DVD. And I'm pretty sure that's how I met him. So. Might. But when has an easy solution ever been fun? Good point. I'll see what I can do. Maybe they got some mice in that mangrove. Good luck. Won't be needing it. What I do need is that chamomile salve. Gonna go look for the blighter. Go easy on them. Thank you. I'll be waiting to hear of your exploits upon your return. Oh, you again. Hello. So, there's this elf person here named Fable who took a quest to subdue a werewolf, and the werewolf was targeting farmers' sheep. So, Lynn over here is currently a little bit out of money and was eyeing some sheep, and Fable confused Lynn with the werewolf that they were supposed to be looking for, and very, very quickly shot Lynn 3 times in the arm. And then the actual werewolf showed up. The actual werewolf turned out to be Lynn's uncle, who somehow contracted lycanthropy. Because they are not actually werewolves. Basically, misunderstanding. To you too. This quest, it wasn't here yesterday. You're very astute. That is correct. It seems dangerous. It is. And mysterious. Sure. Like me. You could be less mysterious by telling me your name. Zephyr. Did the wind carry you in? No. My legs. I want that quest. Well, you can have it. Not just literally, physically. Emotionally. Emotionally? I want to take on that quest. Go to the castle to get the cape. I mean... Yes. Well, no one has gone to the castle yet, so if someone would like to go, they would be welcome to. So you know of the castle? Yes. It seems strange. It is. A vampire lives there. I heard rumors, whisperings, of a strange, fiendish woman residing there. What a coincidence, me too. Has she ever frequented your tavern? No, not recently. But she has? Right? It's such an inconvenience that a misunderstanding comes down to being struck by arrows. Once had a vampire mixer. Interesting. So she was only here at night? Yes. Would you say she was unnaturally pale? No, she had a lot of makeup on. But below that mask? Sure, yes. Would guess she looks pretty dead below that. What did she order? Blood. Interest. You sell blood? Of course. Whose blood? Did you know about wolves avoiding the castle? Really? All of them? Yes. She has a lot of werewolf traps set up, but all animals seem to steer clear of Marrow Castle. They say its doors are always locked, so nothing can go inside or leave. And anything that tries to merges into her land in one way or another. As a grave, a pile of decorative bones, dirt feeding rotting flowers. They say death clings to her doorstep like an everlasting melody. Sounds like a strange place. Like a tomb for something still alive. Or for a goth. Goth or vampire, she seems to be a thief. It appears so. Do you not sympathize with that? Thievery is an honorable skill, but it must be performed in secret. Or you're not worth the coins in your pocket. Also, stealing a man's cape is just plain rude. I suppose. Only thing worse than that is stealing a man's hat. Not if it's cursed. Especially then. Point is, if you can't defend yourself from having your trophies reclaimed, you must live with the consequences. The consequences being you? Exactly. It definitely sounds like you know what you're doing. Of course I do. I am one with the shadows and the wind, gone before they even notice I'm there. So you could easily swipe something else along with the cape, right? Certainly. Gold, gemstones, other treasures, whatever pays bills. We want some interior decorations. Like what, for example? Just something to pretty up my tavern a little bit. Maybe something useful that also doubles as a decoration. Like a chair? Stealing a whole chair sounds a little bit too ambitious for your first quest with me. I'd prefer something smaller, like a little trinket. My walls are still a bit empty. Wait, you're being serious? Absolutely. A memento that once belonged to an eccentric vampire sounds like a wonderful addition to the tavern. I'll see what I can do. You won't be disappointed. Well then, I trust you to deliver yourself to her doorstep and the cape back to me. Along with a neat little addition to my interior design. Oh, and I got this stick here because apparently werewolves like to play fetch. So. Sounds like I'll need a few stamps. Would you like some? No, too traceable. How about a drink then? I do have one of those. I heard your drinks inspire transformations of a great magnitude. Allow you to dip into parts of yourself that you weren't previously aware of. Raise yourself up from your shadow. Say, what do you trade them for? A joke. A joke? That's not... I don't do jokes. Then I don't do drinks, I'm afraid. How do explorers hide their treasure? How? By dragging them to a safe location. Oh, I feel bad for you. You may have one of my renowned drinks. And some of my renowned infusions. Infusions? Intriguing. What vile magic do you have to offer? For your purposes, I think you can benefit from either some fey crystals or a frozen pine cone. The frozen pine cones have absorbed some of the nature's icy properties. They can help you form a magical frost barrier that will hurt those trying to harm you. The fey crystals hail straight from Avalon, allegedly. If consumed, they'll turn you invisible eventually, and for a bit. The duration is a bit unpredictable. I've also got some Phoenix chilies, but I don't think they would be very useful for your situation. Interesting. So what dark depths of yourself are you looking to explore? I fear that Lady Evelyn may be of the undead nature. So I must be strong and vigorous if I want my stake in her heart before her fangs are near my neck. Though that does sound appealing. Strength I can do. And some frost armor should help with the fangs. Or perhaps the smarter route would be to evade her wrath entirely, to out-stealth her and steal the cape from right under her pale nose, so that she may lie in the shame of having lost against me. I think such an approach would require a certain amount of dexterity, and some invisibility could help with staying unseen should my speed and agility not be enough. Help me with the decision, Innkeep. Your wisdom is no joke, is it? I do Swift Strike for you. It is fake crystal. Fake crystal. That. Go, a drink that all vampires fear. Garlic breath? Not quite, but that's a good name. May I steal it? You don't ask for permission before you steal something and keep. Then it's no longer a clever ruse, but a mere trade. I see. Did you hear about my new drink, the garlic breath? Ha! Good one. Tastes like, not garlic, but just as fearsome to a vampire. You don't find garlic scary? No, only the absence of it. It makes two of us. Hopefully this will help me evade her. I'm not prepared for a fight, but I won't need one if my steps are as swift and quiet as the wind. And if she can't see me. Goodbye, Innkeep. I would say pray that the sun will carry me back to you, but my hopes do not lie with the realm keepers, and I shall be damned if they control my fate. Expect to see me again after the next sunfall. If you do not. Speak of vengeance. Vengeance makes for an early grave. Or for a good story. Farewell. Alright, let's see. Swamp is a swamp area connected to the Dark Marsh. More swamps. Its name comes from a mythical area within the Moon Swamp, where allegedly all 7 moons reflect in a pool of clear water all at once. These moon pools are a place only few have seen, and its physical rather than metaphorical reality is a highly contentious topic. The swamp is very tricky to traverse, since even during daytime it's entirely covered in a thick fog, only getting worse with bad weather. While the moon swamp is beautiful at times, many adventurers do not venture far into it, valuing their safety over a thorough tour. The Dark Marsh unfolds across its landscape as a menacing area in constant twilight. The murky waters deep inside the moon swamp send shivers down the spine of anyone who would dare make it this far. Navigating its waterways requires constant caution, for the mist creature creates illusions that distort reality and guide travelers into the murky depths. Never to be seen again. Somehow, nights in the Dark Marsh are far more tenebrous than anywhere else. Perhaps it is because the moon pools are claiming so much of the iridescence for themselves. Could this be due to the portal to the Twilight Chasm, rumored to have opened within them 3 decades ago? The Nightmare realm would probably be ravenous for the light. Marrow Castle is an old, impressive castle atop the rocks of the Witch's Wrath Peak, a section of the Breothless mountain range. Its mist-cloaked silhouette gives every adventurer an unsettled feeling, especially in combination with the countless vampiric myths surrounding its doorstep. Rumors tell about vampiric nobility calling the castle their own, and many attribute the morbid decorations of its surroundings to this mysterious and possibly ancient inhabitant. Darkwood Thicket. In stark contrast to the Pale Woods, the Darkwood Thicket is a looming, mysterious woodland area shrouded in, you guessed it, fog. The woods resonate with an eerie stillness broken only by the occasional haunting calls of nocturnal creatures. The area carries a sense of foreboding toward the Moon Swamp while waiting further south. As daylight struggles to reach through the thick flora, the atmosphere becomes creepy and sinister. Despite appearances, it seems that no real danger comes from the thicket, which is why the Republic leaves it as a natural border between the fields close to the capital in the north and the far more dangerous Moon Swamp in the south. Interesting. Bitter end. And we feed our pet. Four, Starlit Sonata. Part 4 of Act 1. Starlit Sonata. 60th of the Wake. Also, I love the little dragon on the table over here. That's like cool. Hello, who are you? Hey, Keep. Hey, Chrissy, long time no see. So true, I've been pretty busy this hatching season. A lot to do? Yeah, the birds seem to be in a slight uproar, like something is amiss. I just can't figure out what. Animals often have a sixth sense, you know. They do indeed. Anyways, hand over a drink, will you? Of course, what'll it be this time? Something for the wits again? You know me well. Too well, I guess. That's the curse of being a regular. Eventually I'll have you all figured out. I hate to disappoint you, but you're wrong today. Am I now? Yes, I'm quite confident in the capabilities of my mind and wits. Of course. So what I'll need instead is something to protect me from weather or foe, so I'm sealed for any situation. That makes sense. I'll see what I can do. Sealed, just a bit more digestible. This is exactly what I need for my trip. Where are you headed, anyways? Oh, to the island of Boreas. I want to reconnect with some friends at the annual Borean Art Convention. Isn't Boreas difficult to reach? Not exactly a place known for its population. The convention is especially for creatures like sylvan spirits, trolls, and the like. They'll also be electing the scariest monster for the next issue's Screech Magazine. Sounds exciting. It'll be a sight to behold for sure. But do you know what I'm most excited about? Nymphs? No. They're pretty, don't get me wrong, but definitely not the reason why I'm going to Boreas. That'd be Fable's reason. You're so right. If you do happen to meet a nymph, greet them for me. Sure. Now that we know what I'd be excited for, how about you? The geysers and hot springs, especially around this time of year when the mornings are still a bit chilly? And the sun tickles the sky on the horizon? That sounds lovely. I'm sure those things will be nice muses too. Bet. I'm bringing an extra set of paints this time so I don't run out again. I mean, Fable taught me how to make some from flowers and berries, but Borean flora is unsuitable for things like that. Seems like you're well prepared either way. Absolutely. How are the birds doing apart from being in distress? Well, the cinnamon and green-cheeked conures are growing out to be such a lovely bunch. I can't wait to release them back in the wild once they're strong enough. With your care, they'll be ready in a heartbeat. I'm guessing you're taking Ruby and Merlin along to the convention? Of course. As for the others, I obviously can't take them with me. But I asked Fable to look after everyone. In exchange, I'll teach them how to grow zucchini. Speaking of which, I wanted to leave my keys under their doormat. Sorry for the short stay, but I gotta hurry or else I'll miss my boat. It's quite the walk to their treehouse. And you don't want to have to compensate me for that, do you? I wouldn't mind, but I also don't want you to be late to your convention. Well then, so long, Inky. See you soon. Good evening, Fable. Did you have a good day? I did. Well, sort of. It was a little depressing. How so? Can I have a drink first? Sure. What are you looking for? Something zesty, perhaps? No, not today. Something to help me wind down a little. Feel a little less like a bunch of mushy moss. Though I still have to make the rounds around the grove later. So something that'll keep me awake and agile would be nice. Do you think you know me well enough to guess what I might need? Already on it. Because I'm pretty sure you want the dexterity, right? This is delicious. You always know what I need. I think I feel ready to tell you the story now. Please, go ahead. Do you remember Mr. Dragon? Lynn's deadbeat werewolf uncle, unfortunately. I think he's still on her mind. She's been very down since we came back, and I'm worried about how quiet she's being, too. I wanted to cheer her up. That's very kind of you. How'd you do that? I tried to. It didn't go very well. She probably just pretended it didn't happen. Fable. Tell me about it, please. Okay. So, we have this small werewolf community in the Ashen Grove. A couple of lycanthrope-affected elves settled there about 200 years ago. And they've welcomed people like them ever since. They offer support for anyone trying to get their curse under control, and a home with a beautiful view to boot. I thought if I took Carolyn there, I could show her that there's still hope for her uncle, even if he doesn't find a cure. She thought it was ridiculous and a little silly. At least until I started trying to involve the werewolves. Oh boy. I tried to tell them about Mr. Dragon so they could help cheer her up. I thought if I told them he's chasing a cure, they would be interested in meeting them. Maybe even offer to help. But instead, everyone just ended up really sad. And then we were all quiet. I'm sorry, Fable. It was a sweet idea. Maybe just a little too soon. Or too late. I wish I could have done more that day. Maybe make them talk it out, or hug it out, or yell it out. That day is over. It happened, and it went how it went. All you can change is the present. I guess that's true. I took her on a walk after to my favorite spots in the grove. She told me a bit about her Baba. She sounds much nicer than Mr. Dragon. Indeed. I hope the Wyvern Chimera is everything she hopes it to be. Perhaps it will be, or maybe it'll be even more. I hope so. Well, may the stars of Cassiopeia and Leviathan guide her way. May they lead her down the right path and back to my tavern. Do you think she'll let me read her star sign soon? Maybe, if you ask her nicely. Maybe, though I wouldn't want to bother her. You should ask her. Alright, if you say so, I'll ask her when she comes back so I can draw her a chart. And if she says no, I'll just keep trying until I figure her out. That's the spirit. I hope she'll come back. Of course she will. They always do. I'd like to think so. Me too. Just take a break from worrying. Maybe stay a while before heading back. That sounds like a good idea. I'll just idle here a bit if that's okay. Always. Greetings, Innkeep. Greetings, Kyle. Greetings, green creature. Greetings, Mr. Vampire. How polite. Are you enjoying your drink? I am, thank you. Then I shall leave you to its inspiring aftertaste. Innkeep, say, did you move your inn by any chance? It took me hours to find it. I did not. Are you sure? I believe new alleyways may have formed themselves around your establishment. With winding paths and dark corners, anything could be hiding within them. Like a vampire? Silly snack, I don't need to hide. Except during games of hide and seek, I am very good at those. Maybe the inn wanted to play around with you. Mayhaps, but they underestimated my skill. As a 3-time hide and seek world champion, I would never lose to such a youngling of an inn. It's not that young. The wood isn't even rotting yet, dear Innkeep. It still has many eons ahead of it. The sound of that. As a celebration of a match well won, may I offer you a drink? Yes, I think that would be well deserved. Has that delicious blood of yours made it onto the menu yet? Not yet. Shame, then I shall have some of that faux blood again, please. It does make my bones feel more sturdy. Coming right up. Blood for your bones. Enjoy. Ah, this is perfect, Innkeep. The only thing that could make me happier would be a drink lovingly titled the Innkeeper's Vein. Keep dreaming, Count Dracula. Speaking of dreams, how's the retrieval of my cape coming along? Swimmingly. Well, actually, I think there's very little water involved. I wouldn't be so sure. My dear Evelyn has a beautiful pond filled with long-toothed spine guppies in her courtyard. It's her pride and joy. I would hope no one is swimming in that. But I have sent someone on your quest. I'm sure he'll return soon and you and your cape will be reunited. Marvelous! Speaking of inseparable teams, where's Rhea? Oh, she's taking the day off. She demanded vacation time, so I said she could choose any day and she chose today. I was going to also take a day off and spend her vacation with her. But when I wanted to follow her to the market, my sleeve caught on fire in my hand and my hair. So I was forced to stay back due to my allergies. The weeping amaryllis pollen is very bad this time of year. And the sun. The sun is also bad for vampires. It is? Yes. Alright, I need sunscreen. It's in the works. Did you get to see the market later? I did! It was beautiful, colorful, and full of music that would make anyone's heart dance. I couldn't find Rhea anywhere, so I felt a little lonely. Luckily, I managed to make a new friend in no time. Very tall and brooding, just how I like them. I inquired if I could try on his dark armor of swirling shadow and onyx bone. But he said if I tried to take it from him, he would turn me to ash. What a jokester. Dark armor of swirling shadow and onyx bone. Yes, a true connoisseur of fashion. He's just visiting, he said. Had some great crepe recommendations. Plum crepes / sprinkles? Yes, they tasted deliciously dead. I see. I hope you enjoyed your evening together. We did, though I feel like he asked something of me. I promised I would remember. Perhaps he wanted my cape? Many people want my cape. Perhaps. But I would have never agreed to that. It is my cape after all. Maybe he wanted my Pascha recipe? Is it good? Very much so. Then I'd like it as well. Oh, yes, you. Me. He asked me about you. Me? Yes, said he's an old friend of yours. He's very curious about how your inn is doing. I sang your praises, of course, so he asked me to deliver you greetings. And congratulations on the well-run establishment. How did he phrase it? Deliver my congratulations on the faux peace your precious innkeep has found in their house of denial. Very poetic, if you ask me. Very. If only I could remember his name. Does my description of him ring any bells for you? No, I'm afraid not. Too bad, he must be an old childhood friend. Maybe you went to school together. I heard many friendships are formed in such halls. Maybe. Do you want to tell me more about your time at the market? Most certainly. I found the loveliest trinkets. Like a little stuffed bear with a tiny raincoat. An elder moon necklace. I found a gorgeous sun charm as well. I brought it for Rhea as a welcome back from vacation gift. It's very sweet. Your friend bought a delightful raven figurine with eyes of starlight. Please don't call him that. We should never deny our friends, even if we don't remember them. I don't remember any of my friends. Alas, I still love them, even if their memory lives on only in my heart. We've had them 5. Anyhow, he said it was a gift to himself to celebrate the dawning of the month of the astral moon. Oh, I love Cassiopeia so dearly. She is the most beautiful month, is she not? A haven of starlight reflected in the primordial sea below. Only once a year is she this close to us, and only then for a short period of time. To me, she is the harbinger of yearning and of change. I wonder how we'll change this month. I hope to be more capable in sunscreen by the end of it. Maybe even a little less alone. What about you? I like the way I am, but I wouldn't say no to stocking up on more ingredients. Ah, the refusal to change is dangerous, innkeeper. Change always comes to those who deny it the most. At the end of the astral moon, we shall no longer be who we once were. That sounds like a threat. By no means. Maybe it promises mourning, but maybe celebration also, could it not? For example, my dear Rhea hated vampires when she met me, and now she likes me. True change can occur before the stars change, it seems. I think she still hates you. It's a very mean thing to say. I don't think you get to make that decision. Neither do you. No, but I can have faith in her heart. Isn't that what friendship is all about? You got touche. See, I forgot a crucial part of the message. Our dear friend Stranger told me that he would like to see you again. He said, what was it? Don't think too hard about it. Oh, of course, the letter. The letter? The polite young man gave me a letter to deliver to you. What a sweet gesture. I shall pass it on to you forthwith. Thank you. Are you not going to open it? No, I don't think now's the right time for a letter. Not enough moonlight. It would go so well with fireworks. What fireworks? I have no clue. He said he hopes you'll enjoy them. Doesn't that sound lovely? I hope they aren't part of a private event. I think that would be difficult to do with fireworks. I don't mean to interrupt, but... What is it, little fawn? Look outside. I think the fireworks have started. Oh, they're falling from the sky. The fireworks sparkle on. Those aren't fireworks. They're stars. Why? Picking up the pieces, first of the astral moon. I'm glad the inn wasn't severely damaged by the falling stars, though it did take me nearly the whole day to finish all those little repairs. The building might still look a little battered, but it could be worse. Hopefully none of my customers got hurt yesterday. It's not much, but I should surprise him with a new drink on the menu. That way, whoever comes in can get at least a small taste of normalcy. Interesting. I think that sounds like a good plan. And we are going to pause here. Oh, hello. We are in a pause here. I'll be back in 3. Ish. My apologies about that very long extended break. You ever have those moments where, like, you get up and your body is just like, oh, finally, you're moving. Please, I need to move. Because basically what my body did. I got up to go get some more water, getting low on water, and body was just like, oh, hey, by the way, I need you to move. So it was, that was a thing. Let's see. What do I have? Oh, paleo loot. I had a notification on Twitch. Apparently I got a paleo drop. It's about 2 hours. I should have another drop. Now that I am not distracted anymore. Innkeeper! Jade. Or is that a tortoise? Babe, adorable. Oh, I did not mean to click. No hard feelings. Remind me again, who started the whole brawl? Actually. Does that turtle have a nose piercing? Do that. Must slip my mind. Would a drink help you remember? If I wanted to chat about it, maybe, but you know how much the remnants of the past bore me. Ow. My hip just popped, and it was not a very good pop. But let's focus on the present. Let's. I didn't come all this way to revel in old times after all, although I brought you something I knew you'd find useful, just in case you did remember who started the brawl. Oh, this is interesting. Let me see. It's some thunder sage. Found it on one of my jobs, but I didn't have any use for it. Just don't try to boil tea out of its leaves. Tastes dreadful. Numbs your tongue. You seem to be speaking from experience. Your tavern seems to be getting on in years. Seems like nothing can escape the grip of time. Wasn't even sure if it was still open. Is it that bad? I guess some would say age adds character. And what would you say? I'd say you've gotten old. Ouch. Ah, don't take it too personally. You've still got some of your old... Feel? Yes. You can be honest, you know. You're not my type. That's okay. Perhaps your drinks are my type, though. What can I serve you? Something that'll keep my mind sharp. You never know what will come your way next. Gotcha. Let me see. Okay. That's extra inspiration. Got it. Nebula. Perhaps you'll find this appealing. Yeah, that's what you call a drink. Maybe you haven't got to none in years so much after all. Well, some things never wither. What are you doing in Zenith these days? Keeping up to date. Checking out the latest town gossip after my most recent gig. Your most recent gig? I finished up a job in the Say Plains. A sandworm kept terrorizing a group of seal wool merchants at the edge of the plains. I, myself, am very fond of these creatures. They just mind their own business, but sometimes, they gotta eat. But you know how it is. Something's gotta pay the bills, after all. So I took the gig. It was a cushy job, though I still managed to get sand between my teeth. Luckily, it was only a sandworm and not one of those mimics that pretends to be part of the local fauna and... snap! Gone you are. Anyway, I also heard about some unrest in Zoford from one of the local merchants and decided to go take a look. Zoford, the seaport? Yeah. Always considered it a rather calm area. It was, still is, sometimes at least. Initially, I thought the unrest was related to the local Thieves Guild. So I went there to deal with some bandits, look at their most wanted list, and cash out. There was no real challenge though, so I didn't pick anything up. Other than a few hushed whispers at the marketplace, that is. Something about some archmage's familiar that went missing or something. Perhaps a job for you. I'm not a welfare association. Like, what do I care about missing familiars if no one's gonna pay me, you know? Of course. I was way more interested in hearing more about the undead on the other side of the country that my colleagues were mumbling about. So I came here, and actually I couldn't resist coming by to see how you were holding up. Doing very well, thank you. Well, that's good news, especially considering the state of your tavern. It's not that bad. Sure, whatever you say. So, do you know anything about those undead? Not really. I've been a bit occupied with cleaning up this mess. The tavern was just a tad affected by some recent incidents. What do you mean? The shooting stars? Shooting stars? It's much more serious than that. Innkeeper, a drink please. Perhaps something to boost my defense. I'll have to be equipped for every possible situation after this kind of morning. Coming right up. You want this one. Look at his little tail wagging back and forth. I love him so much. Okay, that's the stream, everybody. Thanks for coming by. I'm just gonna pet this guy now. I'm kidding, but... Please, enjoy. Like dragon scales, sturdy, strong, flawless. Glad I could impress. You have no idea how much this catastrophe has affected the poor citizens of Zenith. And my day off. I can only imagine what scars it must have left on the rest of the country. I mean, if some star rain managed to affect not only the tavern, but also the whole city, it must have been pretty bad. Speaking of which, I'd be happy to help you fix this place up. If the money's right, of course. No, thank you. I'm closing up early today and tomorrow to take care of things. Alright, Chief. The offer stands. What? You don't really believe it was just shooting stars, do you? What else would it have been? Have you not seen the damage? Last time I checked, shooting stars were flaming comets traveling through the firmament of Cassiopeia. Sometimes they crash on Gaia, rarely, but it happens. Nothing I would worry about. Just an average Genesis for me. Cassiopeia helped me. What? Do you know something I don't? Perhaps. Oh, do enlighten me, please. Well, it seems you're not aware of who you're talking to. Nope. My name is Elithia Anwar? I'm a devotee of the great dragon Cassiopeia, bringer of change and lady of the Gilded Sea. I fight for those that cannot fight for themselves, bring justice to those who will bring doom, and I am very aware of when something is wrong with the firmament. Cool. Pleasure to meet you, Elithia. How the hell you say it? Now, trust me when I tell you, this is more than just your average asteroid shower. I'm bad at trusting strangers, but go ahead. I believe something way worse happened. What? I know the stars fell from the sky. Literally. Usually I reside in the Aperture. It's a temple in the far northeast dedicated to Cassiopeia. But for my niece's birthday, I decided to take a few days off and visit her to take her to this carnival on the outskirts of Zenith. We were just on our way back when suddenly, right above us, the sky was ablaze with millions of stars raining down on Gaia. I'm very attuned to the realm of Cassiopeia, the harbor of all luminaries of the firmament. Swear I know how to speak. Just say astral realm. That wouldn't do the place justice, but what would, you know? It's vast and yet so full of beauty. It's an ocean with a glistening surface, home to creatures beyond our comprehension. It's a theological term for it. Anyways, something was off the moment it happened, perhaps even a tad beforehand. Like the feeling of impending doom, when all the hairs on your neck stand up and you know there's a creature lurking somewhere in the shadows? Exactly. Which is why, Innkeep, I came here right after fulfilling my duties this morning. So many were hurt. It's a matter close to my heart figuring out what happened. After inquiring with those affected, many referred to you in your tavern. If anyone had any intel, it'd be you, they said. They did? Yes. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I imagine I know even less than you do. I was hoping to find some clues to at least help me start my investigation. Well, they could ask around for you, I'm sure. Would you do that? I can certainly try. But in the meantime, I shall do what I do best, aid those in need. And perhaps find out more about this disaster. Why? What? Why are you so nonchalant about all this? Things like this happen all the time, and people like you fix them. Thus, not my problem. People like me are the reason people like you can continue living like that. I didn't ask for any help. There'll be a time when you do ask for help, and then you'll be happy there are people like me. Sure. That is a terrible commercial. Anyways. Or ad, not commercial. Before I forget, Innkeeper. Yes, Elithia? I will help you fix up your tavern, free of charge. Not necessarily, but thank you for the offer. Well, if you don't need my help, I know many around that do. So, I'll be going. Maybe we'll know more about all this when I return. How dramatic. Isn't it normal for divine devotees to act like that in times of crisis? Not sure if I'd call this a crisis. Sure, if it's like she said and the literal stars fell from the literal sky, then yeah, that's odd. But then again, I'm sure Cassiopeia would have stopped it from happening if she wanted to. Are you religious? No, but I don't deny the dragon's existence. Which means I'm more than confident in saying that if they want to be worshipped, they should work for it. We all work for something. I work to get paid. You work to get paid, and they just get paid without working. Say they aren't working. Then what are they doing to help in a crisis like this? They're taking care of the grand scheme of things. Ha! Wishful thinking. Heyo! Greetings, adventurer. Who? Me? You're the only one who entered my tavern, no? Yeah, but in what way do I look like an adventurer? That's just their standard greeting. Budget couldn't cover any more, I suppose. I have a wide variety of greetings. If that makes you feel better. Me and keep giving something from your repertoire of greetings. Heyo, bro. Cringe fail. Didn't you greet me like that? Different when I do it. Yeah, their whole demeanor revolves around cringe. Yeah, exact. Wait, what? What are you? Jade, you? Aniko. What's your name, Jade? Can I steal it? What? What? I'd prefer it if no one stole anything. Drake's got it. And if I can't have your name? Of course, what do you want? What do you have? Everything. What do you need most right now? Something that'll make me more swift and agile. Like a slippery worm. Can't risk getting caught after all. What? What? Worms can be slippery. Sure, if you get them wet. That wasn't... Never mind. A slippery worm, coming right up. So perhaps it'll still suit your tastes. Oh, wow, this is great. Amazing, even. Where did you learn this craft? In the primordial vortex? Don't look at me. I'm just joking. You aren't from here, are you? Who, me? Who else? Lord. Is that the thing on your shoulder? It's short for corruption. Ah, no. I met you. Well, I'm nowhere, anywhere, and everywhere all at once. But most of me is from Avalon. Oh, an Avalonian. Native born or by ancestry? Native, duh. Huh, that's interesting. I find it pretty lame, to be honest. There's nothing going on over there. Everyone's the same. Anything that's different here on Gaia? Yeah, I mean, not really, but I can go anywhere I like. Barely anyone knows me here. Thief, identity fraud, all goody-goody with me, because I can be someone else tomorrow. In Avalon, they all see through that game very quickly. I see. Change them then? Yes, and I say so out of trust. Just kidding. If you tell anyone, I'll come for you. Fret not. What happens in the tavern stays in the tavern. Then we're cool. Cool. So what brings you here, Nico? This and that, you know. Zenith seemed like a cool town with a cool name. Got distracted by that giant hog in your front yard and thought I'd come in and say hi. That would be mine. Whoa. Do mounts. I'm faster on foot. That way I can admire the landscapes, take U-turns through narrow spaces, pickpocket. And did you admire the wrecked ruin that was once Zenith? I mean, I love chaos, so... Is it that bad? Do you ever leave this tavern, Innkeep? The city looks like a broken mirror. You bet it does. Looks like a star hit the center of Zenith and boom! Yep. Oh. But there's nothing we can do about it. Exactly. Someone will fix it. And that someone's not me. Ah, me neither. Someone could be you. Me? No. Nuh-uh. Absolutely not. I don't get involved with these sorts of things, ever. Who am I to fix other people's problems? Are they going to pay me for it? Not enough, that's for sure. You work for nothing, and in the end, no one thanks you for it. Let's see. those two go together. Vandalism is an unprofitable art form. If you're unlucky, you'll even get in trouble for destroying someone's property. And that after you just fought tooth and nail to save a village from eternal damnation. Or something like that. Exactly. I know Jade is a mercenary, but say it, Nico, you weren't exactly a traditional adventurer either, huh? Ugh, no way. Their self-righteousness and self-sacrificial hero complexes ain't my vibe. I wouldn't say all adventurers are like that. Name one adventurer that didn't die from self-sacrificial tendencies. I knew one, but they perished thanks to their hubris. Another classic. Reminds me of the group I met last week in Arova. They were nice, but too nice, you know? I know exactly what you mean. Were they also on their way to investigate the falling stars? Nah, they were heading somewhere north. Didn't really listen, didn't care. But I was nice to them, you know? Charmed some rations out of them when they prepared breakfast at their camp. Sat around the campfire drinking tea, munching on bread and bacon. One of them was a wizard, I believe. Full-on ropes and magic type of guy. Kept going on about how Leviathan was sending bad omens to the bottom of his teacup. Leviathan? Huh. Why him? Don't know. Was he trying to warn you about his sister's demise? His sister? Cassiopeia. Ah, right. Sorry. Mythology isn't really my cup of tea. What is your cup of tea? Fraud. Checks out. So Leviathan warned let's see. I have one more person to meet. Cool. So Leviathan warned him via his tea leaves about the start of something terrible, tattered wings, tainting the gilded sea in the dark shades of misery, leaving behind nothing but a shimmering void. That's exactly what he said. How did you know? I think I read that somewhere before. Did you also read about the blazing eruption at the foot of the Dalwell Hills? No, but I heard about it when I was in Zoford. Thought the Fae were doing one of their quirky rituals again. Wait, so it actually happened? Yep. He also read that from his tea leaves. Whoa, seems like the guy was a real psychic. Yes, divination magic can be a powerful tool. Hi, Seek. I hope you're doing well. The tea leaves said, the wings shall be torn apart at the feet of Avalon, nestled between the peaks of Dalwell. Dalwell? So it really could be true. What? It sounds like whatever happened in Dalwell was the reason the stars fell from the sky. Thank you for the hydrate. Painted gilded sea, shimmering void, metaphors for a starless sky. If the wizard was right about his tea leaf reading, that is. But it fits with what I heard in Zoford. Happened just a few days ago. That's how you're connecting it all. How else? No idea. I thought he was just babbling. Fun. I hope you enjoyed your drawing. And you're chatting on Discord. With everything that's been happening recently, I think he might have been onto something. Odd that the adventurers didn't try to stop it from happening. Perhaps no one would pay them for it. Or their other job paid better. Maybe they didn't want to be held responsible for any possible repercussions. I just realized they can't say it for everybody. They were just pretending to be adventurers. Maybe they were the cause of all this and were just bragging about it, thinking I'd stop them. LOL. Enough with your maybes. They're pointless and aren't helping anyone. I'm getting a headache. I'll go get some fresh air. So long, innkeep. Merry hunting, Jade. It's just you and me, innkeeper. Indeed, Iniko. But not for long. I'm getting bored and I'm broke. You made one of your friends into a chicken nugget? I love that. So you're going to look around town. Surely some people don't need their shiny things anymore. Someone to help that definitely isn't me. So far, I haven't been disappointed by the others. You know how to never ever get disappointed? How? Never have expectations. Duh. Could have figured that one out. Look how deadly stars. Beautiful yet disastrous starfall left Zenith in shambles. The city and surrounding farmlands are destroyed and some people are left homeless. A mere meteor shower wouldn't leave the entire night sky empty. So what exactly happened? Is it a harbinger or something more ominous yet to come? Whatever it may be, it's said that a fragment of this calamity can be traced back to Dalwell, an island in the south of Pessoa. Words. They're hard and made up, and English is a made-up language. Sorry, I was looking at the achievements for this game. 6. A New Dawn. Second of the Astral Moon. Oh, the tavern doesn't look that bad from the starfall. Aw, my little dragon boy's out there. Probably because it's raining. Let's see. Oh. You're back, Rhea. Innkeep. Rhea. You've got any new lines for me? Perhaps, but I'll only trade them for new ones of your own. Huh. Make me a drink. I had a long night. You want to tell me about that? No. I get it. You need some stamina first. What I need is some defense to ward off your questions. Should go check if I start with that. To keep your favorite innkeeper at bay. Who says you're my favorite? I might be after this drink. Fair enough. You're climbing up there. I'm very happy to hear that. Now I've got a question for you. You think you can handle that? I'll try my very best, Mrs. Frostgrip. Ms. My bad, Ms. Frostgrip. I just thought since you're such a catch, keep it to yourself. Alright. It's Kyle here. I was looking for him around town, but not a single lad or lassie has seen him. Thought he maybe got crushed by a fallen star. Worried? No. Let's see. I think he should be waking up right about now. You know? There he is. I missed you so terribly. I thought you had died, or worse, abandoned me. I thought the terrible fathoms of time had taken a new friend from me yet again. I'm fine. Sure. Can you see her too, Innkeep? Yes, very much so. Dragon, so she is not a dream nor a fragment of the past. I'm very happy you're not dead, Rhea. Thanks. Would you like to see the gift I bought you? Gift? When I was at the market all by myself, missing you terribly, I found these gorgeous earrings that reminded me of you. Ah, I'll help you put them on. Wait. No sons. Yes. Your friendship lights up my undead life. What do you think? I like them. They match my other jewelry, and the craftsmanship is decent. You mentioned you like leatherback clasps. I do like them. When did I say that? Not sure. At some point, or maybe I dreamed it. That is very likely. Speaking of dreams, I had the strangest dream about the stars falling down the other day. They crashed onto Gaia like a rain of fire or beautiful fireworks. There must have been something wrong with my drink. Anyhow, let's go. It was washed away by the falling stars, the rain of falling stars. Oh. So the empty night sky wasn't a dream. No, guess Cassiopeia couldn't carry it all anymore or something. Incredible! So it wasn't one of your strange drinks, Innkeep. Does that mean I can drink another one without a vision of falling firmaments again? Worth a try. I'd like to try, preferably something that would make me strong enough to lift a star. Just in case I would like to. I'll see what I can do. That's me. You summoned the best boy over here. These four? Yep. Here, my best attempt at supporting your star-lifting career. Oh, this is delicious. Do you think a molten star would taste like this? No. Perhaps. So what do you think about that star ring? It was very bothersome. I had to look for shelter on my way back from the Rockwell cliffs. They better hurry and clean it all up. Got somewhere to be? Still have to get the vampire to Boruvia before I can get my hands on that gold. Who? Yee. London. I haven't been to Boruvia in quite some time. I cannot wait to see it again. But until then, I can search for other materials, better ones even. That isn't going to happen by sitting around. Are you collecting loot for your dragon hoard? What? No. In what world do I look like a dragon to you? They are masters of disguise. What about you, Innkeep? Am I a dragon? You are? No, I'm afraid not. But you smell so primordial. Thank you? If you're not a dragon, Rhea, what do you need materials for? Decorations? Ingredients? Don't you worry. I'm not trying to steal business away from you. They're for crafting. Like for friendship bracelets? No, for weapons. You're going to war? But I just got you back. I'm not going to war. Won't see me fighting for anyone but myself. Are you a blacksmith then? I am, and I'm looking for the right material to smash the next... Excuse me. And I'm looking for the right material to smash the next ore heart competition. I'm going to travel all the way to the caves of for that one. So far, I'm with you. It's very exciting. I hope you'll come back to show off your creation once you've won. I'll think about it. Think about the stars having relocated, Kyle. It's fascinating. You think so? Yes, now that I know it was not a dream, the implications are dazzling. Yesterday, when I was looking out into the night, I could see nothing but darkness. But then, as I stared at the sedating nothingness, I could see an astral hairfish hopping across the sky. Its sparkling tail left a gleam of light in its wake. It was followed by more of its kind, like a pack finding a place to rest for the impending sunrise. With the light of the stars blinding me, I would have never been able to see such a spectacle. And you still thought you were dreaming? I thought the stars had just gone into hiding. We all do that sometimes. I would love to know how they're doing on Earth. They must be enjoying the new atmosphere. Possibly. Speaking of exciting, have you had a chance to take a peek at that letter of yours, Innkeeper? I'm afraid not. Anyway, how exciting. You know, this world never ceases to amaze me with its natural wonders. Are a group of islands to the south below the Gulf of Fog. They consist of the islands of Dalwell, the Copper Archipelago, Morlia, and Neverdef in the south. We have ads in 5. The climate on these islands is very warm, allowing for lush forests and sprawling flower fields, not to mention gorgeous waterfalls. The title Amber Isles comes from their golden orange trees that reflect a warm, gentle light when approached from the horizon. Copper Archipelago. The archipelago is quite the mysterious location. Since it borders the Sea of Fog, its islands are usually covered in dense fog. Shocking. Making travel extremely dangerous and inaccessible to most. This, along with changes in tides and winds, makes it difficult to escape once anyone has made it to their coasts. It seems to be full of the same orange and golden flora the other islands of the Amber Isles are, but because of the fog, their shimmer is usually more dull during sunsets. It's due to this muted phenomenon that the area received the name the Copper Archipelago, though some people claim it's because of the large copper mines on the island instead. This is entirely untrue and simply a hoax that some city folks came up with. Morlia. Upon the secluded island of Morlia stands a mystical, enormous wizard tower that defies the bounds of conventional architecture. Its silhouette pierces the skies with an eerie elegance, almost looking like a beyond mortal construction. There are tales of a wizard residing in the wizard tower, which seems like a natural conclusion to draw. Few dare to tread upon Morlia's beaches, fearing to disturb the potential spellcaster. Maybe if they did, we'd actually know more about them. Maybe. Neverdef. The southern island of Neverdef has for quite some time now been an alleged defensive military outpost of the Majocracy. Neverdef is not densely populated, with only a couple of military camps and fortresses occupying it. The Majocracy is located on a different continent in the tropical southwest. Over the centuries, they have expanded more and more towards Fiosa, but are on neutral terms with the Republic for now, despite the rumors of their High Council of Mages itching for expansion. Weather. Since Dalwell was never officially conquered by the Republic nor the Majocracy, they currently both strongly believe it to be their territory. This means they cannot agree on the name either. Dalwell, or the Abandoned Isles, is quite the heated topic of debate. Recently, various fey creatures have made their way through the Avalon portal on Dalwell and have found a home on its strange shores. To make things more complicated, they now also stake a claim to Dalwell. Their settlement, called Fairweather, is built inside and around the Horizon Tree, a giant sequoia tree that the portal to Avalon had opened inside of. Interesting. This was by no means a natural wonder. Welcome back, Miss Anwar. Who are you, the Wonder Police? I am Elithia Anwar, High Cleric of the Aperture and the Chosen of Our Lady of the Endless Light. And I have returned to this establishment to investigate the tragedy of the Starfall. But none of these protagonist types. Innkeeper, I am happy to see that you were able to collect more information for my research. I am grateful for your help in these trying times. At your service, miss. What are these times trying? Me and the wonderful people of Asteria. An empty night sky is no laughing matter. This must be taken care of swiftly. I guess it's empty every time of the day now, actually. How does that not worry anyone? We have other things to worry about, and if these sort of things stopped happening, this babbler would be out of a job. Indeed. I find it very exciting. That is somehow even more worrying. Say, are you a vampire? What else would he be? Indeed, that is also very exciting. Do you have any affiliation with Marrow Castle? What is a castle? Why are you asking? While I was seeking shelter from the calamity, I came across a young echo with a gloomy temperament. Or rather, I came across his hands in my pockets, attempting to steal my most precious spell components. Luckily for him, I am not a very vengeful person, and I believe in the redemptive power of second chances. We're doing ads. I'll be back in 3. Welcome back, everybody. I'm gonna go to this screen because I have a quesadilla I would like to eat. Made an effort, and he did make an effort to not steal from me again. Yeah, that's not where I wanted to click. That is. Very wise. Did he travel with you? No, we went our separate ways. I believe he wanted to be alone after narrowly escaping an encounter with a horrid vampire. Horrid vampire? They must have been very hungry. As they tend to be. Only if they're not eating responsibly. Who did you say you encountered again, Miss Alethea? A roguish wind echo. Ah, yes, a windy aftertaste is hard to resist, and primordial blood is a delicious luxury. Speaking of which, innkeep... No. Are you from the primordial sea? Not in the slightest. But my blood would taste delicious if I was willing to share it. I see. What about your blood, Miss Alethea? Are you out of your mind propositioning a holy woman for her blood? Well, you've got a lot of it, fair question. And I need all of it to keep up my strength against the looming evils of this world. Without me, who would even care enough to investigate this whole mess? After all, none of you seem to care. Besides, a taste of my blood would probably reduce you to ashes. I like your unwavering sense of self-importance. Thank you. I like your earrings. Thanks. So what are your next steps for saving us citizens? Well, your rumors are all over the place, which is good. That means there's a lot to look into. Still, I would have appreciated a bit more organization. My bad. I will start my investigation in Zenith and Themis, have a closer look at the wreckage caused, maybe examine the rubble more closely. Perhaps it harbors hidden clues. Once I have found out what is going on, I will put a stop to it. The stars have already fallen, lassie. Not a lot you can do for them now. Then I'll make sure nothing like this can ever happen again. Perhaps Cassiopeia can even be healed. It is imperative for the order of this world that she herself does not fall. Couldn't agree more. I know you've got this under control, Miss Anwar, but how would you feel about a little drink to boost your spirits? You have a long investigation ahead of you, after all. If you're offering, thank you kindly. What can I get you? Depends on the approach I decide to take with this. I could focus on the investigative aspect, really dig my heels into connecting the threads. Analyze the situation, find hidden clues, speak to the locals and those affected. Of course, I would have to do so strategically. Without the right approach, this plan would fall apart. And perhaps I would even need to inspire bravery in others to care about my cause. On the other hand, who knows who caused this? If I focus too much on theory, I might not be in the right condition to fight whomever I encounter. But you will be able to talk to them. That's always so much more entertaining. Not everyone can be reasoned with. In such a case, I should be able to properly defend myself. Especially if something similar should threaten to occur again. I need to be prepared for even the worst case scenario. I could offer you some phoenix chilies. Who knows what you will encounter, but burning stars are best avoided with a hint of fire resistance. Sounds reasonable. So, either it's the right balance between intelligence and inspiration, or the ultimate fireproof self-defense. I'm not yet certain which path I should walk. You should trust the innkeeper with it. They always have the most wonderful solutions. Sure. Just this once I shall. I'll make sure not to disappoint. So it's either going to be a frosted lagoon with an infusion, or a sparkling nebula with an infusion. How about I give you this one? And I'm trying. Okay. Okay, so that. Okay. I put it in. Perhaps this strategic way is the best approach. After all, you wish to help people, not fight them. It's very true. This is an excellent drink. I'm already coming up with a 38-step plan. I mean, 38 steps is a lot of steps, but, you know, you do you. Perhaps we should start at the nearby Gaia Temple. I heard it was unfortunately an impact site. The local acolytes will be sure to offer assistance. That sounds like an excellent idea. Thank you for your effort in helping this world, Innkeeper. Always happy to be of service. Say, Miss Holy Spirit, those fallen stars, are they still intact? They crashed into the ground, so no, they're not intact. Were they pulverized? Not fully, no. Would you say that falling stars make for an interesting type of material? For what? Yes! They would certainly be rare. Need any help on that holy mission of yours? I know a thing or two about rocks and the like. Could give you some insights on those impact conditions. Can't say I'm an expert in geology, though I feel like I could make an educated guess. Nevertheless, sure, I would very much appreciate your assistance. Great, then I'm in. Me too. Do you know about geology as well, or astronomy perhaps? I know about astrology, and this all sounds so very exciting. I've been terribly bored waiting for Rhea to come back. This will greatly aid me on the mission of curing my boredom. Well, I do like to help. That is very kind of you. I know. You don't have to come along. Of course I do. Could you imagine if the stars fell down again? What if one crushed you? I need to stay close by so I can catch it. I don't think you could... The stars already fell, Kyle. Done deal. What about the ones in the primordial sea? What if it floods us with all its mirrored stars? Unlikely. I'm not willing to take that risk. I'm going on this adventure with you, and with you, Miss Alethea. Great. Wonderful, I appreciate the enthusiasm. Let us not waste any more time. Thank you for your aid, Innkeep. I shall return with conclusions and perhaps even mended firmaments. I'm looking forward to hearing of your heroic deeds. How exciting. Wish me luck. Good luck. I hope you find suitable material. Me too. I want to read this. Hello? Let's drink, please. A drink, you say? What do you have in mind, Miss... Melina, but Melly is fine. It's short for Melina. I see. Well then, Melly, what kind of drink would you like? Something tasty. Something that will give me new fun ideas. Oh, and some Thunder Sage. I don't have any money, but I've got something to barter for the drink. You don't need to pay. It doesn't feel right otherwise. Alright, fine with me. What do you have for me? Oh, thank you very much. Now I can accept a drink. Very well, let me see what I can do. You said you wanted Thunder Root in it. So. Fun and sweet ideas coming right up. This is perfect. I'm already feeling the energy for new hijinks running through my veins. Thank you. This is a really nice tavern. I think I'm gonna hang out here for a bit. I need a break from my investigations. You're familiar? No, he's quite antsy when he hasn't been fed. I'd worry for your hands. Okay. Zephyr! Almost didn't see you there. I suppose I am stealthy as the night. No, as the night. I meant as the night. Sounds like you need a drink. Desperately. One that will help me remember words. I've been quiet for so many hours I think I've forgotten how to speak. That explains why we're communicating telepathically right now. We are? No. Who the are you? Was I doing the stealthy for you? No. Let's get you a drink so you stop cursing at the child. Detective! Stop cursing at the detective! Yes, of course. Though my drinks don't come cheap. How much? I'll trade you one for a trinket. Ah, one of those. One of those. What if I didn't find one? Are you trying to tell me you made it all the way through a castle without stealing a single thing? Well, my tavern tells me it thinks it's beautiful. but it is wondering what it might be. Thought it was smarter than that. Does the tavern want to guess what it is? An oversized stamp. You're not even remotely close. But imagine making a huge wax seal with it. I bet that would look so cool. You'd need a very big puddle of wax, though. I think such a large amount of wax would make it impossible to open any letters. Probably. It's a wall clock, adorned with hungry bats, one creature of the night telling time to another. A very inaccurate wall clock, it seems. It's nowhere near midnight. Its hands seem to have gotten stuck just before midnight for an eternity. Or at least since I found it. Will this do, or will I have to pull another heist? This'll do just fine. Good. And because I'm someone that always keeps their promises, I shall now prepare a drink for you. One moment, let's see if I have something that will make you more polite towards local detectives. No, that's not it. Actually, this will probably be the better one. I'll work on that other one a little bit later. There we go. Politely, a drink. Did I accentuate the right notes? Sure did. You should consider becoming a musician. Where I'm at now, thanks. Now will you be polite and tell me what happened? No. Why not? I don't even know who you are. Lena, but you can call me Melly. No thanks. So, what else did you steal? Castles have many things, I've heard. Nothing. Shouldn't you be at school? I'll go to school. I'm already smart enough. Do your parents agree with that? My parents are dead. I didn't come back as ghosts to tell me to go to school. So it can't be that important. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, it's already been this many years since they died. Just kidding, I can count. It's been 7 years. So I was only 3 when they disappeared forever. I don't remember a lot about them. But I already solved their murder, so it's okay. Did you avenge them? No, they got eaten by zombies, and the zombies got eaten by a T-Rex. Not a lot left to avenge. That makes sense. It doesn't, but it does. A classic adventurer's tale. I basically speedran my origin story. I've got dead parents as my motivation and a detective career to make sure I can help other people. Because people didn't help you? Exactly. So it made me into the adventurer I am today, and I like who I am. Doesn't it make you sad? No. What's your origin story? Yes, Zephyr, what's your origin story? It is far too dark for your young mind to handle. Best you don't know. Okay, what's your name? Blaze. But they just called you Zephyr. That's my middle name. Okay, I'll respect your fake name, but only if you tell me what castle you stole the innkeeper a clock from. Fine, it was Marrow Castle. I was on a dangerous quest to steal a precious cape from a murderous vampire. Did she kill you? Obviously not. Not so murderous, then. She would have if she had caught me. So she didn't? No, I managed to complete the mission undetected. Thanks to the invisibility that took hold of my body, I was able to avoid the cohort of monsters she had put in my path. Only the dragons know what would have happened if they had spotted me, weak and not prepared to fight. But they didn't. Even the living gargoyles with their lithic claws at her doors did not sense my presence. I waited until they were mid-argument to sneak through a nearby window that had been left open to grant spiders easy access to the castle. I heard Marrow Castle is very scary. Was it very scary? Yes. On a scale from 1 to parents being eaten by a T-Rex, how scary was it? In the middle, I suppose? Interesting. Did you run into any traps? I was able to spot and avoid them all thanks to my remarkable perceptive gifts. And your help. Anyway. I found the cape in her closet hung up between ball gowns covered in rubies and diamonds. Did you take any? Maybe. So you're a thief? Obviously. Can you teach me to be a better thief? I want to expand my portfolio. Why would I do that? Because I asked nicely? Forget it. I took the cape along with whatever gemstones I could find when I heard her approaching her chambers. Quickly, I hid amongst the dressing gowns, holding my breath to avoid making any sound. I thought I had made it through when suddenly she opened the closet doors. I was pressed so close to the wall I thought the wood would start vibrating in rhythm with my heartbeat. But she reached right past me, picked out a hat, and returned to her dastardly vampiric activities. What are vampiric activities? I don't know. Sucking blood, turning into bats, scheming about blood? Lots of blood stuff, it sounds like. Indeed. Did you make it out of there easily, Blaze? I found a secret passage that led below the pond through the earth and to the summit of Witch's Peak. I almost scared the strange cleric to death when I regained my visibility. She was ready to ignite me with her golden flames. That seems harsh, just for just a little jump scare. Are you sure your fingers stayed in your pockets? Who can say? Speaking of sleight of hand, where did you find that clock? It was sitting in a display case in the middle of a hallway that stretched out on forever. Then how did you know it was in the middle? I could feel it. The case was locked, but with my expertise, I was able to crack it open in no time. The antique clock stood right in between a ritualistic dagger and a vial of blood. And I thought it strange that it was the only item without a tag, so I took it. A tag? She's very organized, labels everything. Why would you display a vial of blood? Shouldn't that be in her pantry? Its label described it as blood from the very first vampire. Mike. Judging by its position next to such a priceless item, the clock must be worth a fortune. In that case, thank you again. It will look great in my tavern. Indeed. It sounds like you would have been in a lot of trouble if you had gotten caught. But I wasn't. Also thanks to the innkeeper's drink, I not only survived, but also avoided the horror's wrath entirely. Sounds like a tasty drink. I would hope so. It seems like the quest was completed successfully. Thank you, Blaze. You did a good job. Yeah, I survived once more. It's a miracle I made it past so many monstrous creatures without being harmed. Did you think you might die when you took the quest, I mean? It's always a possibility. Then why would you go? Death is inevitable. Such is life. At least you have your cape now. It's not mine. It belongs to another vampire. Another vampire? Yes. It was stolen from him in a lover's quarrel. The clutches of love always end in cruel tragedy. But the comedy it takes to get there is worth the ride. Only for those willing to suffer. Aren't we all? Speaking of suffering, I'm sure Kyle, that's the long-suffering, very comedic vampire Melly, would love his cape back. Could I extend the quest to include a speeded delivery? After the day I've had? You've done enough hiding for one day, don't you think? Professional hiding. Fine. I'll do a direct delivery, just this once. Where can I find this Kyle? Last I saw him, he left with Rhea to aid a certain cleric with her investigations. I'm sure you'll recognize her. Not her again. Where are they? I'm certain. Try looking around Zenith. They can't have gotten far yet. What are they investigating? The Star Rain, as far as I know. That's what I was investigating. We should go talk to them. We can exchange notes. I already drew a map of all the impact sites in Zenith. Maybe they can help extend it further, or even find the culprit of this curious incident. Come on, Blaze. We have to go and find them for your cape and for my notes. I'm going. Alone. You do whatever. With you along, I could never stay undetected. Yeah. See you soon, Innkeeper. See you soon, Melly. Dragon Boy is back. 7. Crossroads of 3. Third of the Astral Moon. Talk to you in a second. Good morning, Melly. Good morning, Blaze. What have you both been up to today? Oh, you know, dilly-dallying and such. I was not dilly-dallying. He was. It goes well with the brooding. Sounds like a wonderful morning. Can I offer you both something to drink in these early hours? Yes, please. Can you make me something smart and sparkly? Can do. Sprue smart sparkles. Thank you. This is just the right amount of sparkle. Happy to hear that. Blaze, what can I get you? Nothing. Alright. So, has the cave found its way back home yet? Yes. The vampire was thankful, if melancholic. It seems to have awakened memories of old woe. He seemed pretty excited to me. He should be. It fits him well. Almost like it was made for him. Very interesting seeing the vampire in person. His fangs were shorter than I thought they would be. I expected them to be the size of a colossal saber-toothed tiger's fangs, but they were much tinier. A common misconception. Where did you find him? At the local Gaia temple. It kind of split in the middle by a fallen star. That sounds morbidly interesting. It was! I overheard some priests saying they're thinking about rebuilding the temple around it because it looks kind of cool. And people like distinct temples. They do. The vampire was traveling with a really nice dwarf and a holy woman of Cassiopeia. They were asking around to see if the priests knew anything about the Star Ring. Did they? No. I could have told them that 2 days ago. But while we were sneaking around listening in, we overheard the strangest conversation. Turns out, Elithia, that's the cleric's name, found out that one of the priests was actually a wobbling ooze in disguise. Scandalous. I know, right? But in the end, it was all okay. The others forgave him, and he promised to try and become a real priest. Apparently, he really loves the humidity in the temple. They all hugged and everything. It was very sweet. I was really happy we could see that from the shadows. We? Me and the mysterious and quiet Blaze. He's my new associate. I am no such thing. It's great to see you two working together so closely. You make a great duo. We are not a duo. Thank you. You find the right moment to give Kyle his cape between all those heightened emotions. We didn't. She got caught. The pillar should be big enough to hide behind, but it wasn't. It wasn't a pillar, it was a tall vase. Not very well hidden when Alethea suddenly asked me if I wanted to stop hiding now. She was paying a lot of attention. I think she noticed me from the very beginning. She's so cool and smart. Did you ask her about her investigation? I did, but she said it was too early to share any insights. Even when I kept asking, she wouldn't budge. Science Master Smith Frostgrove to tell me more about the temple's architecture instead. Did you know that its altar was built from a 1,000-year oak? I didn't. That's fascinating. It is. She also told me I had to work on my stealth, that being small isn't going to be enough. I think she knows from experience. Better not tell her that. Better not. So, are you going to work on it? Yes! Blaze is going to show me the ropes. Is he now? Have to. She'll get herself killed otherwise. That's a very dramatic way to look at things. But also very nice of you. So, would you say your investigation was successful? Was it a success? Kinda. We get to see how clueless the other investigators are and to return the cape to Mr. Vampire. But we didn't find out anything new about the stars. And I didn't even get to see any monsters. I was hoping maybe some would have fallen from the astral sea and I could have studied them. A dangerous, if very exciting dream. Mostly a foolish one. You think so? Have you met monsters before? What kinds? Do you have favorites? What were the first ones you ever met? Did they try to eat you or be your friend? Of course I've encountered monsters before. They've been part of my life for many years. The shadows are full of them. That's scary. Of course it is. So, the first monsters you ever saw were shadow monsters? No, they were much worse than that. Can I have a drink after all? The words aren't flowing easily. Of course. Same as last time? Yes. Let's see if I can find something sweetly charismatic. Okay, that works. I'm gonna give you something a little bit different this time. A drink, just for you. Thanks. What is it? Fine. This is perfect. So, where was I? Ah, right. Shadow monsters. Back when I was younger, I had just joined the Shadow Banes and was eager to prove myself. It's said that there are great riches far in the depths of the Gravelmac, a dangerous mountain range in eastern Fisoa. Hidden treasure troves full of precious gems and gold, and I owed some debts. Hoping to find some jewels, I made my way there to the darkest of its crevices. Guarding its depths were creatures no one would ever choose to face. bleak stalkers straight from the Twilight Chasm. Hideous creatures that have every right to be associated with the Nightmare Realm. They typically feed on rocks and gemstones, but they seem to think bones have the same general consistency. I wasn't able to harm them with my mortal weapon, so I distracted them with some of the gems I had managed to pocket earlier. It was a close call. I will never forget their twisted antlers and beak-like snouts. They sound kinda cute! They were not cute. You say so. Maybe one day I'll encounter some. Pray you never will. Thanks. Welcome back, Lynn. Are you alright? Yeah, of course. You want a drink? Yes, give me something strong, please. No watered down muck. Got it. With 0 water, just how you like it. Thanks. Needed that. You're welcome. Say, Innkeep, you got room in your neat little book full of recipes for one more drink? Sure, got one for me? You bet, it's what my papa used to drink back in the day. My adventure reminded me of it. Huh. Hey, well, hello, enjoy your lurk. Hey, Lynn. Why are you so sad? I ain't sad. You look sad, and you sound sad, and the innkeeper looks worried, probably because you're sad. I am worried. Don't be. Too late. Like I said, I ain't sad, not really. More, I'm not sure. My chest feels tight and I feel lightheaded. Maybe I'm dying. Those are all side effects of being sad. Who are you, anyway? The world's greatest detective. I'm Carolyn. Who's that punk next to you? That's my sneaky assistant. He got a name? Malachite. Ah. So, I'd like to detect why you're sad. Likewise. Does it have to do with the wyvern chimera whose saliva you were hunting for? You want a chimera? A wyvern chimera, yeah. That's so cool. Why? Oh, you're alive! Sure am. Do you remember the forgetful vampire, Melly? He put out a quest for chimera saliva. He thinks it may be able to produce a sunscreen strong enough for him to walk in the daylight once more. Carolyn was brave enough to pick up his quest. Oh, that's amazing! How would you even get the saliva of a guardian? By killing it. Oh. Would you like to tell us what happened? Is that really necessary? I think it might be good for you. Huh. And very interesting for us. You don't really want to disappoint Melly, do you? Miss Kaylin, will you please tell me the story? Fine. Thank you. I didn't mean to kill it. It seems like an extraordinarily blasphemous thing to do. For someone non-religious, you concern yourself an awful lot with it. Just trying not to be a dick, that's all. Usually I got no trouble killing beasts, but my Baba would have lost it if I had told her I harmed a guardian. I think so, at least. Not like she'd ever fought any of them. But she had the natural ability to know when it would have been right to do so. I ain't got that kind of sense. We'll see about that. How'd the fight start? On my way there, I changed my mind from fighting to sneaking. Thought if I was quiet enough and had the veil of the night on my side, I could just steal the saliva from right under its nose, or maw. Drooled quite a bit, that thing. But I didn't know my way around the quag mangrove, and I wasn't as quiet as I should have been. Oh, I know all about that. But you got a giant sword, so you were prepared, right? Of course. Innkeep here even hooked me up with some fire resistance. Came in handy. And the sword, well, it was made for killing bees. Even the good kind, I suppose. Is it a magic sword? Not sure. It doesn't do any magic tricks. But it's stronger than your average steel and can resist even the highest heat, even without practical potions. It used to belong to my grandma. She left it behind for me. That's so sweet. Your parents gonna leave you anything? No. They weren't expecting to go, so they didn't think about that in time. It's okay. I can find my own treasure. I'm sure you will, kiddo. So the Chimera noticed you? Yeah, Sly Beast pretended to be asleep while I approached it with the bucket. When I tried to catch its saliva, it snapped at me. Would have taken my arm if I wasn't so tough. The ensuring fight was something else. Next to its dragon head, it sporked a lion and a snake head. They fought me all at once with overwhelming ferocity. It was the fiercest enemy I've ever encountered, and even though its fire couldn't harm me, it took everything in me to best it. I may have defeated it in the end, but I felt honored to have fought such a formidable foe. So you defeated it with your badass sword? I did. This weapon really saved my skin. Dealing the final blow, I felt like my grandmother was holding my hand and guiding me towards victory. Or maybe I just imagined that. Maybe that doesn't matter, as long as it felt real. Maybe. I even gave it a proper burial. It deserved an honorable send-off. I almost left the sword with it too, but it's too good of a weapon. The dead don't need swords anyway. Yeah. You know, I did achieve her dream. I saw a wyvern chimera in the flesh. I fought it even, and then I killed it. Does that mean I killed her dream? I think it means her sword saved you from dying. I'm sure that was a dream of hers too. Possibly, but she would have found another way out of it, I'm sure. But she ain't here, so I thought maybe it was time I put her to rest as well. Left my goodbyes for her with the chimera. Maybe it could pass them on. May Tuat listen to your pleas. May he find that much mercy in his cold, dead heart. Is he dead, you think? Tuat, I mean? He does reside over the spirit realm, and only the dead can go up there, so he must have died to have gotten there too. Or he's always existed there, was made to watch over the dead. He is a god after all. There's no clear consensus of what the Great Spirit Dragon really is. A dead dragon, a god who could always control death from his very inception. A reflection of what we believe death to be, death itself. He could be anything. What would you like him to be? What hopes do you have? I hope he's kind. I hope so too. Then I think he's kind. Maybe we should follow his example. That's what heroes are for, right? Indeed. You're one of those, right, Lynn? She is silly? I have to agree. You know, it would be very heroic of her. What? If she brought the saliva to Kyle the vampire, I'm sure his joy about finally being able to walk in the sun will be extraordinary. You lazy to go yourself? My domain is merely my tavern. You're much more likely to run into them. Huh, fine. Might as well. Need to get moving anyway. You're leaving? No, just need to move around. And if you happen to know where I can find this vampire? Last saw him at the Gaia Temple. The priest might know where he went. I know where he wanted to go. I overheard him talking about it. Care to share? I want to trade it. The information, I mean. For what? Can you teach me how to use a greatsword? That's it? Sure thing. Right now? Is right now okay? I've got the time. It might take you more than one lesson, though. That's okay. I've also got time. It's a deal, then. I'll show you the basics, and you tell me where to find the vampire. Yippee! That is, if your assistant is alright with that. Don't care. Not my circus, not my monkey. Ugh. Okay, kiddo, let's go. Innkeep, can we use your front yard? Of course. Will do. No, I'll stay here and have another drink. You can join us later. I can't wait to learn how to fight. It'll be so helpful for future adventures. Innkeeper, do you have any quests I could go on after this to practice my sword and stealth skills? Not yet, but I'm sure something will come in. Be patient. I promise I'll have a quest for you soon. Wait! I'm going to destroy any challenge with stealthiness and giant swords! I know you will. But first I gotta practice. See you later! I like her ambition. I like her naivety. Some would call it optimism. A waste of time. Delusions get you nowhere. You would know. Another drink, please. Same as before. Sweet and all. Coming right up. Since this is the one I gave you before. Some sweet optimism for my most pessimistic customer. This is sweet enough to make me optimistic for future drinks. Wow, I'm proud of myself here. You should be. So, Malachite. Just leave me to my pondering. Got it. I like that his name changes every single time he gives a different name. Innkeep. Hiya, Fable. I'm so happy to see the tavern looking healthy again, and you too. I'm sorry it took you so long to check in. It's alright. I hope the last 2 days weren't too hard on you. No, not at all. I was just very busy. A bunch of the Ashen Groves trees got knocked over, and I spent a lot of time rescuing and leading group therapy sessions with the local wildlife. And of course, I had to check in on all the nearby settlements too, see if they needed help with any damage after all of that. How did the werewolf settlement fare? Okay, it took some damage. Everyone is okay, but only physically. They might have to relocate. I'm sorry to hear that. It'll be okay, I'll make sure of it. Very nice of you to check in with everyone. I had to make sure everyone was okay. I used up a lot of my healing salves, but that's what they're there for. I'm not happy I had to use them, but I'm glad I was prepared. May I request something? Go ahead. Do you maybe have a drink in your repertoire that could assist someone in a situation like mine? Your drinks are powerful. I'd like something that would make me tougher while also replenishing my social energy. I think I'm all done with helping out now, but a drink like that would be a real game changer in case something like this happens again. I don't think I have a recipe for that yet. Hi, Morgan. And I don't think monster energy exists in this universe. But don't worry, I've already got an idea. But even without such a drink, I'm sure people were very thankful for your presence. Well, they weren't mad about it, at least. Though, I sort of feel like people aren't really as concerned as I thought they'd be. When I saw the stars fall, I thought for sure the world was going to end. Yes, I recall. You were right that it wouldn't, of course. But I thought that people would be a little more freaked out by the lack of a night sky. But everyone just seems to be okay with it. I always want funny gossip, but I'm going on ads, so I will see you guys in 3 minutes, and I will read the gossip in 3 minutes. All right, appreciate everybody for their patience in that. Numa, I also want pictures of the boots. Let's see. Why are you highlighting things when I'm just singularly clicking? Paleo drop. Nice on the piercings. Also very nice boots. I am envious. Get a little bit of that honey water in my mouth so it can start working. You know what? I don't blame you. You find a good pair of boots on sale? Are they comfy? But everyone just seems to be okay with it. Oh, well then you hit the jackpot if they're comfy. Especially if you're describing them as very comfy. You absolutely hit the jackpot there. I can't say that I emphasize with that because I've always worn a combination of like work boots and Converse, so the shoes that I found the hardest to walk in, I used to have a pair of Vans skate shoes because at the time I was kind of learning to skateboard. I never fully learned. I can go forwards. I can turn. Can't do much more than that. But the skate shoes were just so clunky compared to my norm of Converse and work boots. Well, work boots / hiking boots, because both have the same amount of heel on them, which is not much of one. But like that's what I've always worn, so I never have an issue with with a slight heel on boots. But you know, I mean, don't we all go through that phase though? Where we kind of want to be girly, but we also kind of want to be boyish. I mean, that is valid. I have always done a combination of both. And then also when I was in middle and high school, I also had the jelly platforms. I had the wedge heels because I wore wedge heels to my prom. But the jelly platform shoes were really, really popular back in the 90s, so of course I had them. and they were like that big of a platform, but it was throughout the entire shoe. So I don't remember if those were hard for me to learn to walk in or not, but I remember having them. Who cares? Some wide-eyed adventurer will surely put them back at some point. Let's worry about replanting those tomatoes. I don't even know if you could put them back. You can never put back what's lost. But you can always replace it with something new. I'm not sure that you can replace the stars, or if you should approach loss that way. It's all a matter of perspective. I wouldn't mind a bunch of trees up in the night sky for a change. Right. But it would still be much nicer if some things would just stay the same. They never do. I'm just happy everyone is okay. Did you check on Lynn yet? She should be hacking my terrace to pieces outside. I did, outside on your definitely not hacked up terrace. Just out of curiosity, do you own any wood glue? Be a pretty poor amateur carpenter if you didn't own wood glue. It was nice to see that she's okay too. I was a little worried she would just leave and never talk to me again. So it was nice watching her train Melly with so much enthusiasm and to catch up a bit, that too. She tried to rope me into their great sword training. Did you accept? I'm not really a sword kind of elf, but it was fun to watch her teach Melly. She's very sweet. Indeed. And I was just relieved to see Carolyn doing alright. Even though she is worried about Mr. Dragon. We don't have any way to check in on him. I hope he's alright. I'm sure he is. To celebrate our well-being despite the absurdity of this world, how about a drink? I would love a drink. Can I try out that new one I requested? Thousand Winds, was it? In case I run into more people in need of help on the way back? I'm sure I'll find just the right thing. I'm not sure how to make this. I have some ideas, though. Is that how I make it? Oh, what? There we go. I'm gonna say something, and I hope you do not take this the wrong way. Because I do not mean this to be mean, but I know it could sound mean. You look so much better. Like, your face is like, not really evened out, but like, smoothed itself out more. So, congratulations on the weight loss, because I know you said at one point that you needed to do that. I hope in a healthy way, but I'm glad you sleep more. And congratulations on your skin being softer. But you look a lot better. Like, you look more you is the best way I can put it. I mean, all it takes to get soft skin is just, having a routine. But you look more you. You look more comfortable in your skin. Uh, Facial cleanser helps. Other things that can help is a good lotion with, well, a good moisturizer, period. It can help with your entire body. And if you can get a moisturizer with some SPF in it, it's wonderful. But what? Ooh. What hair removal cream do you use? But really? Does Nair still smell like god awful when you use it? Because I remember back in the 2000s when I was experimenting with stuff like that, it smelled awful. Hey, you know what else helps keep your body soft? That's with lots of like Epsom salts and stuff. The stuff you're already doing. No, I was not. Because genuinely what you're doing it actually helps. Another thing that can also help is this works more for like if you're shaving your body hair, but it also semi works for using hair removal creams. If you exfoliate your skin before you use it, it also helps. So, no, I'm just giving you practical stuff that helps based on my own experiences of, being in a woman's body for 40 years now. Well, if you ever want advice, I will give you any that I have that helps or that could help. Because again, I've got 41 years of experience being in the body I'm in. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as everybody consents and everybody's okay with it, that's all that matters. Like I said, whatever helps. Whatever works for you. I mean, decent is not bad, and all I ask is that it's not bad. What piercings are you thinking of? Also, do you shave your eyebrows? Do you pluck them? Do you wax them? Out of curiosity. Fabulous. I hope you do get those piercings. I think you'd look very good with them. That's fair. If you do, if you ever start doing anything with them, just a warning, sometimes, and this varies person to person, but around your eyebrows tends to be a lot more sensitive skin. So if you pluck them or do wax or something like that, you might potentially start crying from it. I mean, whether you go to a pro or not, you might potentially start crying from that. That is a normal reaction. You might also not. That is also normal. So, but tying this back into piercings, I mean, that's just hormones in general. Tying this back into piercings though, when I got my nose piercing here, because I have plucked right here before, it felt like I was plucking right there and I cried. Like it was the just my eyes welled up with tears without my consent type thing. So, I mean, nose piercings aren't for everybody. It was just a fair warning. I have to get mine out, my tongue piercing, because mine is embedded in my tongue. So I cannot take mine out by myself. Well, in theory, I could. I do not have the ability to. Yeah, so. But that involves calling my insurance and dealing with the whole mess of my insurance, and I really don't like to do that. So I'm currently curating an entire list of things that I need to talk to them about before I call them so I can just get everything in one go. I do know how to get those out. So when you're feeling like asking about it, hit me up. They are. They're either gonna twist or they just pop in. Because this one, no, this one. When I first got it pierced, because I got these pierced 2 different times, so this one's older than this one. By like 6 months. This one, when they first put it in, was flat back. Because they will not pierce you with a hoop. Even when you tell them that all you plan to do is switch it out for a hoop and just leave a hoop in forever. They will not pierce you with a hoop. And I understand why. It's because of how it heals. But I wish they would. Because clearly at this point where I have had 14 piercings now in my body, I think I know how to heal piercings at this point. And of those 14, 2 of them I had to get re-pierced twice. One of them I had to get re-pierced. The one I had to get re-pierced a lot was my first lobe right here on both sides. It kept getting infected and we didn't know why. Apparently I'm allergic to gold. So that one had to get re-pierced, I think like 4 or 5 times in my childhood. So these pain tolerance is different. What freaks out piercers with me is that, so basic anatomy with your ears. Down here is where all your blood vessels and everything are. Up here, there's basically nothing. It's cartilage. Or it's cartilage. But there's nothing up here. There's nothing that should make up here really bleed a whole bunch. I do not bleed from down here. I'll get like a drop or two of blood from down in my lobes. But up here, I will bleed like somebody cut very close to a vein or an artery. Like, it just starts gushing blood. And they're like, oh no, what happened? And it's like, it's normal. It just kind of happens. I cannot explain it to you. This is just my body. It is very bizarre, but given that it's happened 4 times, because I have both of my ears pierced twice at the top, and I've got the 2 at the bottom. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Enjoy work. Hopefully it's not too terrible. But feel free to hit me up anytime. You know how to reach me. And I hope that your name, and I don't blame you. You should absolutely do so. A breezy drink inspired by you and your kindness. Thank you. Your drinks are still the highlight of my day. They make the best drinks, right? They're okay. Really? Do you actually think that? Or is this a thing where you just don't want to be nice? People seem to do that a lot for some reason. They taste good. As good as things can taste when you're, me. No, you're absolutely right. They do need to get their head out of their asses. And it's fucked because they are dead naming you and probably misgendering you too. And that does its own number on you when you're constantly exposed to that. Please Please ask me how I know this. What's that? Thank you. By the way, I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Fable. I'm an elf and a ranger, and I come here a lot. They are also an incredibly courageous and capable hero. That's not true. Not yet. I'm working on it. Being a hero, I mean. Why? Because I dream of adventure and all the wonderfully exciting things it can bring. And I want to help people. Why not? I'm Malachite. You're Mel. I mean, Malachite, obviously. Thank you. I really wish my camera would stop doing that. I thought I had a request to you on Discord. Yeah. Check your, pending requests. Okay, I'll have to do it again later. When I'm not streaming so I can see people's full usernames. Have a good day. Melly just talked about a Mal. She said they, or I guess you, are very cool, and her new friend. She sounded very happy about it. We're not friends. She just won't leave me alone. Oh, okay. Then why do you spend time with her if you don't like her? Keeps following me. And you take her along? Not by choice. I don't know you well enough to judge the truth behind all this. But I think you should be honest with her and with yourself. Honesty goes a long way. I also believe that thing in Zoford could be fixed with honesty as well. You mean the missing familiar? I heard several familiars are missing actually. And I believe with so many mages and familiars present, someone is bound to know something. But maybe they're just scared to face possible consequences for their honesty. Sounds like Zoford is going through an eventful time. Thank you for letting me know. I'll keep an eye or two out for future developments. Zoford isn't very far from here, is it? Not too far. It's in eastern Fesoa and is, to my knowledge, the biggest harbor town the Republic has to offer. I can only recommend its many summer festivals. Very pretty fireworks. Why, does it sound like something up your alley? No, not mine, but... Melina is taking her first quest. Maybe this could be something for her. She needs to practice her skills outside of risk-free theory. Good idea. I'll see if I can reserve it for her. Sorry for asking, but first quest? I thought Melly just turned 10. Isn't that a bit young for quests? No, I was a similar age when I ventured on my first quest. The one with the horrifying nightmare creatures? Yes. Oh, that's sad. No, that's cool. No, I think that's a little sad. Children shouldn't have to face such danger that early. Why not? It's always there. Might as well confront them with it when they're young so they can accept its existence in their lives. That's an insane thing to say. Just because the world can be horrible doesn't mean we should confront children with that fact as early as we can. It's already bad enough that us grown-ups have to deal with it so much. Why should they just accept it if we can make the world a better place for them instead? I mean, when you were on a quest with, and I quote, horrifying nightmare creatures, weren't you scared? Wouldn't you have preferred not to be alone? It builds character. A character that thinks we should put other kids in miserable situations sure did a lot of good for you there. Weren't your parents worried to death about you? You have rumors to make a quest yet, Innkeeper? Not yet. Give me another day. People are so busy talking about or ignoring all that star debris, they're losing sight of the important things. Like feeding me new information. Is that nutritious for you? No, but it's fun. In that case, the fun I can provide in a day is running out. Unfortunately, the horrors of this world do not stop chasing me nor anyone else. I shall take my leave. Good luck. See you around, with less horrors, I hope. Now I'm worried. About Malachite, or Melly? Both. Are you really going to send her on that quest? If she wants to go, but I don't think you have to worry about it that much. Sofort is a beautiful city with a very low crime rate. I think she can handle a couple of rowdy familiars. And I doubt she'd be going alone. There's little worse than being alone when you're scared. Very true. Are you scared of anything? Bad Yelp reviews. I don't think you have to be scared of that. You make the best drinks in all of Asteria. I think as long as you like my drinks, I'll be okay. You've got my 5 stars in the bag. I would ask what you're afraid of, but the answer would be everything. Is it? Yes, but I'm working on not letting my fear stop me. I might not be able to avoid feeling afraid, but I can always just do things when scared. Rather than not at all. Maybe that is still a terrifying thought. How do you handle situations you're afraid of? I used to have a terrible habit of just walking away from the things that scared me, but with the right people by your side, staying becomes less of a crushing weight on your shoulders. You realize that even if things aren't perfectly comfortable, they are still worth experiencing. That sounds lovely. I've never seen friends of yours around the tavern before. Maybe you should invite them over sometime. Perhaps, though one of my friends is sitting here right now. Wait, are they invisible? Oh, you mean me. That makes me really happy. Also makes me feel pretty bad about having to go back home. Don't worry, go home. Fix the many things that worry you, as long as you come back. Always. I'll see you tomorrow, Innkeeper. See you tomorrow, my friend. Heroes tattoo. Give me 1 second. I'm looking into something real quick. Stop that so I can better show it. Somebody was asking about the Pokemon chat badges, which is what I'm getting information on for people. Alright. 8. New Horizons, 4th of the Astral Moon. Mythical morning. It's well past noon. It's still morning somewhere. Plus, a wizard doesn't care about things like time. Time's not only relative, but also flexible. Like a gummy worm. One time, I've actually tried breaking through the space-time continuum using a loophole through the primordial vortex. And? Did it work? No. But almost. I would have needed a drip of primordial sea to enhance the curvature, and that should have done it. But no access to the primordial sea. Bummer. I heard that's not very easy to get. Theopractically it is. Practically? Practically in theory. Duh. That makes total sense. I get it. Not really. You do? Sure, of course I do. Interesting and suspicious. Are you mayhaps also a person of magic? Well, I do make magical drinks. Enchanted mixology. That indeed is a niche. Say, innkeeper, did something you make ever explode? Occasionally. Yeah, welcome to the club. I think I'll blew something up at least once or twice a week. Oh, thanks, by the way. Nice to meet you, Hex. Nice to meet you too. Just innkeeper for now. Well then, innkeeper, how about a super wheezy, breezy drink for me? Any flavors you might fancy? Maybe something that'll make me focus more and perhaps help me to better understand the primordial vortex? Gotcha. Andrew's so cute. Good Andrew. This should boost your focus like nothing else. Amazing, I can already feel the ideas cooking up. I think I figured out a way to get that primordial seawater to... Never mind. The explanation would be too complex to grasp. So, What complex reasons bring you to my tavern, Hex? Being away from the other smartest person in Asteria. And who would that be? Doesn't matter. You tell me. My sister. She's studying and driving me crazy with all her theories. They're so reasonable, you know? No chaos, but there has to be a bit of chaos in everything, doesn't there? I wonder how she gets through life with so much structure. So, Hex and Hex's sister are basically my brain in one. I crave structure, but also chaos. Chaos side hates structure, the structure side hates chaos. Structure is the key to everything, young lad. Without structure, there is no chaos, and thus there'd be no entropy. I found entropy to be quite essential in this world. And you are? Oh, how rude of me. Top of the morning to you, lad. And to you, innkeeper, is it? Correct. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, too. I suppose you may call me Scully. My actual living name would be too ancient to be spoken out loud. I'm an archivist. At least I used to be. Now I'm dead. Somewhat. Not completely, obviously. Under mysterious circumstances, I happen to be still conscious. So you're undead? Precisely. How? Well, I passed on, and then one day I rose from my grave. We have ads in 5, by the way. I'm like a sleep, completely knackered for thousands of years. At least I believe it's been thousands of years. What year is it? 1755? That's brutally long. So how did you come back to life? I'm not too sure myself. I woke up and walked on like nothing had happened. Thought to myself, might as well explore the world anew. Those who'd risen with me didn't seem to be inhabited by an independent consciousness. And alas, didn't care. Those who'd risen with you? There are more like you out there? Undead rarely rise alone. They mostly serve a master. Right. However, I decided not to bother with that my own way. Oh dear. This would be me if I was raised from the dead. Decided not to bother with that guy. I'd rather just explore. South, I passed through Zoford and found a small little tavern. A bit like this one, more nautical in style. They had a lot of fish. I've never been a fan of seafood. Though I got to listen to a lot of the town's gossip. Care to fill me in on that Zoford gossip? Well, apparently a well-known noble married a commoner and decided to run off with her, leaving the family without an heir. But there's more. Fishermen fear that Zoford has been cursed by a sea witch. They say the docks are being haunted by lonely animals that stare blankly at the waves and the moon at night. And during the day, they disappear like ghosts. Bit of a weird curse. Fitting for any sea witch or wild sailor's tale. Innkeeper, say, do you have a drink for this undead fella? A drink and a mop? Just a drink, I won't be needing a mop. He's got a cup right there. You say so, what would you like? Something that will loosen up this non-existent tongue. Something full of charm and appeal. Coming right up. How about this? Because it's kind of a day. Did it not go all the way? Oh, I know what happened. Whoops. You can. Alright. We're gonna go on ads. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Hi, Axel. I hope you're doing well. I would have questions about those emotes, but it's you, so... You took me to bed? Fabulous. Now, am I in bed with just you, or you and Kitty? That's sad that it's not both of you, but I also understand. Because that way you both get the sleep that you need. A real charmer, just for you. Jolly, I feel like I can conquer worlds with my words alone. Oh? Not that I would ever do that. I care more about words than worlds. Archivist things, you know? I spent most of my life reading, sorting, and archiving. That didn't leave a lot of time for dreams of hubris. Are you sure? Academic hubris is a powerful one. Come on now, that type hardly counts. It counts. Agreed, it's only natural. Oh, I think you've given me an idea, Bone Man. I did? Yes. If I can enhance the aging process of cells, the incubation procedure could... Alright, I gotta go. If my sister asks if you've seen me, no, you didn't. Thanks, bye. I don't post anything because I can't do anything right now. I can't really go out. And... I do too. I don't like how tall it is, but I like it for him. Even if I could go out, I wouldn't in my local area. I would drive out to San Diego. Possibly also Orange County. Because the prevalence of abusers in the LA scene and my local scene is eesh. Like, all the dungeons in LA, all the public ones that I know of, all the dungeons in LA and my local one are all run by abusers. And while I have friends who go to them, I can't. And the one who runs the one out near me, I actually used to be friends with them. But after seeing all of the evidence that people posted about them, it was just like... But also in that, I've lost a few friends because some of my former friends are regulars at the dungeon that they own. And they're very... Nope, you can't say anything about the people I know and like, la 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 la, it doesn't exist, la 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 la. So. And even when there's evidence of stuff, they're the, oh, that never happened type of people. And like, I'm glad that all of it came out and I got to see that that's the type of people that they are. But at the same time, it makes me sad because these were people that I really enjoyed hanging out with. You know? So... unfortunately, that is the position I'm in right now. So, like, most of my friends are either across the country, like, most of the people that I will talk to are across the country or on other continents. There's very, very few people in my state that I will even consider talking to. And none of them are local to me. Well, one of them is. And he runs the rope group, but he's also been my rope top for on and off for the past decade-ish. I think it's actually been a little bit more than a decade. But he's about the only person that I would trust. Because I've seen his integrity at work. I've seen, you know, what he stands for. So. And I actually should get in contact with him. But I've kind of been not wanting to change the tire on my car from the spare to the normal. Even though it's a full-size spare. I just don't want to right now because it's so fucking hot outside. Long story short, my tire had to be changed during Comic-Con. And I have not changed it back since. But I have a full-size spare for that reason. Because I usually wind up with jobs that are out of my county and I have to drive an hour minimum. So I don't want to be and it's usually all freeway driving. I don't want to be somewhere where I can't drive on the freeway with my spare. Because unfortunately there's a lot of roads in California, or there's a lot of cities in California that don't connect via side streets. Yeah, it's, I do not feel like doing the conversion right now. What is this in Fahrenheit? It is currently 86 right now. At 11 p.m. almost. And, let's see. Earlier today, it was 110 almost. Tomorrow will be around the same. Yesterday was also around 110. Friday is going to be 104. Saturday is going to be in the high 90s. Monday is going to be in the mid 90s. Tuesday is going to be in the mid 90s. It's disgusting. If I wasn't live on camera, I would. And if my house's air conditioner did not work as well as it does currently, I would. But I also wouldn't be on camera. I mean, if I did, you'd no longer be able to see me. Because I'm pretty sure Twitch would, ban my account. And I'm not a big enough streamer that makes enough money for them that they actually want to actively keep. I am lucky if I can make it multiple months in a row with getting a payout. Good luck with your attempt to sleep. Love you too. Energetic, young fella. Indeed. If you don't mind, Innkeeper, I'd like to linger here for a bit and enjoy the moment. Of course. Keep. How's it going? All fine and dandy. How about you, Fable? I'm still very busy helping the farmers rebuild their barns and fences. Also, apparently a bunch have lost their crops due to how hot the stars were. It's terrible. Seeing all this destruction is terrible. I've never seen anything like this before either. Historically, the Lady of the Gilded Sea never struck me as someone to unleash baneful omens. Apologies, my manners. It's impolite to burst in on a conversation like that. I'm Scully. Fable. Nice to meet you, Fable. Again, my apologies for the impulsivity. That's alright. I was just surprised you could actually talk. Oh, no offense. I just thought, usually... None taken. Usually skeletons don't speak. Theopractically, they don't. Theopractically? Practically in theory. Exceptions confirm the rule. You sound like a wizard. Please don't say that. Okay, let's pretend I did it. I am so jealous of you right now, Andrew. I would love rain out here. At least then it would give us an excuse for why it's so fucking humid. Because we're getting all the gross weather without any of the benefits. It's over 100 and humid as shit. But no rain. How did you like their drinks? Surely an experience. I can feel it gurgling in my bones. Sometimes I do that. Could you also make me a drink, innkeeper? I don't want my bones to jingle, but something that enhances my finesse would be nice. You know, you have to be very delicate with zucchini seeds or they'll give up immediately. Of course, coming right up. Yeah, unfortunately that is just, everywhere that's been like that. Welcome to global warming. I hope this tastes refined enough. This is perfect. You know just what I need, innkeeper. Of course I do. After all, you're my favorite regular. I am? Yes. You're my favorite innkeeper. Unfortunately, Andrew, we're well past that part. All we can do is try and put pressure on our politicians, both locally and federally, to reverse some of the decisions they've been making lately, to help us try and get back to a better place. That one too! I just got it! And also to encourage our politicians to stop tearing up all the trees and to actually plant native trees and native grasses and stuff instead of bringing in non-native stuff to plant. Because part of the reason for the ridiculous heat is that we keep terraforming everything to concrete and asphalt, and we don't have the native trees and grasses to help us keep the areas a little bit cooler. So... You Fable? So, do you think your farm work will be done soon? Oh, I hope so. Not that I don't like helping them out. I do. But I think the sooner everyone can get back to a normal life, the better. Do you perhaps need a hand? I happen to have two. And I might know a thing or two about crops and fences. Sure, I can use some help carrying a few things over to Trigarian. My treehouse is just around the corner. Splendid! Sounds like a quite useful endeavor. I'll gladly indulge. Thank you. Innkeep, before we go, I have something I wanted to give you. What do you have for me, Fable? Some dried honey flowers. The farmers didn't know how to thank me, so they gave me these flowers. And you're always so helpful and nice, so I wanted to share them with you. I'm sure you already have at least 4 ideas on how to use them. Thank you very much, Fable. I'll make sure to put them to good use. So you accept donations for ingredients? Certainly. I can only get my hands on so many infusions myself. What about recipes themselves? It's always good to get more inspiration. Wonderful. In my prior life, I had access to a lot of books about magic and potion mixing. I think I still recall my assistant's favorite recipe. Do you store it under your hat? Of course. Where else would I keep it? Fair enough. Thank you for the recipe. Innkeeper, thanks for being such a patient and pleasant host. I shall be on my way then with Fable. But I'll be back should I not crumble into a pile of bones from one day to the next. Let's hope not. I won't. I'm just joking around. I hope. I wouldn't want to be responsible for that. Anyway, Innkeeper, thank you so much. You're still the highlight of my day, no matter how dark the night. See you around. Let's go, Scully. No time to lose. That I was able to witness such rarity in my lifetime. Immaculate! I see you have your cape now, Kyle. And that looks like a different shirt. Or a different, vest. You would even get excited about a rusty nail. Of course I would. Such a splendid chemical process. Metals have a variety of chemical processes. Rust being my least favorite of them. Ruins lots of hard work. Does it now? Yup. Makes everything porous. Oh! Kyle, Rhea, nice to see you both again. Likewise, dear Innkeeper. How has your day been? Can't complain. Had some interesting customers today. Ah, like that one distinguished gentleman who crossed us on our way in? Distinguished, yeah. Gentlemen don't know. A giant top hat doesn't make you a gentleman. What makes you a gentleman? Manners. He was quite polite, I recall. Greeted me with the tip of his hat. You find everyone polite, even your slime. But Mr. Slime is quite polite. What a peculiar wall clock you have there. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It looks just like the clock in Evelyn's living room. It reminds me of all the times I impatiently waited for her to come home after important meetings and banquets. Do you know if that is her clock by any chance? I think that might be a story for another time. Let's not worry about it now, shall we? Chat, it is her clock. Okay. Say, Innkeep, have you read that letter yet? That'd be a story I'd love to hear right now. Not yet, no. Tragic. I've always loved writing letters. Innkeep, you got a drink for me? Something that'll make me tougher? So I can get through today's babbling? Of course. So if I do this, that in, do that. Now that's what I'm talking about, a gift to the great dragons. Well, thank you. I gave it my best. Can taste that. I feel sturdier already. I've had me doubts about you, Innkeep, but I must say, you know your job. So how's the day been for you two? The usual. Splendid. It was my first day in centuries out under the rays of the sun. And how did you like it? It's brighter than I thought. The light of the sun, I mean. Ray and I took a day trip to the capital since I rarely get to see it in full of daily life. There were so many people. Too many. Just the right amount for a city. It was so vivid, it almost made me feel alive. And everyone was able to admire my beautiful cape. Is that the cape? The cape of invisibility? It absolutely is. I'm curious, does that mean you two are going to Baruvia now? Huh? Why would we want to go there? That was the deal. I help you get your cape, so we can attend that fancy Baruvian vampire banquet and I get me gold's worth. Oh, but I got that invitation about 500 years ago. Didn't I mention that? No? What about me material then? Well, I can give you the gold right now if you want. Can you accompany me a while longer though? Fine. Oh, wonderful. Every second I spend with you brings me tremendous joy. What a great day to be a vampire. I've got my cape back and I can walk under the sun like mortals do. Hey, innkeeper, what have you thought of a new drink? One that would taste just as incredible as the gentle and welcoming beams of sunlight feel on your skin. That's kind of a vague description, but I think I might have something in mind already. Oh, wonderful. I wonder if my dear Evelyn would desire to walk in the sunlight as well. Do you know what she's doing? Do you think I could pay her a visit? You shouldn't. I should. The air smells like reconciliation. Do you think that's a good idea? It ain't. It is. Kyle, you've stolen her, your cape. Do you think she'll greet you with open arms? You know what I'd do if my ex-husband stole me a hammer? What? Take it and smash all he holds dear. No one takes what's mine. But the cape is mine. Is she of the same opinion, you think? Oh. Maybe you're right. It would be a shame to lose my cape again. All she'd have to do is ask. Oh, my undead Evelyn. There has never been a wish of hers I turned down. And I wouldn't to this day. I don't want to have whatever you have with her. I'd lose my mind. Well, yeah, I know. Oh, how much I miss her. My heart is aching. If that's all, maybe one day she'll reach out to me. I still miss her dearly. And I shall miss her evermore, looking toward the mountain peak, knowing she's merely a grasp away. Maybe a drink could help for now. Would you do that? A drink for me? Of course. Something strong, please, dear innkeeper, so that my heart may stop aching soon. Let's see. What if I do this one? So I need 3 that way. 1. I think I could just use the honey flower for this. Excuse me. No? Not the honey flower? Okay, about the feather. Perfect. can't mend a broken heart, but perhaps this helps. It does. Thank you, dear innkeeper. You tell the innkeeper more about your day, huh? Right, I suppose I wasn't done yet. Where was I? Your trip to the capital. Busy streets bustling with people. Roots. Roots? Roots. We admired the roots that enclosed the city, almost like a rampart. I finally had the chance to take a closer look. Quite fascinating. For once, gotta agree. Almost made me believe the myths are true. Myths? Myths. I've told ye. Rumor has it these are the roots of the Aether Tree. Breaking through the surface and taking hold of Gaia, where they guard the capital. Ah, yes, a very good defense plan indeed. What are my rumors right now? Those go together. But I'm not sure that this goes with that. Yes, a very good defense plan indeed. What is Wood going to do to protect a city? A city is protected with stone. Oh. I was never very involved in fortification efforts. I figured. Oh? We also met the lovely Seraph again. How are her investigations coming along? Very well. She seems eager and determined. A detective spirit. Believe the last made her way to Dalwell. She seems to be onto something. I can't wait to hear the story when she returns. Likewise. Say, Rhea, can we go to town and check out the antique dealer? Oi, why? I want to see if I can find any keepsakes from the old times. Very well then. Bet you won't munch on the shopkeep, will ya? Of course not. I am well satiated from the innkeeper's creation. Alright then, let's go. Goodbye, innkeep. Enjoy your shopping spree. Her dog. Well met, adventurer. Do my eyes deceive me? Minthy in the flesh. Hello, darling innkeeper. It's good to see you again. I like her tattoos. It certainly has been a while. Must be hitting that 15-year mark, right? It'll be 25 years soon, actually. Ah, you know how I am when it comes to keeping track of time spans longer than a decade. I'm well aware. Good that you have me to drop in from time to time to remind you, huh? I couldn't be more grateful. And boop! Especially we bring Casket and Kane along. Do cute service beasts still get a discount here? Boop. Always. So, what's brought you back to the area? It's not your usual haunt. No, I generally prefer something more moist. Ah, not the word I'd have used. But something akin to that. It's decidedly too arid around these parts for my tastes. And here I thought I would get to at least enjoy the recent downpour, but no. The stuff that came pouring down was unique. That's one way to put it. Destructive is another, and possibly more accurate. But I'm glad to see that your tavern hasn't suffered the same fate as many of the streets and buildings I saw on my way here. Admittedly, the journey was already quite challenging to navigate with my wheelchair before, though the scenery has always been worth the struggle. But now, I'm afraid it wasn't possible to take in much enjoyment from the passing landscape. Not when I had to pay so much attention and not endanger myself and my sweet service beasts. You told me of your struggles with traveling before. I'm sorry to hear that recent events have made it worse. Oh, well, we're here now, aren't we? And I do have to say, using the primordial vortex as a way to skip your veranda stairs is a marvelous accessibility touch. Quite the impressive work, my friend. I'm glad to hear that my little spells are doing their job. I hope the cities will put similar care into rebuilding the streets. Flatter cobblestones would do wonders for many people like me. But believe it or not, I didn't come all this way to talk about the development of inclusivity in urban infrastructure. No, really? Shocking, right? I'm here on the hunt, one could say. What do you have your eyes on? Protection pearls. I've heard a few hushed whispers in my library. Folks say the pearls appear in the Lonesome Lagoon this time of year. Ah, those again. Good hunting, then. Thank you. So, while the pearls might be my main objective, I haven't decided to come to town with only a singular purpose. I need to ask you for something, innkeeper. A good drink? No, my manuscript, darling. I believe 25 years should have been enough time to proofread it, yes? Ah, of course. I finished devouring the manuscript almost as soon as you gave it to me. It just took me a while to recall doing so, you see. Since it's been so long since I definitely got done with that. Lovely. I'm glad I have such a reliable old friend to proofread my work. Would you like a drink while I try to engage my brain cells and remember where I put it? If you're offering, I'd be pleased to accept. Perhaps something to refresh my mind after my journey. I'll do my best. What? Something mental. Oh, wrong liquid. Good boy, Andu. About making the perfect drink for you. Ah, I've missed this. Good to see your mixing skills haven't diminished one bit. In fact, I think I might be coming up with an idea for a new story. Let me note this down real quick. Take your time. So, while I enjoy your mixology, no matter what you put in front of me, I'd enjoy it even more if you could recall the location of my very precious manuscript. You know, the one I lovingly worked away at for almost half a century whilst my library came to be. Certainly. It should be just below this pile. No, wait, I must have put it over there, actually. Alright, given this ongoing battle with your organizational habits, it might take you a bit longer to recover it. And I have some pearls to get to. So how about this? I'll return in around 7 days, and then I can tell you all about my pearl hunt in exchange for my manuscript. My proofread manuscript. That would be helpful. Good. It was nice seeing your weary face again, innkeeper. Likewise, Minthy. Have a safe and pearlful journey. Ah, I'll try. Seven days should be enough to read a manuscript, right? Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. Oh, those do go together, okay. A scandal in Zoford. The lively port city of Zoford is known not only for its docks, but also for its large community of mages. Lately, there seems to be something mysteriously going on there. The familiars of several archmages have gone missing and are nowhere to be found. But it's a big city. There must be someone who knows something. Could their disappearance be related to the tale of the sea witch who cursed Zoford's docks? I think I'm gonna make another cup of tea after, when ad break starts. Nine, crossing the threshold, 5th of the astral moon. morning, innkeeper. Could you please make me a drink? I need something to wake me up and help me feel agile again. Of course, Fable. Just a moment. Thank you. I feel much better already. Long night? Very. Turns out there were a lot of farmers who needed help. Regret offering it? Not at all. I enjoy being able to help people. Before, I just used to wish I could help, but I never felt competent enough to try. It's fun to try, a bit exhausting at times, but I think I much prefer this over waiting around. I still could use a bit more practice, though. That's fair. Just make sure you also practice taking breaks. You'll have a much easier time helping other people if you're not close to passing out yourself. That's what I have your drinks for. No. My drinks are not a gateway to burnout. I admire your kindness, Fable, but you too should fall under the umbrella of people you're being kind to. I mean, I am pretty good at falling. You're pretty good at a lot of things. I try. I know. Stay and have a rest now, okay? Okay, thank you. Good day to you, innkeeper. Good day to you too, adventurer. Yes, an adventurer. That's what I am indeed. I come here seeking a drink. What a coincidence. I do happen to have some of those in stock. What can I get you? Drinks do adventurers usually get whatever drink they desire. Then, well, I could deal with something that tastes good, of course. Perhaps something that could protect me from my foes? Defense is the base of every adventurer's skill set, is it not? Possibly. Then let's try it out. Make you one of these. Protection against your foes. Now for half the price. Thank you so very kindly. Do you like it? Well, yes, of course. Then you should say so. I apologize, I forgot to do the thing where you say your words out loud. I get that. Now that you've acquired a drink, care to introduce yourself? Incredibly rude of me to forget. I am Gustav Archibald Richmond III, son of Lord Gustav Albert Richmond II and Lady Dorothea Bridget the 27th. An up-and-coming hero from Windmore. And who might you be? The up-and-coming innkeeper of Zenith. Happy to have you here. Saye Plains. The eastern part of the Republic is full of impressive plains and prairies. It's connected to the western half of the Silver Pass, reaching across the southeast to the big harbor city of Zoford. The inner parts of the plains have only a few small villages and travelers' outposts compared to the edge, which is full of petite towns and coastal cities. The plains have many fascinating fauna to speak of. Some animals are trained by locals, and some bigger ones are even used as mounts. Many people living in the prairie are mercenaries by trade. They offer armed escorts through the plains, assistance for inexperienced adventurers, and they have open partnerships with several adventuring guilds. Rumor has it some mercenaries are even bounty hunters. Silver Pass. The Silver Pass is the most important road in the entire Republic. It connects the western and eastern halves via a path traveling straight through the Dulvamur mountain range. The Silver Pass is the best and only reliable way to connect both sides of the continent, which is why the Republic spares no expense to ensure the pass is as secure as possible. Nearby, deeper into the Dulvamur mountains, lie the Scarlet Caves, which are so dangerous that only mining experts like dwarves are permitted to enter. Gravelmac. The Gravelmac Mountains look like very sharp, pointy rocks jutting out of the ground like spears being thrust into the earth. The mountains mark the northern edge of the Sae Plains and block the way further north into the Forbidden Valley like a natural gate. The Gravelmac lies completely barren and desolate, lifeless and silent. No flora can be seen upon rocks, no fauna moving across its terrain. Despite all of this, some may find the Gravelmac tranquil, not terrifying, but instead rather calm and relaxing in its own eerie way. Demail. On the eastern side of the Sae Plains lies Demail, a vibrant hub where commerce is combined with textile craftsmanship. When merchants come through the Silver Pass from the western part of the nation across the Sae Plains, Demail is usually the first stop before moving on toward Zoford. Demail is well protected by the local Saean merchants. Not merchants, making sure even hectic days run smoothly. There's a special peacekeeping mercenary team called Ibex Group in contact with the authorities in Zoford. The name comes from their founder, Ibex, who helped clear the main roads for travelers for years to ensure safe travels. Zoford. Situated majestically within the eastern end of Fesoa, Zoford thrives as an impressive harbor city. It boasts the biggest port in the entire Republic, putting even Dirian ports to shame. Behind this port lies Lake Zoford, a beautiful sanctuary connected to a wide-open river that flows into the Promising Bay, as the locals like to call it. Zoford is a trade hub between the Republic of Fesoa and the nation Vielos in the Far East, and is quite popular around wizards and other mages. Fable of the Ashen Grove. Your fable? Yes? Is that a bad thing? The fable that saved Tregarian from werewolves? The very same. Wow, what an incredible pleasure it is to meet you. I've heard so many things about you. Oh? Good things, I hope. Of course. They say your skills with the bow single-handedly saved the village from 2 bloodthirsty werewolves. I wouldn't phrase it quite like that. They are very good with the bow. Incredible! I wish I possessed such spectacular skills. They spoke of you helping with the aftershocks of the Starfall as well. I mean, that's a given. I need to help out when I can. You truly have the heart of a folk hero. How admirable. What about you, Lord Gustav Archibald Richmond III? What are you the hero of? Well, I'm, currently leaving my backstory area. I'm in the first act, so to speak, on my journey of becoming a full-blown adventurer. I've had a bit of a late start, but I shall catch up with haste. Also, Archie is just fine. You don't have to say the whole thing every time. Well, Archie, if it's haste you're looking for, I can help with that. Someone gifted me some golden feathers a few days ago. Prepared as an infusion for the right drink, they can hasten you up in no time. Really? That's spectacular. I always thought those things were myths or legends you only read about in books. Do you read a lot? Sometimes. Not that much. You should. You sound like someone who enjoys adventures, and books are full of them. They are. I'm just too cool for books. You can never be too cool for books. Books are cool. You think so? Yes, I do. I mean, look at the innkeeper's journal. It's super cool. The coolest. Oh, well, actually, maybe I do read quite a bit. I'm sorry for being so weird about it. Don't worry, we're all a little weird sometimes. What kind of books do you like? Anything full of adventures and heroes and adventuring heroes. They're just like me. Obviously, my parents would much prefer if I read about other things such as books on etiquette or the newspaper. I'm sure they would love it if I wrote a dissertation on the intricacies of the Dyria negotiations or even becoming a diplomat myself. But I think I would fare much better as the savior of this world, don't you think? The Dyria negotiations? I'm unfamiliar. It's all terribly boring, really. They're renegotiating trade routes due to the collapse of a canal bridge that was hit by a horde of spinel rhinoceroses. That's not going all that well, because they can't agree on who should pay for the repairs in the mainland or Dyria itself. Just thinking about it puts me to sleep. Then perhaps we should go back to more exciting topics. How do you plan to start off your hero's journey? By doing something heroic, of course. What's something heroic I could do? You could start by helping the local farmers. They're still rebuilding their homes and relocating their cattle as we speak. Great idea. How much gold should I give them? Gold? I mean, I'm sure they wouldn't mind gold, but I was thinking about lending them a hand, you know, physically? With your little hands? Ah, okay. So I would go to the farmers and ask what they need help with. Of course. That sounds... I shall figure it out. Thank you for the inspiration, Fable. It has been an honor meeting you. I hope we shall cross paths again. Till my next quest, Innkeeper. Till then. That was adorable? Weird. Not because of him. He heard about me being a hero? That doesn't sound right. But you are a hero. Really, I didn't even do that much yet. Not enough to be inspiring to anyone anyway. There are much greater heroes than me out there. He wasn't impressed by other heroes. He was impressed by you. That's nice. You don't sound very happy about it. I am. It's really flattering, but I just don't think I did enough to deserve his praise. I'm just some elf. It's not for you to decide who's impressed by you and who isn't. True. I'm personally going to keep bragging about knowing Fable, the great hero of the Ashen Grove and savior of Trigarin. Alright, I get it. Thank you, Innkeep. I'll try to better accept compliments. Good. Innkeeper, hello, Fable. Hello, Melly. And hello, Malachite. It's good to see you both again. Likewise, Raymond. Can I offer you two a drink? You can offer us a quest. Are you talking about the one you just picked up by any chance? Your incredible deduction skills struck again. I'm only trying to match wits here. Hehehe. So you're interested in saving those poor familiars? I am. Missing familiar silent wizards, clues leading to a seemingly dead end. This sounds like a case for the world's greatest detective. Her sneaky assistant. They do sound like a great team. They're not a team. But they are going on a quest together. They are not. Then why are you here? She didn't want to come here alone. She said she can't reach the quest board. And I needed a drink anyway. So you're sending Melly on a quest. Alone. As is customary, that's how the Shadowbanes have always handled it. Adds in 5. Melly isn't part of the Shadowbanes. But she wishes to walk the path of thieves. So she must embrace their lifestyle. I think she's trying to walk the path of a detective. And that just sounds dangerous and negligent. I agree. You're not coming with me? No. What? I just explained that. Badly. But you have to come with me. Why? It's clearly a job for 2 people. There's no job that can't be done alone. That's bullshit. What if I need someone to sneak into the crime scene to gather evidence? Didn't you want to go on this quest to test your stealth training? But what if I get nervous? What if I forget how to be stealthy? Or what if none of the familiars want to talk to me? I don't know, Melina. What about you've been eaten by a T-Rex? Who cares? I do. I think you should go with her. I think you should mind your own business. And I think you should make better decisions. Melly is right, you two make a good team, especially for this case. So stop hiding from the imaginary T-Rex of emotional vulnerability and just go on this familiar themed vacation. You might even enjoy it. Listen, Melina, even if I wanted to come with you, I couldn't. I've got obligations, things to do. You're a thief. You don't have fixed working hours. And you don't have any other friends waiting around for you. Maybe not, but I do have a sheepfish to take care of. You have a sheepfish? I do. His name is Rufus, and he doesn't do well alone. Plus, he needs to be fed and do his daily crossword puzzles, otherwise his wool will get strawy. Oh, well, you're right. You can't just leave Rufus alone. He'll get lonely. Yeah. I can take care of Rufus. What? Well, I live nearby and I'm very good with animals and pretty decent at crossword puzzles. Sounds like an excellent idea. What if Rufus doesn't like you? He will, certainly after one of Fable's famous lullabies. You sing? Sometimes. Maybe you can sing a song about how Mal and Rufus got eaten by a T-Rex while the familiars booed me out of town. She's very fixated on this T-Rex thing. I think I'd prefer a song about you and Malachite saving those familiars instead, right, Mal? Fine, but just this once. See it as a final exam for your training. Sounds fun. Wonderful. So do you two need any help on your quest? Don't know. What do you think, Detective? Well, it's great that you would ask, mighty assistant. Please don't call me that. Okay, Mighty Mal then. No. How about John? Sure. So, John, thanks for asking. I have studied the quest given to us closely. And I've come to the conclusion that there's only one option. This is a classic case of finding the right clues sprinkled through the witnesses' testimonies and piecing them together correctly. The townsfolk, the wizards, the familiars, they'll all have different conflicting information, and we'll need to collect and untangle it all to see the whole picture. To achieve that, we need to be charismatic enough to get the truth out of them. And for those who still refuse to talk to us out of guilt or fear, we'll need to activate our stealth powers, find those hidden clues ourselves. Also, we should be quick so they can't destroy any evidence. I can offer you some of your golden feathers. They do come with the sweet aftertaste of haste. That way you should be able to make it to Zoford much quicker. Good idea. I think you underestimate the severity of the situation. What would you suggest then instead, John? I love that his name keeps changing. We're gonna go on ad break. I'm gonna go make some more tea because my throat's still scratchy. But I will see you guys in about 3. Welcome back, everybody. I got another cup of tea in a completely different cup because I wanted a different type of tea than what I had previously made. So, alright. What would you suggest instead, John? I agree with the stealth part. We could use a hint of dexterity to make sure we remain unseen for as long as possible, but I believe our focus should be on overpowering whoever is responsible for this. If they're making familiars disappear, they won't be interested in a discussion. Not a fair one, at least. We should fight first, ask questions later. I guess you got bored of the stealthy approach. Different problems require different solutions. If you're itching for a fight, may I recommend fresh phoenix chilies? Some fire resistance could be a big advantage against wizards or familiars. Whether a fireball or fire breath, you wouldn't want to walk in unprepared. Does Andu have fire breath? Technically, yes, but he's usually too lazy to use it. It helps a bunch with roasting marshmallows, though. I'd love to try Andu's marshmallows. I'll see if I can set something up when you return. Thank you. I think s'mores could also help convince us familiars to help us. That's ridiculous. A dagger would be far more convincing. I think both could work. Innkeeper, what do you think? They definitely need a little bit of dexterity for sneaking around, but what should they pair it with? Haste for a quick arrival and charisma for smooth talking, or pure strength and some fire resistance. I think I should make you 2 different drinks. You get the strength and fire resistance, she gets the stealth. Let me think about it. I think I'm gonna go with this. What's the infusion for that? The golden feather. Okay. I think this case needs a delicate hand. The best detective work is achieved through clever conversation. Oh, you're spot on. Guess this is how I die. Don't be so pessimistic. My drinks have your back. Do you think you're prepared to solve this case, detective? Yes! With your help, we'll complete this quest with haste. We'll be back soon. That's so stupid. I still think both of them should have gotten their own drink. To go with them to pick up that sheep fish before they disappear into the night. Don't forget to sing them a lullaby. Rufus or John? Rufus. Right, obviously. I'm gonna go now. Have fun, Fable. Innkeeper. Hello, Chrissy. See, glad to see you're alright. Likewise, good to see you and the tavern are unharmed. It's quite the disaster out there. And I'm just passing through. Don't have time to stay for long. Need to check on the cottage and the birds and Fable. I'm sure everything is as it was. The canopies of the grove are sturdy after all. Which is why I chose to make it my home. That and the landscape. I hope your trip was nice at least. Oh, it was. It felt good to recharge and refill the creative juices. We walked a lot actually. Almost mapped out the whole island. We also hiked to the foot of the Borean Ridge where the auroras touch the peaks. I heard the view is quite remarkable. It was. I'd never seen anything like it before. It was the first time I got to catch a glimpse of them. I also caught a glimpse of the infamous Banshee. Everyone told us to avoid the Lonely Lagoon because of her, but it's too beautiful to ignore. I doubt the Banshee means any harm. Everyone yearns for a friend after all, even scary creatures. I guess lonely is a monster sometimes. Everyone is scared of you. People shouldn't be. No one can choose who they're born as. We should just accept them as they are. I have a few patrons who'd really appreciate hearing that. Then I'd be happy to meet them. Speaking of which, I got you something. Oh? Remember the nymphs from when we last spoke? I do. I met one at the art convention. She was selling little homemade trinkets. I remembered our conversation and got you this. I thought you might appreciate it. Wonderful. I do. Thank you. It'll certainly always have a special place in my heart, knowing it came from you. Aw, you're such a sweet talker, but you can't trick me into giving you my name. What would I want with names? Nothing good, that's for sure. But for realsies, I have to leave now. I've been gone way too long. Or for too long. See you around, Innkeep. So, she was over here. Boreas is an island group in the west of Fasoa. Because of the Great Western Stream, this area is incredibly hot and humid. Large forests with immensely tall trees can be found all over these islands. This might make for a beautiful view, but also incredibly difficult traveling conditions. As such, no real permanent settlement has been built there yet. Currently, Diria and the mainland are working together on exploring Boreas. During one of their expeditions, one of the islands snatched the nickname Severed Wilds due to its, well, wildness. During Borean nights, one can occasionally see sparkling auroras lighting up the night. There are a few things more beautiful. Abandoned Dragon Temple. Concealed within the deep forest of the Severed Wilds, the last Fishian expedition to explore the area found the entrance to an old, long-forgotten dragon temple. Much of it seemed to be underground, and the entrance collapsed so severely that the expedition team only recorded its location before immediately turning back onto their intended path. Academic rumors speak of an ancient age and alleged murals of the great sea serpent, the dragon Leviathan. However, they have yet to present any concrete proof of the true subject of the temple's devotion. It is also unknown who might have built this temple. Maybe the island was not devoid of civilization once, or maybe the temple was not built by humanoids at all. A future expedition may tell. Magical Lake ? Deep within the heart of the jungle is a clearing of untamed wild magic. In a clearing of untamed wild magic lies a strange shining lake. The lake is beautiful with iridescent flora and glowing water that mirrors the sky and stars above. A magical creature seems to call the center of these mystical energies home, manipulating the untamed magic of the jungle to live a peaceful life deep inside the forest. Not a single mainlander has ever visited the lake, though, so no one knows yet if these stories are true, nor who or what lives in this mystical lake. Lonesome Lagoon. Nestled deep within the southern island of Boreas, the Lonesome Lagoon is a mystery to most. Its waters shimmer with a surreal light, creating an illusion of a swirl, a vortex, or perhaps a portal. There are stories about dangerous entities residing within the Lonesome Lagoon, which is why the handful of adventurers who have been to Boreas did not dare to delve that deeply into its secrets. According to stories of sailors passing by, you can sometimes hear a silent, haunting melody coming from the lagoon on nights when the water glows unnaturally, warning away everyone who dares to enter. See you around, Chrissy. Take care of yourself. Always. Hello. Baya, good to see you again. It's been a while. Yes. A while. 6,000 years. More like 2 months. Oh, I thought I had hibernated longer. You hibernated at this time of year? It was for the Bloomtide Festival. It happens near my swamp every year during the Dreaming Moon. Druids and bards join together in search of the moon pools for 2 whole weeks. They dance, they laugh, they scatter pretty little flowers everywhere. They hope if they can satiate the land, it will lead them to the reflection of the cosmos. You mean the set of mythical lakes said to reflect all of the 7 moons at once? Yes. Ever since the Twilight Chasm portal opened up within them a mere 30 years ago, travelers have become increasingly obsessed with bathing in their beauty. Such festivities sound exciting. No. They are loud with their songs, and they're arguing about getting lost in the endless maze of the marshes. And they walk around with torches of burning ember that they swing too close to my precious vines. Why would you bring fire into a swamp? It is a little rude. Exactly. You know, I tried to join them one time. Their dainty flowers intrigued me, and I snuck up to them, dressed in my prettiest poison ivy adorned with thorns of the undying trees. And you know what they did? What? They chased me away with their fiery brooms, chanting "Demon, be gone!" from the top of their tiny lungs. Well, that's rude of them. How dare? So now I hibernate every dreamy moon. That way I don't have to listen to their jolly tunes. Maybe you should give them another chance. Very few Gaians are familiar with the creatures of the bogs. Only with the stories about their bone-crushing teeth. What's wrong with bone-crushing teeth? They think you might want to crush their bones with them. Ah, that would be so rude. They don't think that way. But I think if they got to know you, they'd like you a lot. After all, you make the best flower crowns in all of Gaia, maybe even all of Asteria. Those sound perfect for a festival. You might be right. Maybe I'll greet them with some flower crowns next year. I could even open up a seasonal flower crown store. I'd definitely buy one. But right now, I'm awake and thirsty. Do you have swamp water on the menu today? I'm all out, sorry. Too bad. Something else then. Do you still have those drinks that make you as sturdy as tree bark in case their torches come near me again? In fact, I still do. Give me one moment. Do this one for her. Some Andu. Liquid tree bark, just for you. Oh, delicious. I feel I could devour any torch now. Thank you, innkeeper. What woke you up from your slumber anyhow? The night sky fell into my dirt hut. It burned my favorite weeping willow to bits. I am replanting it into many small sniffling willows. They are feasting upon the ashes of the stars that tried to extinguish them. It's a powerful nutrient. Sounds tasty. After the trees and winds and pillbugs calmed down, I had planned to go back to sleep. All that calamity made me awfully tired. But then I saw this creature standing between the tree lines staring at me with its glowing eyes, like it wanted to consume me. So you said hello? So I said hello. Turns out it was scared, not hungry. Who was it? A young lichen. He was sent my way by his niece and little Fable. I miss Fable. They're usually here. Where are they? If I had to guess, probably pet sitting a sheep fish and helping out whoever needs it. Ah, they are so sweet. They sent the lichen to me for a cure. I once spoke of an ancient recipe I discovered that I thought might cure the affliction. Can it? No, it was just a recipe for a really good tea. Let me guess, ginger? Yes. He was very distraught that I couldn't help him. Didn't even want any tea. I tried to cheer him up by offering him some coupons for my new spa, but he didn't want those either. His fur could have used a wash. I didn't know you opened a spa. It's new. I wanted to share my flowers and mud and pools with everybody so we can all look beautiful together. That sounds wonderful, Baya. I agree. Can I leave some of my coupons here? Yes. Thank you. Please hand them out to all your customers. I will happily share this fantastic offer with them. You could also just come here more often and hand them out yourself. Ah, but there's no one else here. Except the jackdaw. Do you want a coupon, little creature? I will leave one in your nest. No one's here because it's almost closing time, Baya. You have to come by earlier during the day or earlier in the evening or during events. But there will be people here! Yes, I believe that's the point. Yeah, too scary. I shall go now. Don't forget to hand out my coupons. Will do. I think I'm going to do one more day in this and then I'm going to read out. I'm not saying I'm not enjoying it. I'm saying I'm enjoying it enough that I will wind up playing it until like early hours of the morning, and I really don't want to do that. Because I do not want that long of a stream, to be honest. Ugh. Twin Flames, 8th of the Astral Moon. Ah. Hey, Gamekeeper. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen you around. A whole week to be exact, and you already miss me? A little. Cute. I got my hands on a job all the way over in Diria. Seemed like something relatively easy but well paid. Or like something too good to be true. Not this time. Apparently the farmer just wanted it to be done quickly, so she offered a higher than average rate. Sounds like easy money. Yeah, I wish. You know, I think I could use a drink first. Something that'll loosen my tongue. I feel like this job drained me of all my social energy. Only if I get to hear the rest of the story. Sounds like a good deal to me. Okay, so I'm gonna give you... maybe this one. This suits your tastes. Your drinks never disappoint. Glad to hear. I definitely feel my charm coming back to me. I made you a drink, now it's your turn. Tell me about your latest job. Fine, a deal's a deal. Told you the client's a farmer, right? She has a large flock of two-headed sheep. Apparently that darn starfall damaged their barn and they somehow managed to break out of their enclosure. Didn't think they were that clever, honestly. Must be the two brains. Probably. Anyway, they got out. Right before their shearing appointment. And of course the farmer needed to get them back in time. Especially considering the rumors surrounding Diria at the moment. Seems to be a dangerous place nowadays. Apparently, an unusual amount of cattle have been going missing these last few weeks, so local folks have been keeping a closer eye on their locks and fences. Of course, the farmer wanted her sheep to be safe, so she hired someone to bring her animals back. That someone being you? Obviously. I thought to myself, I'm a monster hunter. Handling animals is basically my job. I'd say a monster hunter is rather known for, well, hunting instead of handling. That was exactly the issue. Do you know how stubborn two-headed sheep are? Twice as stubborn as normal sheep? Let me guess, they're twice as stubborn as one-headed sheep? You got it. They're impossible to get moving, impossible to startle. One head might be eating, but the other is always watching you. But you did it, right? I suspect you wouldn't be here if you hadn't finished the job. You're absolutely correct. I was at my wit's end. Imagine having fought hundreds, if not thousands of bees, and some sheep are the one enemy you can't win against. That sounds like an incredibly humbling experience. It was, trust me. But luckily I got some help. Another adventurer saw me struggling and offered her assistance and knowledge. Or should I say, a retired adventurer. Oh? Yeah, she was very insistent on that label. Some kind of astral fin folk. Must have lost her arm a while ago. Oh no. To the sheep. She told me there's apparently one thing that gets their full attention. Got any guesses on what that magical tool might be? I have no... Yes. Morning dew clovers, to be precise. They go absolutely feral for them. A few will make them follow every single one of your commands. But someone with your experience should know that, innkeeper. Do you two know each other? Barely. Ha! Keep your secrets then, oh so mysterious innkeeper. I wanted to buy her a drink after she helped me out back there. Didn't expect you two to be best friends, honestly. Best friends? I think you got that one wrong, Jade. I'd never befriend someone like them. I have taste. Well, that was unnecessarily rude of you, Una. You didn't even consider my feelings. Consider me sorry, Innkeep. Apology accepted. Speaking of taste, what about your drinks? I know you've always liked experimenting with potions and other suspicious liquids. Looks like you finally made it, huh? Indeed. I think I got the hang of it. Then what are you waiting for? Your old rival is waiting for a drink. Preferably one that'll restore my energy. Those sheep made my own old bones all wobbly and I don't like feeling so weak. Got you. Let's see what the old magic has to offer. Don't worry, they might not look like it, but their drinks are actually really good. I bet. I'll just take that as a compliment, I suppose. I'll do this one. I was gonna say, is there a reason why you're not letting me pour this? Oh, wow. Impressed? Don't get cocky now. You don't have to be shy. You can just admit I've improved. So, Una, Jade told me you're retired now. Had enough of the adventuring business? Absolutely. I like the stars on Una's arm. And face. Absolutely. I don't want to have anything to do with that anymore. I've completed enough quests for at least 2 lifetimes. And yet you decided to help Jade. Ever had to handle a 2-headed sheep? Not yet. Lucky you. Lucky indeed. I just couldn't watch her struggle with those stubborn beasts any longer, but this was a one-time exception. Did the farmer pay accordingly after your morning dew clover's magic trick? Oh, absolutely. She was so happy she gratefully paid both of us. That's good to hear. She even tipped us with some gems she supposedly found in one of her fields. But I'm, Maida. I don't have any use for stones like those. And since I'm retired, I couldn't care less about material riches. So we figured you'd give them to you instead. But I wouldn't tell that pretentious blonde dragon priestess if I were you. It feels like a blasphemous gift. Oh, divine gems. A little blasphemous indeed. I think I know just the right way to use them. Thank you. Scene. Didn't it? Now that we're done here, I can finally go back to crocheting for the rest of my life. Didn't get this hook put in for nothing. Of course, I also occasionally gotta rip some youngsters off while playing cards. I haven't lost a game in at least 4 decades. That's remarkable. Or impossible for someone who's only playing fair. I think your lucky streak will end with me today. I've also never lost a game in at least a decade. Are you challenging me to a duel? Absolutely. And whoever loses has to pay for the next round of drinks. That's the spirit. I like you, bounty hunter. But don't come crying to me after I annihilate you. Ha, you wish. Jade, be on guard. You're worried about me? Cute. I just know for a fact that Una is a master of cheating. I doubt that's changed. So you're saying you've lost against her? More than once, yes. Pathetic. Hey, are you talking about me? Listen, Innkeep, if your opponent is obviously cheating like she was, you can't beat them fair and square. You gotta beat them at cheating. Now watch how a real master does it. Let's have fun out cheating each other. Hey, I have returned, Innkeeper. Welcome back, Miss Anwar, and welcome. This brave adventurer's name is Claymore. He offered unexpected support during my quest. Thank you so much on behalf of, the world. Yes, of course, the world, Mr. Clay. You don't need to do the whole Mr. thing, just Clay is alright with me. Not what I wanted. Otherwise, it sounds so formal, like talking to one of those graph people. Oh, you wouldn't want to be one of those. Clay it is, then. Can I offer you both a drink in exchange for the story of how you two met? That would be a fun trade, right, Tia? I think I would welcome it as well. Then what can I get you? Clay, please go ahead. Oh, my! You've got a lot of stuff on the menu. How about one of those drinks with ingredients? You look strong. How about something extra for those muscles? That sounds nice. Let's go with that. 1 minute. I think it might knock your socks off. This tastes strong and magic-y, but my socks are still on. Still, I love it. I have to remember this one for next time. What's it called? Don't worry, I'll remember it for you. Thank you. Now, Miss Anwar, what would you like? I need some of that liquid vigilance. Even in here, it's important to stay on guard. Wouldn't this be the right time to relax? There's no such time. Alright, then I shall aid you on your divine mission of not falling asleep standing. Liquid vigilance diluted with some delicious secret ingredients. Enjoy. I could do with something less diluted, but you're right, it's delicious. Happy to hear that. Do we get to tell the story now? Please, go ahead. You think I should start with the seashells? No, I think some exposition is in order first. As you already know, Innkeeper, I plan to start my investigation right here in Zenith, specifically at the local Gaia Temple. So I've been told. Mostly about that wobbling ooze. Ah, yes, that was certainly something. Unfortunately, besides their fascinating personal secrets, they had nothing of value to share with me. But fortunately, thanks to your rumors, I was not entirely without a lead. The wizard's prophecy led me to Dalwell. Or should I say the Abandoned Isle, or Fairweather. The name changes depending on who you ask. I didn't know it had that many names. I always just called it Kelpie Island. Why? Because it's shaped like one. Kind of see the Kelpie in that. Kind of see it. Probably the smartest approach. Kelpie Island, or Fairweather, its name means very little to me. Its local settlement of Fae was much more relevant. They built everything into the giant sequoia that holds their portal to Avalon. Their portal is in the tree? Yes, right in its center. They call it the Horizon Tree. It's beautiful. The Fae themselves were moderately helpful. It was difficult for them to focus on the severity of the situation, and I was pretty sure they were preparing some sort of morbid ritual with the acorns that they were stringing up between the rose bushes in asymmetrical shapes. Oh, I always thought those were art projects. Could be. Probably misconception. It sounds more like they were preparing to charge them with astral moonlight. For what? If you freeze them, they make for good ice cubes. Do you participate in such practices? Not at the moment. I'm just not going to question that. Eventually, I got them to sit still long enough to ask them about any strange occurrences around the settlement. Sorry, I was looking at something that got my attention. Eventually, I got them to sit still long enough to ask them about any strange occurrences around their settlement. Did they understand your definition of strange? After some explanation. They told me about how just recently an astral humpback whale had rampaged through one of their nearby scouting camps. Just 2 days before the stars fell. They said it seemed like it was running from something and that it was full of seething fury. They also claimed it to be a good sign because it promised adventure. Seems like an understatement. Majorly. I mean, it did end up in some kind of adventure. Investigating disaster is not an adventure. It's a necessity of dire circumstances. I had fun. That makes two of us. It certainly was a sign of something being awry, and I was determined to get to the bottom of it. So naturally, I made my way to the nearby Carapace beach and prepared a celestial summoning ritual under the young astral moon. For the humpback whale, I suppose. What else would I be summoning? I thought maybe you wanted to ask Cassiopeia for her input. Are you out of your mind? The Realm Keepers have sworn a divine oath of neutrality that prevents them from directly interfering with the simple world of us mortals. The full might of their powers could disrupt the delicate balance of their cosmic design. Alright, sorry, slipped my mind. You are forgiven. As I was preparing the ritual, readying myself to confront the troublemaker, I suddenly found myself being interrupted by a strange request. That was me. I asked her if she needed any more seashells. Did she? I did, actually. Pairing dragonhead tritons and flimmering limpet shells can heighten the dual aspect of the celestial twins, therefore making the connection to the astral sea more stable. Obviously. I hadn't managed to find a limpet shell, and one happened to be among his offerings. I honestly just thought she was decorating the beach and that she could do with more color. You weren't wrong in a way. Oh, so you're big, dumb, and stupid. Sadly, the shells burned up during the ritual. Singed Tia's hands, too. Just a little. Fortunately, I possess spectacular healing capabilities. Fortunate indeed. Were you collecting seashells for beach decorating or your very own ritual play? I was collecting them for my friends. At this time of the year, Kelpie Island is full of all kinds of sparkling floating animals from the astral sea, and they love munching on seashells. Do you encounter these creatures a lot? I try to. They're very nice. Clay can talk to animals. Gaia's blessings rest upon him. Full of surprises. Thank you. I'm not always sure they like talking to me. They tend to disappear sooner or later. Sometimes they come back, but often they don't. I think maybe I accidentally say things that upset them without realizing it, and they think I mean to hurt them. I hate when that happens. You mean they just disappear like they were never there? Yes, like they moved to a different, quieter beach. Or like they returned to the astral sea? I feel like they would tell me if they went back home. Not necessarily. Many Astrian creatures can traverse the plains at will, but they don't always have control over when they return. On many occasions, the astral currents pull them back home before they're ready. And once you're swept up in them, each subsequent journey out becomes more and more difficult, or so I've been told. I would guess your friends either went home when you weren't there or got pulled back before they had a chance to say goodbye. So you're saying the sea swallowed them? Not quite, it just beckoned them home, through a celestial hug of sorts. So that means I could just visit them in the astral sea? That would be an incredible undertaking. Traveling between planes is quite hazardous. It is, but echoes are from the primordial sea, and my family has lived here for quite a while, I think. They must have gotten here somehow. They say it was much simpler to traverse between planes once. But for a long time it has been almost impossible without complicated and dangerous rituals. Until recently, the astral sea was the only possible way to pass through the barriers. And accessing it requires meticulous planning, not to mention the sea tends to come with more risks than rewards. Even your Astrian friends who can choose to leave their home plane on a whim get pulled back by the currents eventually. Imagine what would happen to you if you went in unprepared. But the Fae on Kelpie Island aren't from Gaia either, and they told me they haven't lived here for very long. Since the 5 interplanar portals opened up, interplanar travel has become a lot more accessible again. At least when it comes to the dream planes. But even the astral and primordial seas, not to mention are finally open to us again after all these years. It is a true miracle to witness in our lifetimes. So the portals haven't always been there? I didn't know that. Who put them there? Well, that is a very good question. And one that would blow up the scope of this conversation beyond its bounds, I would think. You still have to tell me how you summoned that whale. You're right, we're getting off track. As Clay and I talked, he told me about his fascinating friendship with the astral creatures. and his ability to speak with animals if they share a language. So you asked him for help? Well, he offered his aid. I certainly could have handled it on my own, but you didn't have to. Right. That, obviously. Thank you very much, Clay. Anytime! He is such a fucking golden retriever. So I summoned it. The ritual worked exceptionally well, and it appeared out of the sky in a wave of concerning darkness. Stars used to accompany them. I mean, there was one star. There was. The whale was even bigger than I had anticipated, almost as tall as the horizon tree, and in its stomach rested a giant sun, the only star of the night sky whose light had not been extinguished, nestled right in its belly. That sounds beautiful. It was, in a way. The star wasn't the thing to worry about, though. The whale didn't look at all happy about being summoned. Instead, it looked like a wounded animal that was one loud noise away from lashing out. And it looked sick. Its translucent skin was gray, like it was frozen with the coldness of the highest mountains or the deepest depths. Its eyes were pale, almost blind, with no warmth within them. I thought for a brief second we must fight this beast before it consumes us and everything in its path. But when I looked over at Clay, I saw a deep understanding in his eyes, like he wasn't seeing a monster but a friend. So I stayed quiet, knowing that whatever he knew outweighed my fear. You knew what it needed, Clay? Not completely, but I knew that look in its eyes. That feeling when you're so scared you get angry when you want to fight, but because you're terrified you won't be able to flee. So I kneeled to show that I didn't mean any harm, and I held out my last conch shell in my hands. It took a moment to overcome the instinct to mistrust, but then it gently picked the shell. It picked the shell up gently and ate it. I saw the conch freeze as it was swallowed. It looked painful. Wanting to comfort the whale, I reached out and carefully put my hand against its cheek. I wanted it to know it wasn't alone. I'm sure it needed that. It did. It was so sad it cried tears of golden dust. Adds in 5. Its tears turned to ice before they even hit the ground. It was at that moment I realized its body had been cursed with a potent frostbite. I knew it did not trust me yet, so I did what I previously would not have thought possible. Through a hand on Clay's shoulder and the magic of your drink, I was able to briefly transfer my magic onto Clay, allowing him to cure it of its disease. He kissed it on the forehead and the ice burned away, freeing it of the endless chill. It was quite sweet. That's one lucky whale. And one unusual effect of that infusion. Is that not usually possible? Inspiration is a fickle thing. Such magic is deeply personal and differs from person to person. I always enjoy seeing how others imagine support to look like. Tia's support was very helpful. I'd hope so. Once it was free of its pain, the whale was ready to talk to us. I asked what happened, and it told me about fighting some sort of evil creature on 2 legs. A creature on 2 legs? So humanoid, then. We assume. It turns out whales don't care much about our appearances. Cared more about the things being thrown at it. What a mean whale to approach a whale. Apparently it swallowed some kind of stone. It could only remember its black and white color and that it tasted horrible. But it thought I was a strong digestive thing. It's nothing to worry about. Rookie mistake. The 2-legged monster wouldn't stop attacking, so it fled as quickly as it could, trying to find its way home. It felt really bad about destroying the camp. I get why. The worst part of it being angry is seeing the wreckage you leave behind. Tia, do you ever get angry? No, I am the embodiment of calmness and self-discipline. You forgot divinity. Thank you, I did. Luckily, its anger subsided when it found its way back. It thought it was finally safe, but suddenly this freezing cold began. I don't mind the cold much. I'm from the Highlands, and we get a lot of snow in the winter. But the kind of cold it was describing sounded awful. Painful and inescapable, like it was freezing from the inside out. The potent frostbite I mentioned, it seemed a curse took hold and slowly spread through its entire body. It tried to keep itself warm by feeding on solar crabs and cosmic squid, but that didn't help much. It just kept getting more scared and angrier and colder. until even its brain was freezing over. It couldn't think of anything other than the cold. So, in its desperation, it ate the hottest thing it could find. A star. A star. A giant one at that. It looked deceptively small contained in its belly, but apparently it was one of the biggest ones this night sky had to offer, the East Star. It ate Pharos? The guiding star of the endless seas? It did, and it helped. It kept its frostbite at bay, even if it did not eradicate it. But as you can imagine, such a massive star disappearing did not have the most desirable effect on the astral sea's delicate balance of gravity. I can imagine that. The whale was very confused about what had happened, but it said all the stars around it suddenly started to fall and spin out of place. They crashed into each other, causing more and more destruction with each passing moment. I didn't understand everything it described, but it sounded bad. To label it as bad would be quite the understatement. The falling stars ripped holes in Cassiopeia's wings. To think that just one hungry creature could break the entire balance of the universe. It was hurt and scared. It should have endured instead of hurting others. Okay, but it's not as capable of logical thought as you are. We're gonna go on ad break. I'll be back in 3. Welcome back, everybody. Alright. Should have endured instead of hurting others. It was alone. It didn't know all that would happen. It didn't. I'm sure it tried its best. Its best wasn't good enough. Can you stop being a bit of a bitch for 5 seconds and have some empathy for a creature that was confused and hurting? The whale isn't responsible for the horrible things that were done to it. We should celebrate that you were able to help. Oh yeah, that you were able to help it instead of blaming it for its pain. I think so too. Did you also manage to free it of the star in its stomach? No, the frostbite might be gone, but that star is a part of it now. It has become the first of a new kind, a sun humpback whale. And probably the last one too, as all other stars in the astral sea have been stuffed out. We will never be able to see the night sky again, and in turn that whale must forever live with its guilt nestled in its stomach. You're right, some things are forever changed now. That's kind of the point of disasters. But perhaps the star doesn't stand for shame, but the pride of its survival. We shouldn't be sad that most are gone, but happy that one managed to make it through. Besides, we may have lost the night sky's starry companions, but it managed to gain 2 new friends. Even the worst of situations can lead you to light sometimes. I like that. You should never be sad about finding new friends. Speaking of friends, on the way back we ran into this traveling souvenir shop. I brought friendship bracelets for Tia and I with little whale charms on them. But she don't want to wear them just yet, so I'm waiting till she's ready. That's very nice of you, right, Tia? They're a hazard for fights and could get caught in things. Sure, I'm looking forward to seeing how they look with your armor. Yeah, also found something for you at the souvenir shop. She said it reminded her of your tavern. And now that I've seen it in person, I agree. Now I'm curious, what is it? Oh, that's a very pretty mosaic. The shopkeeper told us a little bit about it. Supposedly this piece of art represents a new beginning after a hard-fought battle. Kind of like the rise of the sun hunchback whale. That's very fitting. Thank you, Tia. So, Tia, aren't you glad Clay was there to help you? I suppose I am. You really are? You are surprisingly competent. Perhaps one might even say I could not have done this entirely without you. If one was to be extreme about it. I think someone like you could do anything alone if you put your mind to it. But that doesn't mean you should have to. I'm always happier when doing difficult things if I have help from other people. Well said, Clay. Stellar teamwork, you two. Keep it up. Teamwork, you two. Keep it up. Will do. Much more important, clearly, our quest was not successful. What are you talking about? You cured the sun humpback whale, you found out why the stars fell, you even made new friends. What more could you want? We still haven't the slightest idea who caused all this. An angry humanoid figure. And that is who exactly? Well, we can rule out you, me, and the innkeeper. We can rule out you and me. Ouch. No hard feelings. I believe you're innocent, but sometimes evil hides in plain sight. One must not be led astray. I understand. Paranoia is a hard habit to break. Clearly someone orchestrated this. It seems too random and methodical to have been an accidental side effect. I must find out what hides in the darkness. If something like this happens again, it could end in a calamity the likes of which we have never seen before. Don't worry too much about it, girlie. This is just kind of how Oblivions are around here. I wouldn't call this just another Oblivion. How often have you seen the stars fall from the sky? 0 times! I was asleep when it happened, and now that it's over, there goes my chances of ever witnessing the supreme meteor shower. You should not wish to witness such horrors. Some horrors are fun to look at. Listen, love, when I was your age, I used to worry about stuff like this all the time. This weirdo over here did too. We all did, at one time or another. But I know from experience that making such a fuss about it won't get you anywhere. These bite-sized calamities are part of the natural order of things. From chaos to chaos, and back to balance. Everything just switches around in a never-ending cycle. Sure, it's good to keep an eye out, but you don't have to give yourself an aneurysm over it. Just pick up a quest if it worries you, and follow the natural flow of the universe. That way, if you're lucky, you'll end up retired, like me. Such a leisurely attitude only leads to failure. And even then, someone is always going to save the world in the end. And that someone is going to be me. Oh, the youth. Anyway, old enemy, got another drink for me? I'm running dry. Anytime, Una. Are you still running low on energy? How about another strong one? You got it. Okay, what if I give her this one now? Please, game. Thank you. Strong for the most strong-headed lady I know. Weird way to admit you've lost every argument against me. But this drink is splendid, I'll give you that. See, with one of these, your worries will be washed away with flavor. Good or bad, depends on the day. I find your apathy borders on tragedy. And I find your hero complex unsustainable. Remember, kiddo, they don't build those statues for folks who are alive. Who cares about statues? My purpose is my purpose, and I don't care who immortalizes me. No one's purpose is to die, girl. Life is much more meaningful than that. Anyway, my purpose is winning at cards right now. Good luck with your delusions. I apologize on her behalf. It's fine. Tia, are you dying? No, she was purely speaking in the hypothetical. I'm not sure what that means, but it doesn't sound like it could damage your armor. But you know, maybe we should listen to her advice, at least a little bit. My granny always says, with age comes the priceless wisdom of mistakes. I think your grandma's advice would be much more helpful than whatever a failed hero has to say. You think retirement is failure? One's post should never be abandoned. If you can still serve this world, you should. Not sure if that's bleak or inspiring. The latter. She was right about one thing, though. The past is full of terrible disasters that were prevented. Which means this too could have been attempted before, if not very successfully. Knowledge of something so vile must be scarce and well guarded, maybe even abandoned. I have never come across anything like this anywhere in the Aperture's library. Granted, the Aperture has only been standing for a little over 2 decades now. Its library can't be that vast. Many of the Order's books were relocated to the new stronghold. But I do believe that we don't currently harbor the knowledge I seek. For that, other avenues must be explored. What are you considering? We'd ask everyone we come across until we find someone who knows something. Good idea, but that would take far too long. I think we should look for the Everbloom archives. Is that a book club? An ancient one. Everbloom was one of the great 7 Mahaden archives. The Gaian one, to be specific. Legend has it there used to be one on each plane, even 2 at the plane of the dead. They were once filled with all the knowledge of the cosmos and grew in size every day thanks to their fearless archivists. But then they fell to an unknown foe and have been lost to time ever since. I believe one of them could hold the answers we seek. Innkeeper, do you perhaps know where to find this archive? Nope, not much of a librarian, unfortunately. Disappointing. But you could keep an eye out for it, right? You could ask all the scholarly people that pass through here. Of course, I can do that. Perhaps you can start by asking that bounty hunter when she's done gambling all her money away. You could ask her yourself. I would rather not. I'll take that terrible task off your hands then. Wonderful. You won't need more than a day to take care of this all this, right? I could do with a little more time. Nonsense. We don't have more time. I need your full commitment on this, innkeeper. This is very short notice. As are disasters typically, hence the vigilance. I shall return to a fully prepared quest tomorrow morning. Okay. In the meantime, you should rest. Don't be ridiculous. I have things to do, people to help, prayers to consult. Luna was right. A good night's sleep would do wonders for you. I could even offer you some coupons to a beautiful swamp spa. Fine, I'll take one, or two, though they won't be put to much use. If I rest now, who will this world have faith in? I shall see you tomorrow. It's always nice to see burnout happening in real time. Don't worry, I'll go with her and make her some soup. Soup always helps me when I have a headache, and it looked like she had a big one. Do you want some soup as well? Yes, please. I'll bring some by tomorrow. Do you have any allergies? No. Thank you, Clay. Anytime, then the recipe will be a surprise. Have a superb day. I'll take some of those coupons too. Wonderful. Talking through everything really helped. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. I hope you held on to those seashells. Catching up with some astral friends might make you feel a little better. Actually, I was thinking I could use the shells to make some friendship bracelets for Tia and I. I want to carve them into stars. I think that sometimes you have to make something beautiful out of the things that hurt you. Otherwise, you're left with anger that has nowhere to go. Do you like being angry? No, I don't. Me neither. But we all get angry sometimes. It's not the most fun, but it's important. Never getting angry doesn't solve anything either. It just makes you smaller and smaller until people no longer see you as someone they need to think about. At least they're not scared of you. Anger doesn't make you any more of a monster than silence makes you a saint. Be a whole person, Clay, and don't be scared of who that is. I'll try, innkeeper. Thank you. I hope you find a way back to yourself, too. Thank you, Clay. Good evening to you. We could also ask Scully. Welcome to my tavern. Oh, what do my magical eyes see? New faces, new acquaintances. With whom do I have the pleasure today? No way, a speaking skeleton? Haven't seen one of those in a long while. Hello there, how incredibly rude of me to leave out introductions. My name is Scully. And he's so polite as well. You can call me Una, Mr. Scully, and that one over there is my friend Jade. Fellow Maida, but with more skin left. Which isn't immensely difficult, I suppose. Glad to make your acquaintance, Una and her friend Jade. Jade, that's a beautiful necklace you have there. Oh, wait. Maybe? As far as I'm aware, Maida's last names reference their bones, no? Correct, but I cannot remember what my poor bones were made out of. Death has left quite a lot of gaps in this head of mine. Let me have a look. Looks like alabaster to me. Hard to say without a thorough analysis, though. Alabaster? That does sound familiar. Like an old name, perhaps? I'm not sure, but it's worth investigating. Thank you, Jade. Still, let us stick with Scully until we have more detailed information. I think I should be going now. I still have work to do. What a coincidence. I happen to want to say the exact same thing. But wouldn't it be rude of us to leave that distinguished gentleman all by himself? I think one of us should definitely stay a little longer. Isn't it cool that both of you have bones made out of shimmery gemstones? That is true. I haven't seen another made out of that since I woke up. So, anywhere between 2 weeks and 2 centuries ago. See, it's a match already. Would be a shame if the two of you were to become friends. Huh? Anyways, see ya! That was quick. Indeed. I guess a woman her age knows what she wants. Mythical morning. It's well past sunset, Hex. That might be true, but it's still morning somewhere, I know. You got it, but today I'm not here to talk with you about primordial magic. Today we're going to celebrate my sister. Greetings, everyone. Welcome in, sister. Come on in. Pleased to meet you. My name is Scully. Jade. You can call me Hex, and this is Grace, my little sister. Yes, I know, she's taller than me. You can keep it to yourselves. We're here to celebrate, not to roast. Though some fire might be fun. No fireballs inside Hexagon. If you insist, a fireless party it is then. My bones are aching for a party. I haven't attended one in what feels like an eternity. What's the occasion? My wonderfully talented sister successfully defended her wizard doctoral thesis just today. She can now call herself an actual full-blown selenite witch. It's not that special, honestly. I beg to differ, that's a majorly big deal. Congrats! I must congratulate you as well. Quite an outstanding achievement indeed. You're very sweet, thank you. I have to agree with everyone. You should be proud of yourself. Have a drink on the house to celebrate your graduation. Hex already told me that you're a real magical connoisseur. I would love to taste one of your creations, Innkeeper. But I don't know what to pick. Could you recommend something to me? Of course. How about a drink for your wits? Your brain must be tired after debating your professors all day. That sounds lovely. My brain could use a pick-me-up. Right up. Do I want to give her that one? Yeah, I think I do want to give her this one. My, this is delightful. See? Told you. They definitely knows their craft. Say, Innkeeper, do you have a PhD in mixology by any chance? Last time I checked, no. But I do have a lot of experience. Took me a while to get the hang of it. I can tell your drinks are really tasty. I could easily go for another round of debating right now. Is anyone else up for a drink? Nah, not yet. I'm still energized from earlier. Scully, Hex, what about you two? I'm good. I don't want to steal the show today. I would love a refreshment for these old bones, actually. Perhaps something that'll bring back the charm of the old days. At your service. Here you go, a drink for the charming gentleman. Oh! What a lovely taste. It warms my bones inside and out. Should I be worried? Maybe it's an undead thing. Well, theoretically, it would be possible for a magical drink to warm one's bones. You just need you and your wild dreams, Hexy. Maybe leave those experiments to someone with an actual laboratory for once. All that talking about studying in degrees brings back so many old memories. Also was a scholar once. I spent my life as an archivist at the Gaian Everbloom Archives, to be precise. Before my, well, supposedly eternal slumber. I've read a lot about the old archivists, but I've never had the chance to talk to one. Well, obviously, they're all dead. All of them? Yes, the archives were destroyed ages ago. They're mostly a myth now. Oh, that's quite sad. A lot of knowledge must have gotten lost with them. I guess so. If you wouldn't mind, Scully, I'd love to hear more about them. Maybe we can revive some of that old knowledge. It would be my pleasure, but sadly I cannot remember much of my research. All those years below ground and without sunlight don't seem to have been good for my memory. It's been a few centuries since I've been alive, so I'm not even sure where one would find the archives nowadays. Or their ruins, rather. Do you remember the environment surrounding them? Maybe that could help. A little, I believe. I might have even woken up close by. My early memories as a skeleton are quite hazy. During my lifetime, the archives were located deep underground. Gaia's lively blessings were juxtaposed with a hostile and lifeless mountain range. They were surrounded by nothing but rocks and boulders as sharp as talons and fangs. Even if you made it out of the mountains, you'd be greeted by either dry steps or a poisonous lake. The liquid in that lake could singe the meat right off your bones. I knew someone that fell in the lake once. I remember it as if it were yesterday. Well, that sounds like not the best place to build an important archive stronghold. Wouldn't necessarily agree. They say the books and scrolls of the Maiden archives contain all the mysteries of our world and the realms that surround us. Of course you have to protect that knowledge. It would be a shame if someone... Anyways. I think I know the place Scully's talking about. Oh? It sounds just like the Graffelmack. Sharp rocks next to a poisonous lake? There's no way a location like that exists twice, on this plane at least, or else I would have heard of it. I wouldn't recommend going there. I bet it's exceptionally dusty after all these years. But think about all those hidden treasures, knowledge left untouched for millennia. That sounds a little too ambitious, even for you. Fine. Your delicate wizard sensibilities wouldn't last a day in the Graffelmack anyway. Oh, and you would? Who can say? Anyway, I gotta go now. Shared enough secrets of the trade already. Thank you for your reluctant service. Okay, so... this and this go together. And this will go there. What a lovely young lady. She would have made for a great archivist. And a grumpy one. I'm sure she just had a long day. As have I, honestly. I'm very tired. I'm absolutely sure of that. But you should be proud of yourself nonetheless. You seem like the kind of person to downplay your achievements. And getting your PhD really isn't something small or insignificant. Ah, it's nothing, really. I spent a lot of time researching. Defending my thesis was a mere formality. Scully's and my point still stands, and I'm sure your brother would agree with us. Absolutely. You're all very kind. I really appreciate it. How about we call it a day? It's already getting late. A splendid idea, as I would expect from a witch like you. Seems fair. Hope you get to enjoy the rest of your evening, innkeeper. Well, theoretically. The Lost Archives. The Lost Maiden Everbloom archives are said to offer infinite knowledge to anyone with unanswered questions. Its ruins lie deep within the Gravelmac, a dangerous and lifeless mountain range that even seasoned adventurers try to avoid. If that wasn't enough, the mountains are also said to be haunted by nightmarish bleak stalkers. Let's just hope they don't find abandoned archives cozy and inviting. Okay, I did say that was going to be my last day. It is after midnight now. And I will keep playing for like ever until I finish this if I do not stop now. And I would like to at least get some sleep at some point. 11, Trouble in Paradise, Night of the Astral Moon. We do that. And then save. Main menu. Yes. Okay, that's nice. Alright. Thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. You guys are wonderful, wonderful people. I'm gonna send you to one of my friends who is playing Palea right now. Mostly because I'm lurking in her chat because drops. Because I like my drops. But I will be back later today, tomorrow, whatever your time zone is. 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. Possibly 4, I'm not sure yet. We'll see though. But I will be back tomorrow between 4 and 4:30 Pacific time. I believe we're playing with Queen, Rose, and possibly Kitty tomorrow. So, my socials for those who want them and don't already have them. I upload all of my stuff to YouTube, all of my streams to YouTube, straight from Twitch usually. So if you ever miss a stream or just want to look at my past archives, they're all there and they're all in playlists. But like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. You guys are all wonderful, wonderful people. Thank you to the people who followed while I was offline. You guys are wonderful. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, be good to yourselves, be good to each other. And have a great rest of your time zone, everyone.